Some say it's about skill.
Poussé ballon, le contre favorable du côté de Kylian Mbappé.
Some say it's about being clinical.
Till Mbappé i boxen, hit till skottet kommer i mål! Zacke flyttar målvakten konstigt och det är Deir som kliver upp i ledningen.
And some say it's the moment.
There's mine!
Another
Rainbow flick.
If you are here, it's because you're amongst the best. If you are here, you know you can taste it. And by that I mean up to $100,000 in your pocket and a spot in the coveted FIFA E World Cup.
It's sort of a dream, isn't it? What was going to happen when you put all of those players together in one weekend?
Ever wondered just how good the best are at FIFA? Look no further.
Who is going to come out on top? I simply cannot wait for the playoffs.
Welcome to the FIFA 21 Global Series European Playoffs.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's do this. It's the European playoffs. Something we've been fighting for and waiting to see happen for so many months, and we're here now. We started with 64 players on day one, and now we are down to 32. What's up, everybody? I'm Jimmy Conrad. I'm alongside Mike LaBelle. What's up, Mike? Great to see you. How excited are you? Because we whittled away some of the top players in the world, and now we're down to 32 as we try to get our final 8. Well, actually 9, because we're going to get into the competition format in a second. They're going to qualify for the FIFA E World Cup.
Energy's good, vibe is heavy, and I call this the trifecta because you get the entire weekend. You've got the opener with the Swiss stage, we now have the double elimination, and the Championship Sunday. For the most part, we have our final competitors.
Okay, well, before we go anywhere, let's talk about the competition format, everybody. I'm going to break it down for you right now. So let's talk about how this tournament is going to work. So there's going to be 64 players over the 3 days. And on day one, we're going to have the very famous Swiss group stage and 5 Swiss rounds to be exact. 64 players kick it off, and if they win, they keep going. They have to have 3 wins at the end of the day to move on to day 2. If you get 3 losses, unfortunately, you have to go home and watch it with the rest of us. 32 players will advance to double elimination. Whittle our way to the very end. And then if the legs are tied, we go into extra time, and then everybody's favorite, penalties. And then on day 3, we have 8 players competing for the championship, plus, and this is my favorite part, the 9th place match to qualify for the World Cup as well. That game is going to be popping off. And then finally, so much money at stake here. Look at that prize pool, $400,000, and the champion gets 100,000 of it. That is unbelievable, and I wish all of the competitors the best of luck. Oh man, that 9th place game is going to be spicy, Mike LaBelle. I'm here for it. We're going to find out today who our top 8 players are going to be, who are going to qualify for the FIFA E World Cup. And then we're going to see who the 4 are that are going to be competing for that 9th spot as we go into Championship Sunday. Now let's talk about the 32 that qualified from yesterday. Mike LaBelle, talk us through this.
We've got plenty of names that you expected to see on this page. A lot of good, positive green, which also could stand for a little more of that moolah, a little more of that money. You saw it 100K that you just talked about, Jim. That's serious business. 1 weekend of work. Olito, Optali leading from the Swedes, undefeated. And then as you start to trickle down, you're gonna see a lot of Germans. You can almost always count on Germans. It seems as if they're gonna make runs in tournaments, whatever they're drinking or they're working on, they're eating, whatever the programming looks like in Germany. We have a lot of players that are always on display at the competitive level, at least over the last few years. You see in Rasic, of course, another household name. Zidane, kind of a hot and cold yesterday, but he got the results, 3-2. Either won big, lost big, somewhere in between. We've got the likes of Peixoto as well. Dennis, who was a favorite early on, if you were talking to Ryan at least. We have Money Marcuso, who went 0-2 and was able to make that resurgence. The same could be said with Mino, the French champion, and having that pedigree. Gaucho gets involved, Impacts gets involved. Interlevy bounces back from an early loss to Tex and is able to put himself into the green category.
Well, listen, you bring up Tex. Well, let's bring him up right now. Talk about these notable eliminations that happened yesterday.
No doubt about it. These are the 8 takeaways or 8 competitors that are no longer with us that you might have expected to see in day 2, if not even in the grand final. Fnatic Tex, massive elephant in the room, big announcement, unexpected. He went out on the Swiss stage. FUTWIZ Lyrics, another guy that's on everyone's radar. Lenny, we've seen him on multiple broadcasts this year, didn't get the job done. Predator, he's won a broadcast and he didn't get the job done. Got Swiss. Mark Marley, a lot of hype was brewing around this Scottish competitor. Wasn't able to get out of the Swiss stage. Gorilla, won big, lost big. Team Hullet Danny was having a career year. Unfortunately, not going to see him in action today. And then Nisat, we've also seen on broadcast. He's made finals, played up against Dolan Mike. He was part of the introduction to the 5 at the back, or the 3 at the back. Unfortunately, he was on the loser's end of that meta shift.
Okay, let's just talk a little bit about a player I think everybody's familiar with, Fnatic Tex. What does this mean now for the scene now that he's eliminated? I mean, there's an opportunity for a lot of players to step up and fill that void as one of the best in the FIFA scene.
No doubt. We were talking about it. We said yesterday, this is going to be a Tex +8. That's not the case. Tex doesn't even make it to day 2. That slot's opened up. We were wrong from an analyst perspective. If anything, we got to talk mostly about the Swedes and the Germans. I feel like whatever's happening in Scandinavia as well in general, when you have the Danish players or the Norwegians, and of course the Swedes making these runs, they're working together. They're putting together some programming and they're ready for tournament play. They show up for the big days and the big moments. I hope that I'm not putting that curse of the commentator or the pundit right now, because we have 2 that are undefeated sitting looking pretty.
All right, so we know who's here, we know who's not, and we know the competition format. So let's see who is playing against each other today. Mike LaBelle, take it away.
No doubt. Let's go through the matchups. Very important. Remember, these are seeded matchups based on yesterday. However, it is a complete reset. We're looking at a double elimination. Olito and Impact, you're not going to want to miss that. There's no doubt about it. Denuzo, who's a player that I have big expectation for. He's probably not too happy with his matchup against Kekere, who of course had a big breakout season. We've seen him on broadcast many times before. Lefty and Diogo, that is a good money matchup. And then RVP Legend and Gaucho, some people maybe didn't expect them to be here. I'm not saying it's me, they weren't on the wrist or the lid or the, don't do that. Don't come after me on social media, I don't want it. We got Zidane going up against Zerhatino, I can't talk tonight, apparently, or this morning. Dolan Mike versus Hex on God Mode. Hex on God Mode, of course, eliminating Fnatic Tex, so that's a big takeaway there. PSV Dennis has been a player to watch. Optole versus Marcuso. That is, ooh, you talked about spicy. I'm talking about tasty. Give me something savory and sweet. Expect that to be something special. We have Nick Sneb from FUTWIZ, of course, and Peixoto. 2 players that are a little bit at different points of their careers, actually. Peixoto's a little more well-known, and Neb's being brand new. Then we have Inrasic, who everybody expects to see almost in a FIFA E World Cup, or at least making a final. Benny CR7 looked fantastic yesterday. So did Skifter, to be fair. And then we have Rasmussen rounding it up.
Yeah, it looks like bottom half of that bracket looks pretty wide open. There's no real standout favorites. But before we go any further, let's talk about the prize money, Mike LaBelle. $100,000 to the winner. As you said, that is a nice piece of coin to earn over one weekend. 70,000 to second, 45 to third, and as you guys can see, it trickles down from there. So a lot at stake. Not only booking your ticket to the E-World Cup, but also earning that hard-earned money that you put so much time in, so much sacrifice to get to this point. So it's nice to get a little cheddar along the way. All right, let's bring in one of our casters of today, another analyst, Ryan Pessoa from Manchester City and the UK. Is he coming home, Ryan? I just want to come to you first because we saw a couple UK players go down yesterday in Tex and Gorilla and Lyrics.
Oh, I don't know where to begin. We've seen a lot of upsets. I feel like there's still quite a number of UK players that are still in. Most notably, I'd say Impact has performed well. We've done well in the last game to come back to win on penalties as well. We've got Nick said, we've got Jaden. So there's still a few UK players, but the household names, like Mike was saying, with Tex, with Gorilla, with Lyrics, they didn't perform to the standard required to advance to today. But yeah, I like upsets, to be honest. It's more entertaining, so we'll see what happens today.
Yeah, I'm like upsets as well. We saw a lot on day 1, so I'm expecting more on day 2. All right, let's talk about our players to watch for today. Who's going to book their ticket to the FIFA eWorld Cup? We're going to figure out 8 of those names. And Mike, you're going first. Who do you like?
Well, I want to mix it up, and I want to talk about Dolan Mike and Abtali because I talked about them yesterday. So it's not as if I'm just taking front runners here, even though they've had a fantastic year. Dolan Mike almost seems like he should have the guaranteed slot, and it's another +8. Abtali, very, very impressive. Often overlooked as well when you're looking at sometimes the likes of an Ali Bali or an Alito, maybe taking a little bit of that shine. All the Ali or the Ops or the O's. I need to start naming, when I ever get a child, he's getting an O in that first name. There's no doubt about it. And then Danuzzo is the only Italian competitor left. He is an old school FIFA OG, so to speak, and I'd love to see him get in there and make a FIFA eWorld Cup. He's someone who's had a lot of success and kind of been able to do things his own way.
All right, some solid choices there and a couple easy favorites. How about you, Ryan?
I've gone similar to Mike in the sense that I've chosen 2 players that I selected on day 1. Olelito, of course, 5-0, one of the other Swedes to do it alongside Optole. So I think he has what it takes to go the distance. He's been so consistent throughout the years, and I think he's got what it takes. The next player is Messi as well. It didn't go 5-0, but he's done enough to get into day 2, which again, I said yesterday, that's the most important thing. And he's a champion this year. We know how good he is with the mechanics and everything going forward. So I think he can do it. And the person I did change was, I took out PSV Dennis, who I think could still go the distance, but I was very impressed with Benny CR7's performances yesterday. I've kept an eye on him since the E-Champions League, and I thought, all right, this guy's got something about him. He's starting to perform well, and he's taken some names as well.
Okay, so Ryan picked a favorite and 2 Germans. Thanks for that. I appreciate it. I'm going to go with my picks here. I'm taking a German as well because you have to in FIFA competitions. I'm going with Lefty. He started the season winning the first European qualifier. I think he's going to finish the season by getting the cherry on top, little sandwich here, and winning this one. I like him to book his ticket for the eWorld Cup. Zidane, he beat Tex yesterday 5-1, and then he dropped a couple games. Had to go into the 2-2 deadly elimination game against KFC Pablo, who we've seen in the past is very good. He beat him 8-0. So I like his vibe a lot going into this. And then Marcuso lost his first 3 straight to find himself here on day 2. And I really like what he's about. He's got a ton of experience, of course. Unfortunately, he plays against Optala in the first match, so obviously that's difficult. But not all lost if you lose, right? You drop into the loser's bracket. You got to lose twice today to get officially eliminated. All right, let's get you guys' final thoughts before we get into our first game and our first break. Mike, what are you expecting today on day 2?
I'm going to tell you guys right here, right now, I think you should expect the unexpected again. I think day 1 had a lot of that. I think day 2 is going to resemble the same. We're going to see upsets. We're going to see players that performed amazing yesterday that do not play well today. We're going to see big names being upset by new players or guys that are ready for the big moment, ready to really add to their legacy. And just let you know. You heard that here first, okay?
Okay, and Ryan, what about you? What are you expecting to see?
Again, I feel like I agree with Mike all the time. I think we're going to see some upsets. Again, day 2, it's a clean slate. Of course, though, you have to take into account players' records and how well they've done on day 1. But it's a new day. Anything can happen. Players come in. There's a lot more nerves. There's a lot more at stake. So, again, I think it's all up for grabs today.
Hey, as a friend, Ryan, I'm going to tell you shouldn't agree with Mike all of the time. Yeah. That's just a pro tip. That one's free. Next time I'm going to charge you. All right, everybody, if you want to join the conversation here on the broadcast, hit us up on Twitter at EA FIFA Esports and use the hashtag FGS21 so we can see your beautiful voices on our screens and we can break it down and have some fun with it. All right, everybody. Also, if you watch for more than an hour, a little fun fact for you. If you watch for more than an hour, you will unlock some unbelievable TIFOs. We got the E2VC, E-Premier League, NEO, and virtual Bundesliga TIFOs. So make that happen. Make sure you have your linked accounts with Twitch and EA to be eligible. All right, we're going to take our first break, but when we come back, it is our featured match. Lefty taking on Diogo. They are going to set the tone for today. We'll see what happens. Come back and join us.
Time to take your game to the next level with exclusive kits of your favorite FIFA teams. Pick your badge. Choose your colors. And wear the kit on the biggest stage. This is how you show the world who you belong to. Join the new stars. Join the favorites. And prove you've got what it takes. Come and pick your colors and represent the badge with honor. Get the kit and show your skills. Think you've got the skills to take these squads to the very top? Whose team you on? All new FIFA Global Series 21 kits. Available now.
The FIFA 21 Global Series European qualifiers are brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
So make sure to follow @Turtle Beach on Twitter, everyone, and stay tuned for a unique hashtag that you can tweet so that you have a chance to win a new Recon 500 headset. All right, everybody, welcome back to the European Playoffs, Day 2 on the Xbox side of things. I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside Mike LaBelle, and here is the bracket for today. Mike, as we get into the winners and the losers, you got to lose twice to ultimately get eliminated, but we're going to figure out who are going to book their spots for the FIFA eWorld Cup. We're going to name 8 of those players today. That is very exciting. Mike, talk us through this bracket a little bit.
I'd love to. You really can't go wrong with these matchups. I mean, we just touched on it, but you pick a game and it's going to be a goodie. I'm really interested to see if Olito starts out well. Yesterday, he got the results, but a lot of the games were really close. We're talking 4-3 and then 4-3 again and so forth and so on. I want to see Denuzo and that Kekere matchup. I think is going to be something that's going to be a great takeaway. Mix of different types of styles, a little bit of a clash of styles. No play on words, but maybe a little bit of play on words.
Well, whoever wins that one, too, is going to play the winner of our feature match, Lefty versus Diogo. So I'm excited. That top half of the bracket looks pretty tough because Impacts was very good as well. And yeah, this is cracking affair. I mean, I guess when you get to the final 16, final 32, excuse me, in the round of 16, every game is going to be good. So let's talk about our featured match, Mike, and Lefty in particular, because he started the season winning the first European qualifier. We did it here together, and a German won. And we were like, oh, great, another German winning another FIFA competition. But I thought he was excellent throughout. You get a good look at him now. He was also the winner of the Virtual Bundesliga 19 Club Championship. He's currently ranked 4th right now. He was 4-1 yesterday. He's one of my players to watch. Mike, what do you like about his game in particular?
Well, first off, I was getting to this. I was building, I was setting the stage for the Diogo versus Lefty matchup. I was really impressed with him on broadcast before because he was able to face adversity, which is difficult. And it's always a challenge in FIFA in particular. And then these guys that really came out with both when you look at Kekere and Lefty, are kind of new to the scene. I know Lefty's 23 years old, which is kind of old for a rookie season. I don't know if I'd go as far as saying this is his rookie season, but this is definitely his best season. He wasn't on the radar, or not even in really the German scene, I would say, throughout the last few years. So this has been his bread, his butter, his premium quality performance, and his only chance, or his first chance really, to make a FIFA E World Cup.
Yeah, we saw some looks there of his win over Kay Correa in the final of that first European qualifier. And to your point, Mike, I think experience matters, and being on broadcast and being able to cope with that adversity is very, very important. Now let's take a look at his opponent, Diogo from Falcons. He is a very talented Portuguese player, and I love his hair in this photo. First and foremost, every time I see the photo, I'm like, man, that hair is next level. But he likes to play in a 5-3-2. Obviously, Dylan Mike made that very fashionable moving forward, and he has a track record too. So I kind of want to go, Mike, what's your prediction for this one? How are you feeling about this matchup? How do you think it's going to play out?
Oh, really putting me on the spot. So I think Lefty is in better form than Diogo, even more so from what I saw yesterday. However, maybe it's a heart-to-heart. I don't know. Diogo, I'm taking the experience here. He's been in this position. It's a new day. I think that he's fixed some of the conflicts and some of the, I don't want to say issues or concerns really, but you're always trying to critique your own gameplay. I just think he's gonna be better today than he was yesterday, and he wasn't bad yesterday by any means. If you're Diogo, you have very high expectation of yourself. You expect to be in the semis, in the finals, making a run for the FIFA E World Cup, getting that cash flow. You're looking this way, you're looking that way, you're talking to the FIFA gods, and they're answering you today.
Well, the table is set, everybody. Now it's time to eat, which means we're going to throw it over to our casters, Richard Buckley and Ryan Pessoa, for the call of this first match on day 2. Take it away, you two.
Oh, Jimmy, I love eating as well, and I cannot wait to devour some of these matchups here in the knockout round. Joined by myself, Richard Buckley, and Ryan Pessoa. Ryan, incredible first day of Swiss, and things are only going to get better here in the knockouts.
Yeah, delighted to be alongside you again, and as I say, I can't wait just to get into the games.
And without any further ado, we know the players that we're going to be watching in our featured match, but let's have a look at their lineups. This is the lineup analysis presented by Turtle Beach. We've had the opportunity to look at a number of squads here, Ryan. We're going to be starting off with Lefty's Ultimate Team. Talk me through it.
I'll be honest, this might be my favorite one that I've seen so far. He's got, of course, Team of the Season Neymar, Team of the Season Mbappe, Team of the Ronaldo, and he's got the prime icon moments versions of the Star Boys. You've got Gullit, Vieira, and Ronaldo. Of course, Gullit will slot in at centre-back. De Jong will move into midfield, but I like the inclusion of the Ramos we saw yesterday, one of their best defenders, and even scored a free kick yesterday, and of course, Llorente in right-back as well.
On the other side of it, let's have a look at Diogo's squad here. You can see a slightly different selection of players with Cancelo and Bruno Fernandes coming in. A little bit more of a Portuguese feel for the Portuguese man from Falcons.
Yeah, exactly. Cancelo, I don't believe we've seen that often or that frequently amongst the squads, but he's got Rafa Varane. He's choosing him over Ramos, which is, I guess, sort of odd compared to the other teams we've seen. But again, it's a pretty standard squad compared to all the other teams as well.
That was the teams that will be used in our opening match here. Your lineup analysis presented by Turtle Beach. Ryan, we've seen the two squads. We're getting underway here. Knockout football is upon us. Losers bracket is in action. It's a double elimination bracket, but you want to start off with a winning formula here. You don't want to be going down to the losers bracket early because it's a bit of a war, to be honest, to make it through to the E-World Cup if you're having to go from losers bracket round 1.
It really is. Like, honestly, losing early on is tough, but of course the inclusion of the loser bracket does help a little bit, but as you say, you don't want to, you have that safety blanket of that one loss, but you don't want to use it up early on. But it's easier said than done because either of these players could go the distance. That's the craziest thing. I'm a big fan of Diogo. He's a great player and a great person. And also Lefty started the year fantastically well, winning the first cup in Europe. So again, he sort of secured his spot in playoffs very, very early on.
Free kick here for Diogo. 21 metres out, probably about 20 yards. Bruno Fernandes steps up. Third man was the magic man, Bruno Fernandes. He looked unassuming stepping up to the ball, but he's whipped it top bins.
Sort of similar to something I would do myself there. That's a fantastic free kick. I was sort of wondering there straight away with Lefty's goalkeeper movement. He sort of left that side kind of open. He didn't put anyone on the line. It was almost a try and see if he can get it in sort of plea from him, and that's what he done. Put into the top corner from Bruno Fernandes, and straight away I think that's going to be offside there. from Diogo, but he started off this game really, really well on the front foot.
And a very, very early pause inside the opening 8 minutes here. Lefty clearly not happy with something. Tactical pause coming in here. The goalkeeper movement you're talking about is just shifted maybe a little bit over to the left. He's also not put a player on the line. Yes, it was a great free kick from Diogo, but do you think defensively, Lefty, he's got a few questions to be answered there defending that set piece?
He basically made the choice for Diogo. Whatever Diogo might have been thinking prematurely before the free kick was taken. He's
all over the place, Lefty.
Ooh.
Diogo in again. Ronaldo looking to get past Vieira. Lefty is struggling here in the opening 10 minutes. Diogo coming out like a house on fire, winning the ball high up the pitch, putting Lefty under lots of pressure, and can't get anything going at the moment. Lefty. Falcons Diogo, if he comes up to a hot start, 2-3, 4-0 up inside this first leg, Lefty will find himself in a loser's bracket situation early doors here on day 2. Bruno Fernandes now playing into Ronaldo, looking to turn. Pullet gets the ball back. If you're Lefty in this situation, you're under a lot of pressure in the opening 10 minutes. You find yourself 1-0 down. Is it important just to calm down and just to play a few passes, keep possession, and make sure that it doesn't go from bad to worse?
Absolutely, as you said, it was a goal very, very early on, so there's still a long way to go. But some players start off days slower than others. It takes a little bit of a while just to get into their groove, and you can't run the risk of doing that in these tournaments when, again, you start off on the back foot, you start off too slow, and before you know it, you're a couple goals down, and then you potentially lost that leg and potentially lost the game. So it's really, really tough for players to go into day 2. Even some players that might have been 5-0, we're speaking about earlier on today, they might find it hard just to kickstart and start off as they did it in the previous days. But it'll be interesting to see as we see some great player luck. But I think that is always actually just inside.
Frenkie de Jong looking to play inside the box. Alphonso Davies in the way. You're talking about a slow start for Lefty. Chance here at 9. Plays it to Neymar. Has he overcomplicated this? Huge tackle, recovery challenge, but the goalkeeper comes out. He plays as the extra man with the offside rule, and it is offside there. You're talking about Lefty being a slow starter. He was in a 7-7 draw against Redlac in his opening match yesterday, where he won on penalty shootout, in penalty kick. So I think that slow start, certainly coming out, he lost the first leg 2-0 against Redlac in that opening leg. So the slow start, it's not just something that we're saying to sort of try and describe it. We're seeing it in full effect, and the results behind it are backing up the ethos that we're saying right now.
Yeah, I feel like that chance with R9 where he passed it beyond the goalkeeper, I thought that was a good chance there. I think he waited a bit too long with R9 when the ball was played in. He could have taken a shot with Bull Road round the goalkeeper, even a heel-to-heel around the goalkeeper. But again, that pass there, I don't know, maybe he could have taken the shot with Neymar, even though there's a player on the line. It's a bit difficult, but those are the chances you have to take the risk. I guess that he sort of panicked on the ball and played it past the goalkeeper, which obviously is offside. But yeah, again, he hasn't conceded from open play, which is something, but again, it's just a simple goal given away from that free kick.
Chance here for Diogo. Play a look. He managed to go all the way inside the box there. Looks a little bit nervy for a second for Lefty, but he defended it well. I actually thought he could have play-locked back onto the original ball carrier there and maybe tried something else when Lefty wasn't really biting into any of the feints that Diogo was putting out.
Yeah, whenever someone player locks and it's on to CR7, you're always looking and being wary of that. That little dink, maybe a little cross. Of course, Ronaldo, arguably the best player on the game aerially. So I thought that was going to come into effect there from Diogo, but he just waited and waited a little bit too long. But again, Lefty done well there, sort of to cut the lane manually. But again, it did look a little bit panicky from him. I felt like he waited a little bit too long to bite in, because I think, in essence, I think Diogo messed that up more so than Lefty done well there.
Yeah, we're just talking previously there about the result from Lefty. It was actually his final match where he won on penalties against Redlac. His opening game, it's still a slow start. The point still stands. It was a 4-3 win against Digex from Sweden. So many games taking place right now in this opening knockout bracket. 32 competitors coming into day 2 with only 8 to be confirmed as FIFA E World Cup Grand Finalists at the end of play today. That 9th through 12th playoff going to be happening tomorrow. If again, I know we've talked about it a little bit already, Ryan, but that 9 through 12 playoff, it's going to be so nervy. I really do feel for anybody who's in that situation.
Yeah, honestly, as I said, that's something I'm looking forward to the most, if anything, because again, there's so much that rides on those games, and it's like a little knockout format between the 4 players that are in that position, and it's obviously going to be tough. Oh, but we have still a lot to go until then. We've got players that will secure their spot in the grand finals today in Europe, which is huge for a lot of these players, for all of these players, in fact, and it's the main aim. But that should spell the end, and that does spell the end of the first half. Diogo takes the lead after that great free kick from Bruno Fernandes.
Yeah, early start for Diogo. It looked like he could have hit 2 or 3 in the opening 10 minutes, but left it. Started to settle into the game. I think a fully firing lefty scores that chance where he played it and was offside. We're going to see the best moments from the first half. That free kick from Bruno Fernandes finding the top corner. The only goal of the game so far, as Diogo in that environment at the FUTWIZ HQ. I just want to pick your brain, because you've played in these scenarios before, whether it's been qualifiers or just playing Weekend League, when we used to be qualifying through Weekend League. In the HQ scenario, do you enjoy it? Do you enjoy that sort of camaraderie, being next to each other, or are you a bit of a lone wolf? Do you prefer being on your own, in your own surroundings, and maybe not having the distractions?
It's a bit of both. I feel like I change every time. Like sometimes I love the fact that there's people around me, so if something, let's say I lose my first game, I have people around me that are able to pick me up, give me that morale boost, and I mean, I thought I was going to go through there. Fortunately for Diogo, it didn't. But yeah, I don't know. Again, when I was at Pasha, we had the luxury of having the HQ, have all your teammates around you. So that did help a lot. And I've also managed to play at the FUTWIZ HQ before in a qualifier last year, thanks to FUTWIZ Dan for that. And I know, of course, with the FUTWIZ now with their... Oh, actually, hold on a second. I think there could be a chance.
R9 in around the box. You saw the player lock playing back to Ronaldo Nazario. Whipped cross across the box. And that will be Cristiano Ronaldo picking up the pieces and firing Diogo into a 2-goal lead.
He's making it look easy, I'll be honest. It feels like there's so much space. There's so many options where you can play the pass in or look for a cross. It's sort of catching him out in a weird way. I feel like there's sometimes when there's too many options, it works against you. But he picked the right choice there. The driven cross, of course, and an easy finish to make it 2-0. And I feel like he's in complete control of this game so far.
Lefty's not really had much to offer in the final third. In terms of chance creation so far, Diogo sort of had his way with this game. Best performance from Diogo this season, the Premier League. 3rd, 4th finish for him there, where he got knocked out by the Swede from Leeds, Olli Lito. When you actually look back at that tournament as well, Ryan, it was ridiculously stacked. Like, not only with the British talent in there as well, but we had Olli Lito, we had Bundled Unsal coming in. We had so much talent who saw the Premier League not only as one of the most prestigious leagues to play in, but also an opportunity to get to the playoffs. And that was their sort of ticket into the playoffs. It was so stacked.
Absolutely. I feel like there's been a lot of course, the players are able to qualify for the playoffs through the respective domestic leagues, and there's been so many players that perform well from that, in all honesty. So it's a credit to them, and it's very difficult, as you said. It's extremely stacked, so many top players, and it goes to show in this European playoffs on Xbox, we've seen upsets. So a lot of players who you would potentially put down as players you would almost guarantee them on any other day to make it to the World Cup, like Tex, like Gorilla, like Lyrics. We've seen so many of those players fall short so far.
Looking for that ball down the line. Alphonso Davies runs forward, dinks it into the box. A little bit of a mix-up. Goalkeeper's off his line. Just manages to get a body on the line there, does Lefty. The chance still not gone yet. Ronaldo flicking it over his head. Marcus Llorente picks up the pieces. Lefty is in survival mode right now, as crazy as it might sound, with 20 minutes left to go in leg one. But Diogo, it's been non-stop traffic. And I remember specifically a game a couple of years ago now. Chance, Mbappe looking to get past his man. Great save from Oblak. It was Diogo against Desari. I think it was in Paris, FUT Cup 4 last year. And he was incredible, I've got to say, in that game, Diogo. one of the best performances I've ever seen. And it was this non-stop pressure, just keeping pushing forward. Chance here for Lefty, taking it very well. Oblak is having an outstanding game. A puff of the cheeks. I don't think he thought he was even going to score at all when Oblak's in this sort of form. But he did get a goal back and halves the deficit with 10 minutes left to go here.
He does well there to create the chance after the one that was just saved prior to that from Oblak. But he done well to keep breaking out. I feel like Diogo there that's probably the most susceptible we've seen him throughout the game as we see the highlights. That initial save is fantastic from Oblak. He manages to get up as well, almost saving the rebound. But Lefty needed that. He needed that goal just to give him that boost of confidence. It's the first one now. He is, of course, still losing 2-1. But again, he has that momentum now. He knows that he's able to score. He's able to break down Diogo's defense. And it would be hoping he can do it again.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he just needed something to get him going, really, Lefty. He just needed a little bit of a push forward, a little bit of a chance just in the final third, just to get him going, really. That's all he wanted. See if he can build on that now. A couple of subs coming on for him. Acuna, Lazaro, and also Ronaldinho entering the fray. In terms of Diogo, Frenkie de Jong, Kylian Mbappe being introduced. "13 minutes remaining here in leg number 1 between these two. Just having a quick look across the board at some of the other results and current fixtures. A lot of very tight scorelines. Nobody really pulling away in this opening matchup. Just as we expected, day one you can have an unbelievable Swiss 5-0, 4-1, but you have to reorganize and refocus really coming into day 2, because not only is it a completely different day, but all those players who finished 3-2, their mindset will be, I got through and now I can really push on. I've got another chance. I've got another opportunity. Exactly.
It's a new day. Again, it's a different format as well, technically, because of course playing the Swiss format and double elim is a little bit different. You can't have those extra losses that you could have it in Swiss, but the players, they know all they have to do, or they know what they need to do now to qualify for the World Cup. So I feel like there's going to be games where they're going to be slightly tighter than usual, or if there is going to be a game that does go one way for the opponent, I think it will be a blowout, just because the player that is losing would want to close the deficit as early as possible. But one thing that you don't want to do, as I said, on the very first game, is just gift your opponent a win. You want to make sure that if you do lose, it's a game that your opponent has played better than you in, and you just don't want to make those key mistakes. But that Lefty, as I said, started off with a mistake for the goalkeeper movement from that free kick. But again, in the last, I'd say 30-40 minutes of this half, I feel like he's played a lot well, and I think he's sort of edged it at the last stages of the game.
Lefty, final 30 minutes, found his form a little bit. That's an outrageous flick over the top. Van der Sar will nod it out, and that will do us for leg number 1 here in our elimination bracket. Double elimination for Falcons Diogo and Borussia Esports Lefty. It's a very tough matchup to call. A very narrow margin so far, Ryan Pessoa, after one leg of FIFA.
Very, very tight. I don't know which way it could go. I feel like it's been sort of even. I think Diogo does deserve the lead, though, in all honesty. But I feel like Lefty started to come into the game a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how this game does conclude. Lots of other games taking place right now. We're going to head to our sideline reporter and fellow commentator, Brandon Smith, who's been keeping an eye on Dull & Mike up against Hexen Godmode.
Thank you very much, Rich. And yes, you're absolutely right. This is a game where we had the #1 ranked player in Dull & Mike involved in another huge game against the man that gave Tex a very difficult match yesterday and ended his playoff journey. It was Dull & Mike that went 1 goal to the good, and before that, he made it 2 from 2 in 20 minutes. De Jong on the score sheet, not just your average midfielder, can clearly turn into a centre forward on the off chance. There was a reply, though, from the Italian player in Hexagon God mode of Fiorentina, Cristiano Ronaldo, twisting and turning in the box to ensure that made it 2 goals to 1 before half-time. However, Dull & Mike fired back once again. R9 falling the ball into Ruud Gullit. The midfielders just could not stop getting on the score sheet. Sorry, that one made it 3 goals to 1. And then there was a late reply with 9 minutes to go. Cristiano Ronaldo, lovely directional nutmeg into the space. And at the halfway point, Dull & Mike has a very, very narrow lead.
32 players remain coming in today. We need to find 8 after today to find out who will be our FIFA E World Cup grand finalists. Narrow margins, narrow score lines, and the narrowest of defeats for some players. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break.
Alors contre MS d'Ossari, c'était vraiment très compliqué parce que je menais à chaque fois dans le match. Je menais 3-2 du pied gauche, je me retourne sur mon pied droit et à ce moment-là je tire et je marque le but du 4-2. C'était l'un de mes moments préférés depuis que je fais des tournois FIFA. Sauf que contre MS d'Ossari, il faut rester à 100% du début à la fin et malheureusement je me suis relâché quelques minutes et ça a suffi à MS d'Ossari pour égaliser et pour gagner le match. Depuis ce match, j'ai appris que quand on n'était pas bien dans un match, il fallait faire une petite pause, donc une petite pause de 30 secondes histoire de boire de l'eau, histoire de se relâcher un peu et de vraiment se reconcentrer à fond. Bonjour, je m'appelle Amin Bouguenmi, j'ai 22 ans et je suis joueur pro pour l'équipe Crazy ou Sport. Donc on a pas mal de pression avant le tournoi, mais il faut essayer de rester calme. Je fais rien du tout avant les tournois. Je sors un peu m'aérer avant le tournoi pour vraiment penser à autre chose.
C'est Mino qui devient donc le nouveau champion de France 6 Ligue 1.
Et tout est à base de confiance. J'étais vraiment confiant sur ce tournoi. Je me sentais invincible et c'est ça, je pense, qui m'a donné de la réussite pour remporter le tournoi. Alors du coup, je préfère quand je joue offline, quand pas mal de personnes me regardent, parce que ça met encore plus de pression et du coup, quand tu gagnes, tu es vraiment content et au moins tu peux célébrer à fond.
Welcome back to the Xbox European Playoffs Day 2 here. Top 32 players will be finding out and narrowing it down to our final 8 confirmed for the FIFA E World Cup tomorrow, and we'll be lifting a championship. However, we've also got that 9th through 12th playoff match. If you like the action, what you've seen this weekend, well, come back next weekend because we do it all again, but on the PlayStation 4. Swiss rounds on day 1, July 9th. July 10th, that will be the top 32 knockouts. And day 3, we'll be giving somebody $100,000 and finding our 9 FIFA E World Cup grand finalists. You're joined by myself, Richard Buckley, and commentator, pro player, analyst, content creator. This man can do it all, Ryan Pessoa. Ryan, a lot of narrow margins at the moment. I've just had a quick look through a number of the different score lines. Coming into day 2, those 5-0s, 4-1 Swiss records get thrown out the window. It's a new day, and people who scrape through at 3-2 or people who go 5-0, it doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, they're going to see a lot of nervy games. Of course, a new day. A lot is up for grabs because, again, you can secure your grand final spot today, which is the aim for all of these players. And, of course, Diogo starting off really, really well against Lefty. I feel like Lefty started to come into the game a little bit more, so it'll be interesting to see how the second leg pans out.
It was the early start from Diogo that really set him up nicely for that first leg win. We're going into the second leg. if Lefty can continue sort of the last 15, 20 minutes and build on that confidence, I think we could be in for a fantastic display from both of these two competitors. In the Global Series rankings, Lefty 4th, Diogo 27th. I just want to actually speak on the fact that we've seen 64 players here over the course of the 2 days, 32 today. That's beautiful from Diogo inside the final third, heel to heel, stinging the hands of the goalkeeper at the near post. Wait until his corner comes in. Pele over it, maybe something off the training ground. He plays short to Neymar. Little La Croqueta at the near post. Ronaldo trying to fire it across, but Van der Sar picks it up. On all the qualifiers that we saw, 1 through 5, we only ever saw 6 players. I really don't think that the shocks, quote-unquote, that we've seen have been that shocking, for the simple fact that we've just not seen. There's been so many unknown quantities. Personally, for me, after day 1, the biggest surprise was Predator FIFA going out, because he won a qualifier.
Yeah, you're right on that. There's been, as you say, there's only few players that can actually make the broadcast. So a lot of the players sort of blindsided in a sense. So there's players that are doing really, really well, or done really, really well yesterday. We haven't been able to have a look at them throughout the season, and they've shown what they're capable of on the day. But then there's a lot of players who actually have done really, really well on broadcast. I didn't make it into day 2, as you said. Predator is a bit of a shock.
Pablo,
just because he won a qualifier. Yeah, exactly. They won qualifiers or done really, really well in broadcast, and it's been sort of recent as well. It's not as if it's the first qualifier of the year. It's towards the latter stages of the season.
Chance here for Diogo. He's a quick starter, is Falcons Diogo. However, just as I say that, it gives the ball away quite poorly in the middle of the pitch, and Lefty from right to left in the full white strip will bring it clear. Nobody is safe. That should be the tagline. Nobody is safe in these playoffs. It's so nervy, so tight, so much pressure on the players. As Kylian Mbappe, player locks into the box, Sergio Ramos sticks out a foot and just pokes it away. Arnau to bring it down, and Diogo to play a little bit of possession in his own half before playing a through ball into no man's land, and Lefty will come back again. Topsy-turvy affair here in this second half. 1-2 off the ball. R9 runs in behind. He's offside, so he will recycle, and now Ruud Gullit picks it up. R9 again. Frenkie de Jong, he's an unbelievable foot item, so well-rounded. I'm not surprised by his inclusion in Lefty's squad. I'm actually surprised he's not in more squads, to be honest, that Frenkie de Jong. He can do everything. He can attack, he can defend, he's skillful, he's got good dribbling, good links as well, Dutch and also Barcelona. Incredible player. R9 inside the box, goalkeeper goes down, misses it. R9 again, Sergio Ramos covering for his keeper, back heel into Oblak. It's a little bit unconventional, Ryan, but he gets away with it, Diogo.
He does, and I think Diogo's doing really, really well in narrowing the angles down to shoot by bringing out the goalkeeper. There's 2 chances down in 2 games where it's sort of similar. Lefty there, that one I think was a little bit more difficult just because, again, there were so many passing lanes that were cut from Diogo's players. But I feel like he's been in a few times and he hasn't played the pass. I think Lefty's not taking that many risks, which, of course, it's difficult on the final day. There's a lot of pressure. You don't want to give the ball away needlessly. But there's a few times I saw R9 in for a through ball and he hasn't played it yet.
Chance. Ronaldo, what a save from Van der Sar. R9 on the rebound. Into Bruno Fernandes, rainbow flick. Ruud Gullit gets up. I just saw a grin come across your face, Ryan, when I saw a rainbow flick in the box.
Yeah, I think Diogo tried to be a bit elegant. Maybe he didn't even mean to do it. But again, it's another chance. I think that was probably the biggest one we've seen so far. But straight down the other end with Lefty.
Good tackle from Vieira there at the back. Frenkie de Jong tackling the ball out of play. Do you think, I know that, look, he's some of the best players in the world, but do you think that was a mistake? Do you think he meant to do a heel-to-heel? I know it's happened to me before.
Yeah.
I've meant to do a heel-to-heel and I've pulled out a rainbow flick.
I think he has, but again, he should take confidence in the fact that he's able to keep bringing the ball forward and keep applying pressure against Lefty, because again, he's in control. He's up by 1 goal, but we've seen 2-1 leads in first legs be enough, really enough across well, yesterday anyway.
You saw Sergio Ramos there at the back. Just been informed, actually, eagle-eyed, and fellow commentator Lisa Manley saying, actually, Ramos has come in for Diogo at the back. He was playing Varane in the first leg. He swapped that out, and now Ramos comes into centre-back alongside him. What do you read into that, Ryan?
I don't know. For me, it was a bit of a shock that he wasn't even in the squad initially. I think Ramos is the best centre-back on the game, and partnered up with Vieira has been a common theme amongst all of the player squads that we've seen with Ramos in there, because Vieira seems to be that staple player, and then besides him, I think Levy was the only player. I think Levy used Maldini. I can't remember exactly, but again, most of the players will be using Vieira and Ramos in at centre-back. So I personally would prefer Ramos over Vieira. Over Varane. So I'm not shocked that, well, it's not a shock to me that Diogo has opted for the change.
Does Vieira have to play? And I know that he's unbelievable, but is there not part of you that wants to experiment Ramos and Varane, the two Real Madrid centre-backs, or does Vieira need to be in there for chemistry purposes as well? Because that is something that you have to play into if you need the icon link to get another player on chemistry. Vieira then needs to play.
Yeah, I think Vieira's in the team. He has to be in the team, regardless. I think even though there are other cards in the game now that do have better stats on paper, I just feel like those icons out there, the top tier ones, just have that something extra. They have the physical presence. We see it with Ruud Gullit. Ruud Gullit he's overpowered by the likes of Luka Modric, for example, has potentially, well, I think he actually does have better stats than him by quite some margin across the board. So again, it's all personal preference, but for me, likes of Ruud Gullit, Vieira, R9, Ronaldo, they're the three icons that have to be in the team. And then you've got the likes of Pele, potentially over Mbappe. Some players using Ronaldinho. We saw Tex using Zidane. So I think other than those three, it's all personal preference.
It's funny you say R9 there, because in a number of the other regions, chance whipped across the box. Mbappe picks it up. Elastico, reverse Elastico, back to back. Llorente stands up strong to it. Specifically in East Asia, I think it was. R9 was in maybe 2 of the squads, and that was it. It just wasn't used. It was Pele, Neymar, Mbappe, CR7. They got the nod. R9 wasn't a factor. I think the only thing we could really put that down to was potentially the maybe high ping in some regions where you're connecting further distances. R9 a little bit maybe clunkier than a Pele is, who can twist and turn, a little bit more agile in the higher ping games.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it's a weird one. R9 is a little bit like Marmite. You either love him or you hate him. I was one of the players at the start of the year. I wasn't a huge fan of him. I preferred Pele just because, as you said, he's more nimble, he's more responsive on the ball. You can turn quicker. But once you get used to R9 and everything he offers with a 5-star, adding to the unpredictability around the box, he's got the strength as well to sort of muscle off defenders and be a bit more stronger than, of course, Pele, who is a bit more, I dare say, fragile on the ball. But again, it's all personal preference. It depends if you want to have one of your strikers to be a bit more stocky. Then you could have Neymar next to him, or you could have Pele and Ronaldo or CR7. It all varies.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of sorts of opportunities and players there to use. I think variation is good as well, and having options is good. It's something that in previous FIFA titles, it's sort of been, there's only 15, maybe 20 players that are viable that you can actually use. Cruyff, Eusebio, those sorts of players. And this year, especially in FIFA, I'd probably say, 30, 40 players that you could use. You could go icon heavy with Johan Cruyff, Pele, R9, Ronaldinho. You could go team of the year heavy. You could go team of the season heavy. Players like Leon Goretzka, who are unbelievable. They can certainly do a job, but just don't feature in the squads.
Yep, exactly. And so I just want to speak about, there were 2 chances there for both of these players where R9 was in. Like, genuinely, one for a through ball there from lefty, didn't play it, and then Diogo sort of closer towards it, could have led to a chance in and around the area, just didn't play the through ball. I'm not sure why. I feel like, as I said, there's a lot at stake. You don't want to play those passes at 50-50. You'd rather just opt for a safer option in possession, not trying to give away needless possession. But even there, could potentially have been slightly offside, but a lot of players in a normal day would take that risk. But there's just so much up for stakes here.
Yeah, you don't want to give possession back to your opponent no matter what. That's why you're seeing extra passes, you're seeing extra touches inside the box. A lot of player locks been coming out from both of these two. It's a mechanic that you sometimes see used, you sometimes see neglected, but both Diogo and Lefty have been quite prominent with the player locks in the final third. Maybe not successful all the time, but they're happy to use that game mechanic. We've got Bruno Fernandes. He's being pickpocketed by Ruud Gullit. And a chance for Lefty to turn it over. Neymar in on goal. Gullit's defending. Oblak, the ball somehow, I thought we were going to go through him for a second. Just manages to clamber back onto the top of it.
Those are the passes I was talking about being wide open. Even then, that was could have been a quick counter attack there from Diogo. But Lefty's starting to just flood a few more bodies forward, take that risk a little bit more, because there's 20 minutes left. He could be out if he doesn't, or definitely will be out if he doesn't start to create a few more chances.
Ronaldo, ball roll, scoop turn. Alphonso Davies comes across and does well. Yeah, he'll certainly be out of the winner's bracket. He'll be down in that loser's bracket. He'll be in the trenches, trying to fight his way through against so many other top competitors. Everybody in this round of 32. There's no easy matches. Everybody is just incredible at FIFA, and it's going to come down to the narrowest of margins. Diogo, 15 minutes left here. Has to see this game out if he wants to book his place in the round of 16. Ronaldo, dink to the back post. Ah, 9! Nothing the goalkeeper can do about it. As Diogo all smiles. 3-1.
That's big. He needed that goal. Gives him that cushion now, and it looks as if Lefty's definitely going to have to start changing something. They're going to have to contribute or push forward a few more players into the attack, because now it's definitely an uphill battle to get back into it. Coming into the latest season, you see the highlight, the chip across, the easy finish for R9 Ronaldo, and the outpour of emotion from Diogo.
Yeah, it was a great little ball. Not the actual assist, but the key pass. The inside ball, just teeing it up to Cristiano Ronaldo. He lofted it to the back post, and with, what, 12, 13 minutes left to play here, Lefty finds himself in a very tough situation. 2 goals needed to force extra time. Unless the loser's bracket calls his name. Which nobody wants. Nobody wants the loser's bracket calling you.
Yeah.
Ronaldinho, Bruno Fernandes introduced alongside Acuna, attacking substitutions for the German. Cristiano Ronaldo, spread out wide to Marcos Llorente. He gets past Ruud Gullit. Llorente doesn't have the weak foot or the skill moves to really be a creative influence in the final third there. Doesn't have a good heel to heel in his locker or a scoop turn. Comes forward again here, left stick dribbling. Ronaldinho, he's got all the tricks in the book. Mbappe, player lock, back to Llorente on the edge, opens up the space for De Jong now. Played back out wide to Llorente, player locked again to the edge of the box for Frenkie De Jong. Seems a little bit all over the place. That's a beautiful turn from Ronaldo. Jan Oblak with another huge save.
That's a massive save. That was beautiful attacking there from Lefty. I'm not sure if he even meant that second player look to go on to De Jong there, as we see a fantastic block there from Diogo. But Oblak's been phenomenal so far, keeping out Lefty. We see the counter attack here to end the game for Diogo. Just offside. If that counter attack would have been good, the game would have been over. However, Lefty with 2.5 minutes and change, trying to force the ball through. It's not going to fall for him. And I think Diogo will find himself continuing in the winner's bracket. Lefty will be dropping down, and we'll have a treacherous run as the headset comes off. Diogo knows he's done enough. Falcons Diogo. 3-1 victory against number 4 seed Borussia Esports Lefty. Ryan, coming to you straight after the game. What are your thoughts on a big performance for Falcons Diogo? Big performance. A massive win for Diogo as well, to just give him that extra step towards reaching the grand final. I believe he needs to win 2 more winner bracket rounds to do that. So it's not that far away. But for Lefty, of course, losing first game is tough, but he's still in. Of course, we have the loser bracket, which is a great thing that's been introduced for the season. So he still has that hope to bounce back after this early loss in the day.
I mean, look, you said it didn't seem a long way away for Diogo. It seems 100 miles away for Lefty right now. Plenty more games that have been taking place. We saw a little bit of a cracker starting to form between Dylan Mike and Hex and God Mode. Brandon Smith, what has happened in the second leg?
There's been a lot that's happened in the second leg, Richard. You wouldn't believe that there is 52 spots in the Global Series rankings between these two players, because the Italian player in Hex on God Mode, the man that knocked out Tex, came back flying in the tie. This one made it 3-3 after just 13 minutes. Cristiano Ronaldo being the goal machine. Dolomite came back fighting down the other end, as you can probably see here. An absolute shambles at the back. Edwin van der Sar caught in no man's land. And there was more to see in that game, because the Hexagon player, of Hexagon Esports, had to come back fighting again. He scored a goal just before the 60th minute mark. And I can tell you right now, this game is in extra time. So lots still to play for here in day 2.
That game currently underway still. We'll find out who will be going through. Ryan, thoughts on that one quickly? Hex in God Mode, he's the real deal.
Yeah, he's playing really, really well. That goal there that he gave away, though, it's tough to watch. But yeah, extra time still, it could go either way.
Yeah, it certainly could. And that will be a shock seeing Dylan Mike in the losers bracket here in round number 1 on day 2. We had an all-Scandinavian affair between Optole and Marcuso. We're going to be watching that game from the second leg, I believe. This game, an unbelievable matchup. Second leg underway. 0-0 currently. I'm hearing in leg 1, the only highlight in the game was a red card for Optole, and he had 0 shots in the entire game. That coming from our very own Nightwatch, who's been keeping an eye on all these matches and providing us the storylines for the games that we can't see. Optole and Marcuso, 2 top players. I mean, completely different sides of the Swiss rounds. Ryan, one flew through, and the other in Marcuso, it was a struggle, 0-2 to 3-2. But it doesn't seem like a quick start from either of these two. 0-0 in the first leg.
Yeah, I think, as you said, genuinely 2 opposite ends of the spectrum on their performances from day 1. One started off really well and continued it. One started off poorly in terms of his wins, and then picked it up to get into today. And that's a fantastic goal from Marcuso there with the Elasticos to go 1-0 up early on in the second leg.
Beautiful play from the Copenhagen man. Cristiano Ronaldo, he wheels away in celebration. Skillful, precise, and deadly with the Elasticos. Left-footed strike at the near post. And that will file Marcuso into a winning position. Just want a few words from you on Marcuso, Ryan, because he is a top player. He's been a pro player for a few years now, in all honesty. He broke onto the scene quite young, really. FIFA 17, he won the Club World Cup, and he has been one of those players that is very consistent year in, year out. He's always in the playoffs, he's always on his way to the E-World Cup, and there's a reason that he's a top player. I mean, 2-time E-World Cup grand finalist. Beautiful reply from Optole, heel to heel past the goalkeeper, and finishes at the near post. But Marcuso, when you talk about FIFA 18, FIFA 19, I think FIFA 18, in fact, it was the he lost against Stefano Pina to push through. FIFA 19, he had a great grand final as well. He turns up at the big moments and the big occasions.
He does, and again, he's on a hot run after the 2 early losses yesterday. So he's on a big win streak, and he's hoping to continue it against Optole. But I like that goal there, just a heel-to-heel round the goalkeeper. It's starting to become a common theme. There's a lot of players now that utilize that, because the goalkeeper does fall to the ground and it leaves an open net to finish in, which Optole does make the most of. And again, as you say, both of these players will have different mindsets coming into this. I think there's probably more to lose for Optole, I would say. Again, being 5-0, you want to start off as you did, or start off as you ended the day before. But for Marcuso, I think he's on a hot run. It's really hard to say who would have more confidence. I think both of these players will be at their peak level of confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. Optole, I mean, doesn't get much better than a day 1, really, does it? Perfect across the board. He's just a top player. And really, Sweden in general have provided us with some unbelievable FIFA talent. Truly, I mean, it's a region that just seems to continue to provide FIFA talent. Both players in the Swiss that went 5-0, both Swedish, Oilito and Optole. As you see, Optole from right to left here in that orange strip. Marcuso from left to right in the Copenhagen kit. But a decent bit of success this year, Copenhagen. Chance at the near post, that's Neymar. Beautiful finish. Both goals coming off the back of heel-to-heel flicks and just striking the ball straight away into the near post.
It's a great goal again with the heel-to-heel. He needed that, to be honest. He's come back now from that 1-goal deficit against Marcuso, who is a tough player to break down. You speak about across the years how effective he's been. He scores a lot of goals. He's involved in great games and great spectacles, no matter the opponent, and it's no change here.
Chance to come down the other end. Ronaldo just looking to knock it out of his feet. To say the first leg ended 0-0, these two leaving nothing on the line here. I should say leaving everything on the line. No stone left unturned between Marcuso and Optole. Ronaldo, ball roll scoop turn inside the box, and that will be 2-2. Goals galore in leg 2.
4 goals already in, what, 30 minutes? Between the both of these players, and of course the first leg did end 0-0 with a red card for Optole. Now this game has started off fantastically well. I would say, of course, we didn't get the luxury of seeing the first leg, but I'm not sure exactly when Optole did get the red card. But I would say Marcuso might feel a little bit worse. Like, if I'm Optole and I've got a red card in that game, I'd feel happy to go into the second leg at 0-0, because he's managed to keep that clean sheet going into the second game. He's not at a loss. He doesn't have to fight back from any loss from the first leg. But for Marcuso, maybe he could have capitalized a little bit more. Again, it's hard to say because we weren't able to see the first leg.
Comes up the other end here, Marcuso. Carlos Alberto, we've seen him introduced. 54th minute red card it was in leg number 1. A bridge touch past the goalkeeper and was clattered by the defender on the line, I think, coming back. Chance, Schmeichel, good save at the near post. Corner played short. Bruno Fernandes here. He tries to knock it into Patrick Vieira. Neymar, Ronaldo, R9. Twisting, turning. Vieira's the man coming back. Ball scoop turn. Vieira just does enough. Spreading the ball out wide to Kylian Mbappe here. Hullet takes over. That second goal went in there from Marcuso. It's been a little bit quieter here in leg number 2 here as we approach half-time, and that will do us for the first half of action between these two Scandinavian stars. Optole against Marcuso, 2-2. Going into the second half of action here between these two. Dylan Mike up against Hexen Godmode was a game that we were keeping a very close eye on. It went into extra time, and I believe we have got a final scoreline there. Let's head over to Brandon Smith to give us all the details.
Yeah, well, it went right down to the very end this game. As we said, there was lots to talk about in terms of extra time, and then there was penalties. It was 4-4 after 2 legs between these two. As I said, Dolomite is the #1 ranked Xbox player here on the X. What on earth is happening at the back here, first and foremost, the most to talk about. 5 minutes played. And then there was this late chance. Ronaldo reverse Elastico finds the chance for Dolomite. 118th minute. At that point, you're thinking, that's all done. That's all said and done. Surely not. This man is all about drama. Hexen Godmode, thank you very much. Neymar took us to pens. And this is where it got even more interesting. 5-5 into the penalty shootout. Remember, this is to stay on the winner's bracket side. Up stepped Hexen Godmode with Cristiano Ronaldo. Dolomite had to then step up and try and score with Ronaldo. He did that perfectly well. When it came down to the big moment, Bullet stepped up, scored, and that was the goal to send him into the winners bracket side. This man is all about the upsets. Excellent good mode is in the next round of the winners bracket.
Wow. Dullen Mike goes down to the losers bracket. Lefty and Dullen Mike both in the losers bracket. We talked about shocks yesterday. We've only been live and now we're in 10 minutes. We're already starting to see shocks emerge here, Ryan. Unbelievable stuff. Dullen Mike losing that match, and he was going to have an unbelievable journey if he wants to get to the FIFA E World Cup Grand Final.
Wow. Talk about drama again. Hexagon involved in last minute drama. That goal, 120th minute into the added time as well. He gets that beautiful goal there to send him into penalties and to win penalties as well. I was saying yesterday, for the player that tends to concede on the last minute, they always seem to lose the penalty shootout, because again, you have that knock-in morale. You're already mentally prepared that you're going to go through because it's so late in the game. You don't think you'd concede another chance. But yeah, he's the giant slayer. He's taken some names, that's to say at the least, and he should be proud of his performances.
He will continue his run here in the tournament. I can't wait to see what could be coming up in his future. Was that to get some more full-time results coming into you from this opening round of fixtures in the winners bracket round 1. Got to remember, some players won't be being eliminated at this point. They'll just be dropping down to the losers bracket. So their tournament and hopes of an E-World Cup Grand Final still up for grabs, Ryan Pessoa, but it's much easier to go through the winners bracket than it is the losers bracket.
Absolutely. I think that's the hardest thing to take as a player, when you feel like you're right there. You're so close to going through or reaching the stage that you want to. And it's just, when you think of it, it's 2 wins and you have the luxury of that loser bracket as well. But you just want to get it out of the way as early as possible. But again, it's easier said than done, because every player is vying for the same thing. Everyone knows what they have to do. They know the round that they need to make in order to make the World Cup itself. So it's going to be so tough. I'm very interested to see if my picks actually make it to the World Cup. We see a block there from Sergio Ramos, potentially another chance, but it goes out for Marcuso's corner.
Yeah, I'll give you one quick one, Ryan, from the first round of fixtures. We'll not tell you them all. I'll just tease you, okay? I'll tease you with a result. I'm going to come to Brad Colston. He had an unbelievable day 1. And this is the difference between having a great day 1 and replicating it on day 2. He lost his opening match 12-3 to Inter Esports Levi Frederic. Levi, wow. 12, Brad Colston 3. It was a 5-3 first leg and then a 7-0 leg 2. Levi won 7-0 in leg 2. So the losers bracket really starting to shape up. Some huge names are already down in the losers bracket. And I've just seen one of the fixtures in the losers bracket as well. I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. This is a losers bracket round 1 match, Ryan. Are you ready for this game?
Go on, let me hear it.
Dullen Mike, as we know, versus PSV Dennis.
No. That's rough. That's rough. Dennis
losers
is one of the,
bracket round 1.
Actually, he wasn't, to be fair. He's one of my picks yesterday. I changed it today. But, that's tough. That is going to be a tough game. That's a game, as you say, you could associate with being one of the games, even in the semi-finals. I picked both of them to go the distance. And even behind closed doors, we've spoken about some players who we could think that could go the distance. I think you're doing a little bit better with your predictions than I am, but it's still, again, it's so tough to call.
Chance here for Marcuso in around the box. He's probing. Ruud Gullit. Sergio Ramos just getting a toe back on the ball to force it back to Edwin van der Sar. And likes to play along. We'll have all the full-time results and what that means to the bracket with Jimmy and Mike very shortly indeed. Shocks emerging. Favourites dropping down to the losers bracket. And stars being born here in the European Xbox playoffs. We need to find out who's going to be going through between Marcuso and Optole here into winners bracket round 2, into the last 16. R9 for Marcuso. He looks much more likely to do it. That's a pretty rough tackle, and it will be a yellow card for Marcuso there.
Thought it could have been a little bit more there. We've seen worse, given maybe even another red card, and it's close, this game. I feel like Marcuso sort of played a little bit better in this second half. Optole just playing a bit more reserved, keeping possession a lot more, and waiting for those perfect chances, whereas Marcuso just pressing a little bit higher up the pitch, trying to win the ball back, which is something that is a familiar thing with Marcuso's game style. He's very press heavy. He likes to win with the ball back higher up the field. He likes to score a lot of goals here, and for his sake anyway, he'll be hoping he can score that key goal to push him into that victorious position, and hopefully for his sake anyway, advance into the next round.
It's going to come down to the final 10 minutes here. Extra time is looming on the precipice unless one player can force an opportunity. Ramos playing it round the back here is Marcuso. Is it a little bit early to potentially be playing for the final chance of the game? There's still 10 minutes left in this second half. Looks to have no real incentive to go forward here. Happy to keep possession, happy to play around the back. Risky. Is it a risky strategy, this? 10 minutes of possession to play for one final chance.
It's risky because it feels as if every time if you're going to keep the ball for this long, you have to be very, very confident that you will be able to make that last attack count. Because again, 10 minutes, you could maybe, I guess there probably is one big chance. I don't blame him, in all honesty. You don't want him just to have that risk, because again, that one loss early on in the day, it actually does a lot for your mental state anyway when playing, because you don't want to lose early on. So just trying to limit that risk is very, very key. As we say that, he's giving the ball away.
And the final chance will actually fall for Optole. Frenkie de Jong, he's dispossessed by Marcuso. Chance to come forward. Extra time will be on the cards between these two. Between Gothenburg's Optole and Marcuso from FC Copenhagen. We've actually seen FC Copenhagen's Modarami. It was about this time last year. He won the stay-at-home cup. I think you were involved with that particular event, Ryan.
Yeah.
It's always fun when we get to see sort of footballers and celebrities play FIFA, because some of them are like really, really bad, but then some of them really know what they're doing. I remember Declan Rice and Hakimi had a cracking game, and also Modarami obviously coming up and winning it in the end.
You have a good memory. I think that might be one of the very first games or tournaments I've ever casted on anyway. I remember that as well. There being a lot of high-scoring games as well in that competition. But for these players here, it's the dreaded extra time, because again, you don't want to make any mistakes. It's going to be, again, very similar to how the first leg or the second leg ended, just there, Marcuso keeping the ball. I wouldn't be shocked if both of these players start to do that as well, because you've only got 15 minutes to try and prod on in each half. So yeah, you don't want to make a mistake.
Chance. Marcuso, Borrell scooped in. Ramos just does enough. Roulette inside the box. Bruno Fernandes gets Buddies behind the ball, and Frenkie de Jong will bring it away for Optole. Neymar, plenty of runners in front of him. Mbappe gets the ball slid into him. He is onside, killing Mbappe here. Back to Neymar. Mbappe. A little shimmy. Doesn't buy any room with the skill move, and again, it's going to be a slow build-up here. Neymar looking for Ronaldo. Vieira does well. Ball falls back to Optole. Cristiano Ronaldo. Ramos in pursuit. Neymar. Ronaldo. Awful touch. I think it was a tackle and a touch. Just went awry for him. But everything's falling the Swedes' way currently. Are we going to see a chance before half-time here? Vinicius Junior, he's fresh off the bench, and they're getting another upgrade with Brazil's win last night in the Copa America against Chile. Ronaldo Looking for Neymar. Ronaldo again. Breezes past Ramos. Ball scooped in. Vinicius Junior. Neymar. Mbappe. Great goal on the stroke of half-time here in leg number 2 in extra time. And it was team of the season, Kylian Mbappe, the scorer.
That's a big goal there, coming at perfect time just before the interval in extra time. No better time, if anything, there for Optole to break the deadlock between both of these players. Mbappe on his left foot as well. It was a well-worked chance there. I thought maybe he'd done a little bit too much, but he done just enough there to get the shot at goal.
Incredible game between these two top players. Unfortunately, one of them will be going down to the losers bracket. Optole in the driver's seat right now. Winners round 1, leg number 2. You're watching the Xbox European playoffs. Deep in extra time here between Marcuso and Optole. Have we not seen the free-flowing attacking play that led him to be 5-0 in Swiss yesterday from Optole yet? But he's getting the job done. And that's all that matters at the minute. Frank de Jong playing the ball into Vinicius Junior. De Jong again, he gets tackled by Vieira. Chance will come to nothing for him. This game's getting very scrappy all of a sudden, Ryan.
It is. You can see the nerves starting to kick in for both of these states. They know what they have to do. Of course, Optole just needs to hold out Marcuso's barrage of attacks, and Marcuso knows he has to score to stand any chance. Oh my God. Neymar has just missed one of the key chances we've seen throughout this weekend so far. That's a big chance. That has to go in as well on a 5-star weak foot. That's tough.
Cuts it back. First time strike from Neymar. Wide of the post. Did he have time to take a touch there? Did he have time to settle it?
I think he did, you know, I'll be honest.
Questions. I mean, not only are we answering those questions, but Marcuso will be thinking all those things in his head. When you're in this situation, when you're a pro player and you're playing a game of this magnitude, Ryan, and you make a mistake, you make a bad miss, you make an error, how long does it actually take you to forget about it? Like, because surely we always say, you've got to forget about that straight away, but you can't. You're thinking about it. You think about what could have been. How long does it actually take in-game?
I'd say until you get another big chance that you're able to make the most of it. A lot of players, as you say, easier said than done. The best thing is just to forget about it because you genuinely can't do anything about it. It's gone now. The best thing is just to move on, try and create another chance and try and take some positives from it. But again, much easier said than done. I would say it sort of goes when you manage to create another chance. Whether you take that chance or not, it's down to that situation. But it looks as if Optole will be winning this game unless we see some drama, but he's at the corner flag here. There's not long enough for Marcuso to win possession and break down the field, and Optole does win as actually, yeah, the whistle does blow in fact, as Marcuso loses the first round of the day and falls into the loser bracket.
Yeah, Marcuso will go down to the losers bracket. Optole continues his perfect run in the tournament thus far. 3-2 victory. He will be moving on into the winners bracket round of 16. Ryan Pessoa. I think lots of other games currently finished, maybe just coming to the closing stages of them. We'll find you all the details coming up very shortly indeed. I think that the big thing, Ryan, for me in that game, Optole is still not lost. How invincible will he feel right now?
Very. Again, he's defeated another top player that has reached the World Cup before in previous previous iterations of FIFA. Sorry. So he's 6-0 technically, 5 wins in the Swiss format yesterday, the 1 win already today. So he'll have that confidence knowing that he didn't play his best, but he done enough to win the game against Marcuso.
Well, we saw one Swede finish 5-0 in Optole in the Swiss round. He continued his winning way. He's now 6-0, if you're going to count it as that. The other player from Sweden that was perfect in Swiss was Oli Lito. He took on Saf Impact in his opening knockout game, and Brandon Smith has all the goals from it.
Yeah, it was a bit of a dream story, wasn't it, for Olilito? 5-0 in day one. The man that has only not been to a FIFA World Cup. He's done everything else in his FIFA career so far, has the Swede. He went up against Impacts, a player that had to leave it late yesterday into round 5 to qualify for day 2. 1-0 in just 22 minutes in the second leg. And it was one-way traffic for the Swedes. Next thing you know, it was 4 goals to 2. This goal coming from R9 Ronaldo at the halfway mark. But it wasn't done just yet. Olilito wanted more, and more goals is exactly what he got. This was to make it 3-0 in the game. 5 goals to 2 in aggregate, and just to rub those extra little bits of salt in the wounds for Impacts. Unfortunately, drops down to loser bracket. Olilito 6-0 has not lost again.
Olilito perfect so far in the tournament alongside his Swedish national teammate in Optole. Lots of shocks, lots of surprises in round 1, but the 2 top seeds, well, they continue unbeaten into the winners bracket round of 16. We're going to head back over to Jimmy and Mike to break down all the other fixtures and results from round 1.
Thank you, Richard and Ryan and Brandon. Wow, we thought there were going to be some surprises, and there were some big ones, Mike LaBelle, but also some players that actually lived up to their hype. I'm looking at the Swedish players in particular, getting the job done against their opponents. Any big surprises for you after seeing these first games? Because I really feel like the first game of the day really sets the tone for the rest of your day.
I mean, Dolan Mike is the big takeaway, the big surprise. He's going to have to battle now through the losers bracket. And we often talk about the narrative of you go down to the losers bracket and these players make the comeback and they make it happen. But this is a little bit of a different circumstance because you're playing for FIFA E World Cup status. And now you're 1 game away. There's different pressure, different levels of tension. This is going to be a very emotionally taxing day for a lot of these competitors. You see the updates here. Olilito, we just talked about it, got the job done, going up against Jaden. Denuso also taking down K-Kare, which I'm looking forward to this Denuso-Diogo matchup. I think that's going to be a classic. I don't know if I have any say on what we're watching, but I'd love to watch that matchup if we could get a little rerun with Diogo on the stream. You see Gaucho and Zidane, your man Zidane, getting the job done and moving forward. This is the big upset that I was talking about. Hexon got it. It was a crazy game as well. If you're just tuning in, he scored in the 120th minute in order to force the penalty kicks, and then from there, of course, getting the result. He's going to be facing off against a Danish counterpart or opposition. Optale still undefeated, but it was close. Like, we can make these arguments all day about the Swedes still being undefeated, and they are, and they deserve to be, but we're not talking about blowout victories here or extreme levels of confidence. Very, very fine margins. Going up against Peixoto, that's going to be a test. Musty versus Inrasic. Levy still in the competition. You love to see it. Another Swede as well next to him. And then Benny, CR7, which has been the adjusted player to watch. If you talked to Ryan earlier, he was in his prediction saying that he was super impressed with him yesterday. I would agree with that. I'll build on top of his argument, his claim. And now you see the losers bracket matchups. If you lose here, you're done. Dusted. No more tournament. Console off. End of your competitive year. This is going to be kind of crazy. It's
so harsh. It's a harsh way of looking at it, Mike LaBelle, but you're right. If these players lose in the losers bracket, they're done. Their season is over.
No doubt about it. And maybe the most unexpected matchup, the one that's just jumping off the page, tells me to say something, talk about it, please circle it. Dolan Mike versus PSV Dennis. 2 players that we expected to be battling in the upper bracket for a chance for the FIFA E World Cup. Now one of them is going to eliminate the other. And that's the name of the game. I'm here for it.
I love that you mentioned that one because that's going to be our featured match the next time we get popping off, though. Actually, K-Kare versus Lefty is a rematch of the final of the first European qualifier of the season. So I'm keeping my eye on that one as well. Now, here's my favorite part of our broadcast. It is Mr. Mike LaBelle doing our Telestrator play of, well, not necessarily the day, but at least of this first round of games. What do you have for us?
Well, we're going to review the Hexon God upset against Dolan Mike, and this is the crazy goal that needed to happen. It was late. It was great. You see multiple cancellations, but look at the composure.
Oh, composure.
101. Stop. Pop. Neymar. A little bit of an elastico right here. Watch the breakdown near post. It is good to go. Clean, crisp, precise.
Oh, God. That's why he's called God mode, Mike LaBelle. I mean, when you're pulling that off in the 120th minute. And then he had the composure and the wherewithal to keep it together. Do you feel like Dolan Mike was emotional at that point, giving up a goal in the 120th minute, and that maybe threw him off for penalties?
I think he's probably a little bit surprised.
You think he was on tilt? I bet he was on tilt.
Oh, I guarantee he's not happy right now. I hope whoever's in his ear from a coaching standpoint is just telling him to calm down and that you can still recover. You can still make the FIFA World Cup. This tournament's not done for you. Because those are some of the hardest matches to bounce back from because you had the game. And he gave up multiple cancellations. He also allowed Hexon God Mode to attack the end line, attack the wings. And the reason I bring that up is because the clock is in your advantage, is part of the factor for Dolan Mike. If he's able to make him resurface or recycle once, referee blows the whistle, he doesn't get to play advantage. So you knew that he had to attack that end line. He had to go down that sideline, and you still let him get there, and then he pulls it back with Neymar. It's a beautiful goal, and it allows him to progress.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how Dolan Mike copes with that adversity. But our champion always figures out a way to get to the finish line, to become a champion, earn that money, get that trophy, book your ticket for the E-World Cup. If you guys want to join the conversation, hit us up on Twitter at EA FIFA Esports. Use that hashtag FGS21 and put yourself in the shoes of Dolan Mike. Would you be on tilt right now, and could you handle getting it together to beat PSV Dennis? That is going to be our featured match right after this short break. So don't go anywhere.
Here's Eusebio. Oh, nice. Massive chance for Razek. Nicholas Razek, you are the FUT Champions Cup champion here in Bucharest.
Hi, my name is Niklas Razek. I'm also known as nRazek7. I'm playing for Guild Esports in the EU region, and welcome to my masterclass. I'm gonna show you guys how to defend like a pro in FIFA 21. I'm gonna show you guys how to defend around the box. Here you can see what's really important is to cover the striker, which I did here. You have to cover the difficult space with your CDM. What he's gonna do here now is he's gonna pass to the CDM, and then you have to just keep trying to cover the strikers with your CDMs. So now he got the ball to a striker, and I know that he's passed my CDMs, and now it's time to pick your defenders because you can't get the ball with your CDMs anymore. So what I do here is select my first CB and try to get the ball, but then I realized that I don't get the ball, so I switch at this moment to Walker, because I know he is going to pass to R9, and I managed to get the ball here. So the most important thing about defending around the box is that you always stay patient and always try to stay close to your opponent, but don't be too aggressive, and literally go with this movement and wait for the second he does a mistake, and then try to take a chance and get the ball at this point. Okay, so the next thing which I'm going to show is how to use team press in the opponent's half to make pressure on him and score goals from it. So as you can see here, he got the ball with the CB, and I use team press because I know he's going to pass to his keeper. Now everything is like my whole team is pushed up, and the only possibility for him is to make a long ball. And I know that he's going to do a long ball, so I just select my right back in that case and try to get in front of him, which I managed to do. I get the ball, and I'm already in his third, and I'm managing to score an easy goal. That was it with my masterclass on how to defend in FIFA 21. I hope you guys enjoyed it and are able to bring that into your game, and see you all on the pitch.
The FIFA 21 Global Series European qualifiers are brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
This is the first time Dolan Mike has ever gone this far in a tournament. First time he's ever gotten to the third day of a tournament.
Attack after attack after attack from the German. to R9. One more goal would finish this. Dolomite, congratulations.
But now I won. It's just the feeling is better than ever before.
Dolan Mike is the wonder kid out of Germany.
It's the voice of an angel. He plays the FIFA of a god.
This man is 9-1 up, 10-1 up.
Don't score, don't,
Come on,
please.
Dolan Mike is a man who has no mercy.
We're going to have to call this patch the Dolan Mike patch from now on, because it is literally made for him.
My name is Dolan Mike. I got the deepest voice, the longest neck, and we're getting dubbed. I'm not stopping today. I'm not stopping tomorrow. Run up the 5 at the back.
Welcome back to day 2 of the European playoffs. Already some exciting action after our first round of games. We have some winners in the winners bracket, and we got some losers in the losers bracket that are looking to survive. We're going to focus now on the losers bracket, and our featured match, Dolan Mike is taking on PSV Dennis. Now, everybody needs to know the stakes. If they lose here, they are out. Their season is over. That is a lot of pressure. And pressure I don't know if I can handle, Mike LaBelle. But this is going to be pretty exciting. There's some big names here. Brad Colson has played very well throughout this tournament. Marcuso feeling pretty unlucky that he lost to Optola. I don't know if you guys saw that one, but it was 0-0 in the first leg. And Optola didn't have a shot on goal. And that is pretty ridiculous. So Marcuso played really well. He's going to feel pretty hard done by. But yes, our featured match, Dolan Mike versus Dennis. Now, Dennis beat God Mode 5-2 to start day 1 yesterday. God Mode just beat Dolan Mike very dramatically in the 120th minute to send it to penalties, and then had the wherewithal and the composure to keep that composure going. So let's talk about Dolan Mike a little bit, just in terms of mentality. How does he get it together? Because this other game, the second one's coming up pretty quick. And what I want to say to you, I guess the question here is, Mike, do you like that he has, if you were playing, you were him, a quick game right after the fact? Or do you feel like it would have been nice to have a little bit of a pause so he could take a few breaths before he picked up the sticks again?
Oh, you're giving me multifaceted questions. Let me try to push through these as much as possible. So with Dolan Mike, as you see his what's going on in terms of maybe his emotional state, I think it would have been nicer if he had a break. Just because the way that he lost that game, and to build off what you just said about Dennis, I think Dennis actually triggered Hex on God Mode. Before Dennis, it was just Hex. After Dennis, Hex was then on God Mode. You gotta remember, Hex on God Mode eliminated Tex yesterday. Potentially eliminates Dolan Mike, at least sent them down to the losers bracket. That's why we're here. And then Dennis was one of those players to watch, a favorite to go with Dolan Mike to make the FIFA World Cup. And now we know 100% one of them is not going to be there. They're not at the big show, the bright lights, the final finish. That's not happening. As you can see, a little more information about Dennis here. And he's really been building this year. It's been the year of PSV Dennis. He's been peaking, and now he's going to have to go through arguably the top competitor in the European region with Dolan Mike.
All right, so let's talk about Dennis a little bit. Only 3-3 in his 6 games so far in this competition in the playoffs. Can now he muster that strength, that mental strength as well? Because he's coming off a loss. It just felt like Dolan Mike really came off a heartbreaking one, giving up that goal in the 120th minute. What do you like about Dennis's game in particular?
I believe in his combination from a mentality standpoint, and then also having balanced gameplay, which is really important, is being able to adjust, pivot against different types of opponents. I also don't feel this weekend that we've seen the best from Dennis, and I think that he'd agree with that. Whereas Dolan Mike was pretty good outside of the loss that just happened today. He looked like himself. He expressed what he was looking to do. He scored a lot of goals, offensively gifted, aggressive, definitely one of the favorites. But it doesn't really matter. It's a new day. We had a reset, replay. Now both these guys lose their bracket, 1st versus 12th. Seeding really doesn't matter.
Confidence isn't high for either one of these players. Who do you think is going to find what they need, that strength to get this result? What's your prediction?
I might be a jinx, because I did this yesterday where I said I can't see Fnatic Tex not making it to day 2. And I went with Tex, and he lost against Hex on God Mode. And I kind of have the same theory here. I said from early on, Dolan Mike is one of my guys to watch. I just can't see a FIFA World Cup without Dolan Mike there. So he's going to have to battle through the lower bracket to do it, but I don't think he's going home yet.
I wouldn't count him out either, but Dennis has got something special about him, and I feel like we've seen anything. The constant theme throughout this tournament is the fact that it's chaotic. We don't know what's going to happen. There are a ton of surprises. We'll see if we have another one now, which means we're going to throw it over to the casters, Brandon Smith and Lisa Manley, who have the call of this very, very important game for both of these players. Take it away, you two.
Thank you very much, Jimmy and Mike LaBelle. And yes, we're back for day 2. Joining me on the commentary booth for another day of FIFA action is professional FIFA player of Revolution Esports, Lisa Manley. Lisa, what a first game we've just seen, and what a selection of first games we've just seen. And it's safe to say there's no guarantees here. This is elimination FIFA. If you lose today, you can forget about the FIFA World Cup.
Yeah, exactly that. Yesterday, it was great. You know, yesterday we see a lot of players that we thought were actually going to go through actually lose. Today, we've seen a lot of favourites go to the loser bracket, especially this game, you know. We thought both of these would have been at the World Cup, and one of them is going out right now.
Oh, absolutely. And I think what you said on top of that as well is that there's no guarantees. You know, you can have a great year. Dula Mike is #1 ranked on the Xbox. He had such a good year. He's in an elimination game of FIFA, at least. If he loses against the man that's ranked 12th, one of those two will not be going to the FIFA World Cup. And it goes to show you one thing that certainly surprised me in the playoffs is there is no guarantees. You can have such a good year. You can be a virtual league winner, such as Dennis Van Hoven is in the Eredivisie, or you can be a qualifier winner, such as Dula Mike is. But there are no guarantees, Lee. So you still need to turn up across the 3 days and play your best FIFA if you want to be in the FIFA World Cup.
Yeah, exactly. There's no guarantees. Obviously, every game's going to be tight. There's a lot of pressure on the line as well with booking that ticket. So I think this game is going to be probably a few mistakes that you wouldn't really expect just because of how much is on the line.
Absolutely. Well, as you said, there isn't just FIFA World Cup spots on the line. There's a lot of cash on the line this weekend. $400,000 in prize money. This is how the breakdown looks. Talk about a payday. Talk about saving your best performance until the very end. Well, if you win tomorrow, Championship Sunday coming your way tomorrow, same place, same time, here on EA's Twitch channel and YouTube broadcasting channel. $100,000 will go to top prize. Second place picks up 70k and we go down from there. But focus on 1st to 7th/8, because those 8 players, and of course number 9 as well, will secure at least $10,000 and a FIFA World Cup spot. So some serious money on the line, Ellie, so that, you know, for a lot of these players, it can be life-changing.
Yeah, exactly. 100,000 is just so much money, and especially some of these are so young. You know, you got Jaden, 16, you got Nixneb, very young as well, and I think even Dula Mike, 19. They're so young, and it could help so much in life with just family and just living, really.
And for some of these players, they've never won an event before, Lisa, so it's a case of a serious payday. This is the teams that we will be taking a look at. Yesterday, we saw a lot of Path to Glory Path to Glory Lorente in general being used. Now we're getting the addition of Acuna in there as well. We're hearing that Argentina have had a great run in the recent Copa America. What do you make of that team, Lisa?
Yeah, it's a great team. Obviously, he's got all the prime icons that you expect. It's interesting to see Ronaldinho because a lot of the players have used Pele. But, you know, you've got prime moments R9, prime moments Hullet, Vieira. He's got Mbabu at left back, but you don't really see too much. Oblak in goal, which is just obviously a favourite for him. Most people use Van der Sar moments or Schmeichel moments. So, yeah, it's a great team overall.
As you can probably guess, Acuna goes into left back and Mbabu comes across to one of the centre-back options as well. Do not worry, you know, there isn't going to be Ruud Hullet, for example, starting as a centre-back. In-game, that will change and Patrick Vieira will drop down. There's just a lot of love for that Lorente at the moment, so it seems, Lisa. Any contents to why that Path to Glory item is being loved so much? I'm guessing a big part of it is that link to Sergio Ramos.
Yeah, he's obviously a strong link to Ramos as well, and he's just a great all-round player. He's fast. And he's just strong, obviously. You know, same other people in the team as well. You got Vieira. You know, he's playing in the centre mid spot as well, just because people want the full chem on him at centre back. Obviously, it doesn't matter if your centre mid's on 7 chem, so that's why overall. But what a great game this should be, and it's a shame we're going to lose one of these players in these next 2 games.
Well, you've said it absolutely rightly. So this is Elimination FIFA. If you have just tuned in, it's Global Series European Playoffs Day number 2. Here on the Xbox. 32 players arrived today. And by the end of today, 8 players will book a ticket to London for the FIFA World Cup finals in August and also guarantee themselves a spot into Championship Sunday. Dula Mike from left to right comes off the back of a penalty defeat where he lost to the Italian player who's been taking down all the big names in Hexon Godmo. PSV Dennis also finds himself down a loser bracket. Dula Mike stings the hands of Edwin van der Sar. What a save that was. from the Flying Dutchman. Quite literally tipped that one round the right-hand post. This is one-way traffic, though, so far from Dylan Mike. Looking for just a chance to breathe. Dennis Van Hoven. Hiltwell in the box. Dylan Mike strikes first in this one. 8 minutes on the clock. No smiles or smirks. It's all business from the German.
Yeah, great goal, to be honest with you. Heel to heel, and then he's not going to miss from there. Saw over the same opportunity just a minute ago where he heel to heel and aimed it towards the left-hand side of the goal, which I thought was interesting. That time he actually went to the far post, and obviously he's not going to miss from there with CR7.
It's only taken 8 minutes for the goals to start flying in here. These two actually faced, believe it or not, back in qualifier number 4. They played in a winner's bracket semi-final. That's where we saw Dylan Mike win that game and send Dennis Van Hoven down into a loser bracket. Just echoing the words of Mike LaBelle, it's been a breakout year for the Flying Dutchman in terms of the Global Series rankings. He's flown his way up the Global Series rankings, and also to stardom. He was the Eredivisie champion alongside his good friend and teammate of PSV, Ali Rizarega. I actually had the pleasure of travelling out to Denmark a couple of weeks ago before these playoffs kicked off to see PSV in action in part of the Nordic Masters, where they did win that tournament. A couple of conversations across the 2 days, and just echoed that it's been a big year for him. He's been really impressed of what he's been able to achieve. And so he should be. You know, you look at people that have had many breakout years in FIFA esports in general. You know, looking at NFG, Jadon Scoopton, there's Ronaldo, brilliant save from Jan Oblak. Has to come in again. Talk more about players having breakout years in a split second as possession changes hands. But I think where this year's been so different, Lisa, we've had, you know, regional locked events, qualifiers, virtual leagues. There is just so much opportunity for new names to emerge now in FIFA esports.
Yeah, exactly. And also, to qualify for these events is actually really hard. And some of the players that are performing in this competition, we haven't seen at all, i.e. Jadon. You know, he was close to qualifying. He lost in the final and then lost in the losers final to actually qualify for an event in FUT Champs Cup 3. So, you know, he's been in and around there as well. I'm pretty sure he did E-Prem as well. So, yeah, what a breakout time in this competition he has had.
16 years of age, NFG Jadon. If you missed his last result, he's in the winner's bracket after a penalty win against the Swede Daisiku of AIK. Here's PSV Dennis. Looking to build into R9. Drops the shoulder, little roulette on the ball to try and find the space. Elastico's, wow, it's liquid in the box. It was R9, he was moving and grooving. Very, very nearly. Finding a way back into the tie for PSV Dennis. He wins a corner, played short, should be a goal kick in the end, but very close there, Lisa, for Dennis making that 1-1.
Yeah, very close there. Obviously, you saw a lot of skill cancels there going on hill to hills, and it was great keeper movement from Dylan Mike there to save that, because otherwise I think that was going in.
Did so well to chain the skill moves together. Probably be thinking, how have I not scored that one? Dylan Mike. And forward is R9. Brilliant block from Ramos. Who... Trying to cast my mind back. I don't think I've seen him not involved in any of the teams across the playoffs. That's Sergio Ramos. Newest in-game item that everyone is absolutely loving. And get the perfect link into Llorente. As we've already echoed, that Path to Glory item, he can certainly be a viable option for you. It's nice to see centre-backs being used finally. Pull it. To drive this attack forward. Remember, loser is out of the playoffs. FIFA World Cup will not be happening this year on FIFA 21. Which I think would be a serious storyline. A player that's ranked number 1, but it's sort of been the storyline in these playoffs, Lisa, across all the different regions. Players that may have been ranked number 1 come into the playoffs and they haven't gone to the FIFA World Cup, which is sort of mind-boggling.
Yeah, especially with Joksan as well. He won quite a few of the tournaments, and to go out in the main one so early on, sort of a shock, obviously. Same with Tex as well. We saw him go out, and same with these two here. One of these are going to go out, and it's just crazy to think that everyone was looking at these players coming into this, and now they could lose.
That's a tackle at the back from the area there. Recycles it well. Chance still alive. Cuts it back. Defended just about. CR7 looking to recycle possession for Dennis. No, back to your point, you're absolutely right. I mean, it was Jogson that didn't make it through, and it was actually Tuga, Portuguese PlayStation star, who just a couple of days ago shared a tweet just showcasing all the players that missed out that were ranked #1 in their respective regions. You had Yassir from West Asia, Naylor from Oceania, Resende of South America, Gustavo on the Xbox in North America, Matthias Bonanno. All players that finished the season in the prime position, #1 ranked. They did not make it to the FIFA World Cup. This is not a surprise. However, at this moment, Dolomite can still make it to the FIFA World Cup. Do not take that as we're writing him off by any means, but we're just explaining the story that has been very much common across this global series season, especially in the playoffs. Here's the highlights from the game, and this was the only goal, Lisa, so far.
Yeah, it's been a close game, obviously. They're just trying to see how each other plays, and, you know, great goal there, hill to hill. We've seen quite a lot of that recently, a few hill to hill goals, sort of skill council goals, bridges, directional nutmegs. But yeah, 1-0. I think going into this next game, or next half, Dennis has to sort of try push forward. It is end to end at the moment, but if he gets a goal going into the next leg, he'll be a bit confident trying to see out the win.
This is where you have to bring your A game. There's no second chances now. If you lose, you're out. You can forget about the FIFA World Cup. Win and tournament status will remain alive, at least for another round of FIFA. Long road to Championship Sunday if you want to get that, which includes potentially 5 loser rounds, maybe even 6, 7 or 8, depending on how far you can go. Dolomite now looking for that second goal. Ronaldinho back to CR7. He nearly got that fake shot around Van der Sar. Must be said, there was actually 10 German players that qualified for the playoffs. 8 of them did make it through today too, and it was a fun fact. Back in 2019 in the FIFA World Cup, a quarter of the pack of players, 8 out of the 32, were all German. I don't know why, Lisa, but on the Xbox, German players just seem to be so good.
Yeah, they seem to be dominating the scene at the moment, as you said. Like there's a lot of them in this competition that are still in. So I think maybe I wouldn't even say they put more hours in. I just think maybe they practice against each other a lot because the connection will be great. So I think overall it's amazing for all of them, just, you know, showing love for their country, really.
Just so many players, isn't there? From Germany on the Xbox. Good players too. Half a drag back, can't find the right ball that he was looking for with Ronaldo Nazario. As we know, Dolomite, he has been a FUT Champions Cup champion this year, hence why he is the #1 ranked player. He came all the way back in qualifier #2 in January. Didn't just win his grand final against Nom-Nice out of Israel. He obliterated him in the grand final, 12 goals to 1. Picking up $15,000 in the process. Long ball over the top. Cristiano's onside. Surely got to be a cheeky chip round the goalkeeper. Got to be composed. That's everything the Dolomite will be.
Wow, I don't know what to say, really. I mean, great through ball. I'm pretty sure it was Hullet over the top. And I think he actually, in my opinion, took so long to actually shoot that. And like you said, composed. I mean, it's not the word for that. You know, he took so long and he dragged back, and he's not going to miss from there. I thought maybe the defender might get onto that and stop it. But yeah, 2-0 up. It's going to be really hard for Dennis here to actually come back, because Dolomite's 5-3-2 custom tactics are just great. You know, they sort of all stay compact, and yeah, it's going to be a hard task in here for Dennis.
Absolutely. I mean, you just saw the highlights there again. You get to those moments, I think anyone often panics. Is it a cheeky chip you're looking for? You're looking for a ball roll scoop turn? Just a simple drag back is all that Dolomite was needing there. But he leads by 2 goals to 0. The #1 ranked player from Germany. It would be a shock if he fell in day 2 and he wasn't in the FIFA World Cup final 32. Did play in the last FIFA World Cup, did Dolomite. It was all the way back in 2019, a long time ago. One of the youngest players to ever play in a FIFA World Cup as well. It was Tex originally that was the youngest FUT Champions Cup winner. Then came in Dula Maiku. That sort of label often. Didn't have the FIFA World Cup to remember in 2019. That's why he's so keen to get back there. Grouped in the end. He may have even been coached by Dr. Nightwatch, if I can think back that far. PSV Dennis. Bruno Fernandes now finds Frankie de Jong, half a drag back. This is the chance that needs to go in. Falls back again. Bounce after bounce. It's falling his way, and often when you're behind in a game, Lisa, you need a lucky bounce on your side, and just was not to be the case there for Dennis.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely needs some sort of bounce to go his way, and it didn't there. It's unfortunate, really. I think we may see a pause maybe from him. He's just got to go for it within these last 10 minutes, you know. And he has still got another leg, remember, 90 minutes, so maybe not too much. As we see here, ooh, so close, so close.
It's a great save from Van der Sar. 2 goals is not a safe scoreline. It's a step in the right direction. Final 8. Chance. Oh, wow. 3-0. Dula Mike smashing himself into leg 2 of all the confidence in the world. Pele from distance. Keeper had no chance. And the #1 ranked player is turning up when he really needs to.
Yeah, great skill cancel. Also, you know, Pele, when you get in them positions, he's just not going to miss. It's as simple as that. And 3-0 going into the next leg. He'll be confident, obviously. He'll be a bit upset that he didn't see out the last game, and he obviously lost on penalties. But overall, I think, you know, he's been dominating in this game, and bit of a shock, really, because we all know how good Dennis is.
Final 4 minutes of the first leg. Dula Mike is in cruise control. Something must change for PSV Dennis, because right now he will be on his way out of the playoffs. This is where he does become harsh at times. You're thinking all that hard work you put in all season long, yes, you'll still get a payout of some sort for making the top 32. But you won't be in London. That will pretty much do us for the end of the first leg there, Lee. So that is game 1 concluded between these two in the loser bracket. And he's 90 minutes away from being knocked out of the playoffs. It's harsh, but that's the reality we're in, Lisa.
Yeah, I mean, you know, 3 goals to 0 for Dula Mike. He'll be going confident into the next game. You know, last goal, we've seen a lot of directional nutmegs, and to be honest with you, he did that at the right sort of angle. You know, if you get a 45-degree angle on them, it's literally unstoppable. And yeah, we saw that with Pele there. He's not going to miss from there. So I think going into the next leg, maybe Dennis has to change formation, maybe be more attacking. But when you do that, you could end up, you know, conceding more goals, which is, you don't want to be doing that.
No, you do not want to be doing that indeed. You're thinking, guys, there's so many games playing right now. Give us updates, give us scores. Well, we're going to jump over to this game now in the loser bracket. How suddenly, you know, a brilliant day for Brad Colston is now being flipped on its head to potentially be an awful start to day 2. We joined this game in the 25th minute right now to give you guys a little bit of a lowdown. This is not just a UK derby. I mean, I'm sure they're good friends outside of this game, but it's a Premier League matchup. West Ham United against Burnley. Loser is out of the playoffs. I know Brad has been wanting some coverage and a bit of time on broadcast, but this is his opportunity now. to show how good he is. And he had such a good day yesterday, did Brad Colston of Burnley. He's one of the few players that picked up 4 wins. He went 4-1 yesterday, came into today against Levy. I saw him tweet out Levy before the game saying, whatever happens today, I hope we both just make the FIFA World Cup. That game was 12-3. 12-3 to Levy. That man's not playing games today. He's come out flying. Mental scoreline. Whipped into the box. This is Colston on the charge, looking for the first goal in this game. Flip side, we'll talk about West Ham's Redlac, player that was actually involved in a handful of events this year. He also took part in the E-Lions Eliminator. Basically, that was the pathway to become an E-Line. He had a brilliant run in that tournament. Got very, very close to doing so. I doubt it's been his standout year. He looks to come forward. Chance does well. And it's R9. The little reverse elastico to send him out wide and to send that man into the lead after what was quite a dominant first 38 minutes from Brad Colston.
Yeah, I think it was sort of against the run of play, if I'm honest with you. I think it was a skill cancel there, and he got a bit lucky with the sort of deflection, and for it to go in, I think Brad Colston will be a bit hard done by there. And, you know, these two are, I'd like to mention, they're actually best friends, and they always, you know, they sort of practice against each other all the time. They play in the cups that are going on every day, and yeah, to sort of match against each other, and they could literally send each other out. It's going to be very harsh on each other.
As I said, I bigged it up as a derby, but as you said, I could assure you they're probably good friends outside of this game. 35th respectively, Brad Colston finished his year. Redlac finishing 52nd in the Global Series rankings, just doing enough to ensure he could get through. As we know, Brad went 4-1 yesterday in his game. They both find themselves in a loser bracket. As we said, Levy winning 12 goals to 3, and also to Jex, the Swede, knocking Redlac down to a loser bracket, 7 goals to 2. This is going to do us for half-time here in the first leg. Bit of build-up play. Will there be any chance? Referee, no, plays the corner. Hill to Hill. Ramos. Let's get the ball clear. That's going to do us right at the end there. Penalty shouts waved away from Brad Colston. But wowee, that is the halfway point of that one. Plenty of time still to play in this game, but there is still lots to talk about as well. And I believe our very own Richard Buckley has an update between an all-German affair that's going down. Rich, what is happening, I believe, in the winners or loser bracket? Where are we?
We are in the game between Nusty and Niklas Razek here, 2 top German talents. It's the winners bracket, I have to say, and it was a pretty lackluster first half, to be honest with you. Nothing really happened. The game fired into life, 70th minute. Frankie de Jong, he played it into Ronaldinho fresh off the bench. Lovely Rakaketa cancel before smashing it into the top left corner. But Niklas Razek, as he always does, never backed down. 88th minute, Neymar, directional nutmeg round the corner, left-footed strike to the top bins, and game 2 is perfectly poised, 1-1.
Wow, brilliant stuff there down in that matchup. An all-German affair. We're going to go to a quick break. Now, when we return, we'll have part 2 of Dolomite against PSV Dennis in the elimination rounds here in the Global Series playoffs. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of minutes' time for that one.
Can Oli Lito do it? He wins it! So good, it's just so good from Oli Lito.
And it will be back-to-back victories for the Swede.
What's going on, everyone? My name is Olle Arbin, more known as Olelito. I'm representing Ninjas in Pyjamas in the EU region, and welcome to my masterclass. Today I'm going to show you how to play the 4-2-2 formation like a pro player, and I'm also going to provide you with one of my favorite skill moves combinations on the game, the ball roll into scoop turn. So my tactics in the 4-2-2 formation, especially in defense, is kind of balanced. I'm using a balanced defensive style, and that's because I don't want to get countered very easily, or play with a pretty low depth because I like pressing myself. And you can see that throughout my width and depth as well. I'm using 4 on both of them, which is very balanced. I don't really like to pressure very, very high up. I still like to press manually, but I don't like my players to be out of positioning a lot. So that's why I'm playing 4 depth, and width is basically the same here. And when I'm moving into the offensive style, it's kind of the similar approach here. I'm playing very, very balanced in offensive, and that's because I want to change it up for the most attacks. Sometimes I want to go quickly, sometimes I want to keep a bit more type of possession. So there are a lot of players that just like to play possession. The most important instructions in the 4-2-2 formation is to have your both strikers on getting behind. They are making great runs, and especially in the 4-2-2 formation, your cams are a bit more into the pitch than if you're playing a 4-4-2 formation with wingers. In this clip, Neymar is much more closer to CR7, and he creates a very, very good run with the getting behind instruction, and he scores. So I'm going to show you the most important skill move combination in the game, and that's going to be the bull roll into scoop turn combination. In this clip, you will see me play Dylan Mike, who is the best Xbox player in the world. And in this clip, I'm doing it inside the box with CR7. It creates a lot of space for my Neymar, who is outside the box here. And when I'm passing this, I have 2 options. I can go back to CR7 again, or find R9. And in this clip, I'm passing it to R9, scores because of it. You do this skill move by pressing the right stick button on towards the left or the right, depending on which direction your player is moving. And then you do a X and A at the same time. It creates a lot of space inside the box, and it's very, very unpredictable because it goes so fast. So it's very, very hard for my opponent to read. That was all for today. Hope you learned something from this masterclass. Hope you get better by FIFA by learning these things. See you guys, stay safe, and bye-bye.
Well, welcome back to the FIFA 21 European Global Series playoffs. You join us for this game right now in the loser bracket. We are knocking names out of the playoffs and unfortunately, in the same time, crushing people's dreams of the FIFA E-World Cup. And at this moment in time, PSV Dennis is 3-0 down as we jump into this second leg right now. Myself and Lisa Malley bringing you all the action. And Lisa, it's safe to say PSV Dennis has a mountain to climb if there's any chance of him staying in the playoffs.
Yeah, he's got to do quite a bit, you know, 3-0 down against probably arguably one of the best players in this competition, especially where he's ranked as well. So I think he's just got to push forward. But when you do that, you can make serious mistakes in behind. So yeah, crazy game.
He's R9, becomes 4. There's going to be a bit of a problem for Dolomite. Referee waves that one away. Ronaldinho went down in the box. We'll do our best as we have all day long yesterday. So many games taking place, as we know. We'll do our best to keep it today. Here's Ronaldinho, little reverse last to go back inside. How the hell CR7 not gone to that one? With the new hero in town. Llorente, that path to glory item of Spain, and Atletico Madrid is deemed good enough to fit into teams. He offers you the perfect link to Ramos. And if Spain keep winning, that in-game item is going to keep on being upgraded as well. If they go the full way, might be one of the few fullbacks that'll have a 5-star upgrade as well on top of that. Maybe we'll see him at the FIFA World Cup. Dennis, Elasticos, does well. Acriqueta back to R9. Still falls back. Kylie Davies can't squeeze the pass in. Kevin Mbabu. He's there in the 5 of the back meta that Dolomite likes to play. Plays it in his own way. Seeing what Kuna involved. We're seeing Kevin Mbabu there. Something that we saw back in a qualifier earlier this year. He was using Kessie, the defensive midfielder of AC Milan, as part of his team back there. He's always been quite creative in his approach. And the way he likes to play his FIFA, sorry. If he scores again, I think he will be on his way to loser round 2. Remember, he's in the loser bracket. The #1 ranked player on the Xbox, Dylan Mike. Coming up by 3-0. If he scores again, fortunately, I think that will be the end of the road for PSV Dennis. Harsh situation to be in, but that's the reality. We have to knock names down in the tournament. There's only 9 E-World Cup spots on the Xbox. Here's R9. Is it going to be 4? It will be. And I think by this point we can say Dylan Mike will just about remain in the tournament. He's in round 2 of the loser bracket.
I mean, yeah, great directional nutmeg there. His defenders seem to be nowhere in sight, and as soon as he moved the keeper, we all know where he's going to place it, the opposite way. And that's the thing with keeper movement. Sometimes if you do it too early, it's basically 100% of a goal, because you just put it in the opposite direction where it's actually an open net. So 4-0 at half-time. I don't know what Dennis has to do here. Probably 5-3-2 maybe, constant pressure, or maybe press after possession loss for now, and then change sort of 60 minutes into the game, because otherwise his players will be dead. So yeah, a big task for him now.
Such a big risk, isn't it, in terms of moving your goalkeeper? It affects the natural AI movement. As you said rightly, Lisa, if you compose enough and you're calm enough, you can just put it into the opposite corner without really any trouble. 45 minutes to find 4 goals for PSV Dennis. I don't think it's possible, and I don't think, in all honesty, it's something that is going to be able to happen. And on that note, I think we should jump to another game, because 4 goals in 45 minutes doesn't seem possible. How about a Nordic derby for you? A Scandinavia derby between Rasmussen, the Norwegian player of Apex Gaming, or Tricked Skifter. Norway against Denmark. And this game comes to you also from the loser bracket. Chance goal. 8 goals in it. And at the moment, it's the Danish player that leads with a perfect start on this second leg.
Yeah, I mean, quite an interesting goal, really. You know, the ball bounced back to him a few times, and it was just a simple tap-in, really. And it's quite unfortunate, but overall, 5-3 for him now, 40 minutes into the game. He's just got to try keep possession, keep the ball, sort of make his opponent sort of annoyed a little bit, I guess, and make mistakes and drag players out, and I think he'll see this game out.
Rasmussen now, heel to heel. Ronaldo does well, gets the ball back off the knee. Fire, who cares? It's in the back of the net. Well. 9 goals in this game. 9 goals. This is so open, this matchup. These two, respectively, 9th in the Global Series rankings. Trick Skifter had a handful of good results where Qualifier 1, he booked himself a top 12 finish. Sorry, Qualifier 4, he was in a top 12 finish. His biggest result. Chance comes in. Around the corner on that occasion. Sorry, no, his biggest result, as I was saying, came in qualifier number 4, a top 12 finish there for Danish player. Then he backed up again, excuse me. In qualifier 5, he got a top 3 finish there, rounding out the qualifiers, the 5 of them, in the best way possible. Trick to being an esports organisation working out in Denmark for the last handful of years. They've picked up players within their time, top players as well, such as Arrow and Lord York, just to name a few. Been all about developing talent. They'll hope that their man in Skifter can do so. He's 9th in the Global Series rankings. I don't think we've spoken about him too much. Just the nature of how stacked this playoffs has been. However, he's got just as good of a chance as anyone. Here's Rasmussen now. Player that's got plenty of experience, represented Norway with the E-Nations team. With just 27 minutes played here, Lee, so this feels like a very open game that could swing either way, and I think it says enough when both of these two players have already scored 4+ goals. Oh, sorry, yeah, scored 4+ goals each.
Yeah, I mean, it's a crazy game. Skifter seems to be making quite a few bad sort of decisions, to be honest with you. You know, the last one, he gave it away with Hullet in such a clinical position, and I mean, ball roll scooped, and you know, it sort of bounced back to him. But still, if you make them silly mistakes, your opponent's going to capitalise on it, and he did it very well. And Only one goal in this game now. It could go either way.
It's the same storyline. Lose, you're out the tournament. And no chance. The FIFA World Cup. Ronaldo back to Wan-Bissaka. It's quick on the build-up again for Rasmussen. A lot of players here from Scandinavia in general. Whether that's been Norwegian players, Sweden or Denmark. He was the only Norwegian player to qualify for the Xbox playoffs, Rasmussen. Coming as a bit of a lone wolf from Norway. He's got a point to prove, though. Chance to go to the FIFA World Cup. As we've been saying the whole time, you get to FIFA World Cup, Lisa, you're one of the biggest tournaments of the year. You're sort of guaranteed a contract with a team, aren't you? Guaranteed maybe an extension in your contract for another year.
Yeah, I think even getting to this position, playoffs, you should be sort of guaranteed to go to a team because, you know, if you're here, you're the best basically in the world, top 64. And obviously, if you make it to the World Cup, even more so, you should be getting an extension. You should be finding a team that's realistically paying you. So, yeah, I think these two players here are great as well. You know, in terms of Rasmussen, he's winner of E-League 1 2020, second place in E-League 1 2021. So he's a consistent player, and I think, to be honest with you, he could see his way back into this game.
Ronaldo does well. Back to Arnai, nice touch. It was in the right way, with the direction that the skill move was anticipated. Half-time hit. Lose around leg 2 half-time. 5 goals to 4, Skifter leads. And he's 45 minutes away from sending himself into the all-important loser round number 2, where I do believe, looking at how the bracket would work, he would play the winner of that UK matchup. As we said, the loser of one of the names above the games that had taken place in this one, right? And one of the people that dropped down from the next round of the loser bracket, they will play, as we'd lose names each round as we go through the bracket hit. 8 rounds for 8 players, I think, at a time we lose from all of these matchups right now. You join us at half-time. Those are the stats you can see. A dominant first 45 minutes from the Danish player. 9th he sits in the Global Series rankings. And now he's got it all to do. One more goal might be enough, but a 1-goal cushion certainly won't be. We've seen how games go. Now games can easily swing. Driving forward. Skifter. What a tackle. It was risky, but nevertheless, I think that's Maldini at the back. I've not seen Maldini much used across the playoffs. You forget how good he is.
Yeah, I mean, great player. Normally you see Ramos in that position, and to be honest with you, a very risky challenge in the box there. You don't normally see people slide in that position because if slight mistake there and it's a penalty, and it could change the game completely.
Long ball forward. This could be dangerous. Skifter, but be composed. Courtois with a little bit extra in that one. Came out flying, quite literally. Reverse slide tackle there. No way through in the end. Obviously, most notoriously, he's known for his results in the Serie A. Well, that's the Norwegian league. He got a top 2 spot there this year. He's always in the conversation, though, of those finals. Watching the final third of this game now. You can find from watching a lot of loser bracket action, Lisa, especially in double elimination brackets. After that first loss that a lot of these players will taste, it's often the wake-up call to to really spring you into gear to say, I can't lose again. Some players, believe it or not, have to go to that stage for them to come back fighting, as they might have to do now. A win here would keep you in the tournament, no doubt, but it's a very long way still to Championship Sunday. It's a lot of games you've got to play. I think it's like 6 rounds plus of loser bracket action to even get in towards the final few.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Rasmussen is using players we don't normally expect to see. He's got Varane out there and Maldini, which is a very interesting choice. We've been seeing a lot of Ramos and Vieira in that position, and seems to be doing some rash challenges here. Giving away quite a few sort of bad challenges, and you know, maybe the pressure's getting to him. You know, he's only got 30 minutes, probably at the time as well, to get a goal here, and he needs to push forward. Maybe make a pause as well to change something up. But yeah, crazy game so far. It's so close.
Wants to put the game to bed now. Neymar, he's got an eye in support. He's also got Mbappe there. Neymar, ball roll. He doesn't need a special finish. And that's the 2-goal lead. There's Neymar will put that one away. And Skifter now is very, very, very close, Lisa, to staying in the tournament, booking a spot in loser bracket round 2.
Yeah, I mean, it was a simple pass through. Neymar got on the end of it, and he did a simple ball roll. It's so easy to do, and it's like a freestyle skill move. So it just shows if you add it into your game, you know, it could really help you. And quite unfortunate there. Maybe Courtois should have saved it. Kind of, I think it might have went actually through his legs. So 6-4 now. He's just, you know, seen a pause going on. He's got to go maybe free at the back, press after possession loss, and if he gets a goal, maybe pause again and go constant pressure just to try and get that to sort of take it to extra time.
Got to see a change of approach from Rasmussen now. He went with the goalkeeper's legs in the end. Was it the stage of constant press from Norwegians? Rasmussen, the #1 ranked player on the Xbox for Norway. Well, the highest ranked player, I should say. Skifter. Like this, he wants another goal just to ensure it's job done. And there is absolutely no way back, or no chance of a comeback. And if you're in this position, Lisa, you're in a game, you're 2-0 up, knockout game of FIFA. You're keeping the ball, you're thinking, I want another goal.
It's kind of hard, really. I think any time in a game, anything can happen. If they get the next goal, constant pressure, and you could see yourself 2 goals down. So I think try and keep the ball as much as possible, and if they're pressing you, just try and find the gap, really. Whenever someone presses you, you know, you could actually see yourself just making silly mistakes, and we've seen that in this broadcast, really. You know, as soon as someone makes a mistake, and you get punished for it at this level. You know, these players are so good, and as soon as you make a mistake, you're going to concede from it. So I think just keep the ball, see it out, and if they do press you, try and find them little spaces on the pitch where you can pass it to, and try and keep the ball even more. But yeah, I think he's just got to go send everything for this Rasmussen and try to get the next goal, to be honest with you.
Chance. Ronaldinho can't find the way around the corner on that occasion. Back well. Well, it does well. This is where you said if you're going to commit numbers forward, you are going to be in trouble. There's the extra pass. Oh, my days. Cristiano Ronaldo. I don't really know what to say. How?
I don't know.
He scores from this as well. I mean, it would have given us a very exciting last 10 minutes.
I don't know what to say there, really, to be honest with you. You know, we always say that, you know, do the extra pass and it's a 100% goal. And in that position there, you expect him to score. CR7 as well, and see that go wide. It's lucky it weren't like a crucial goal for him to sort of equalise or see himself win in the end of this game. But yeah, and he almost cost him as well. He almost conceded right down the other end. Crazy, crazy, crazy.
He's 4.5 minutes away of in-game FIFA time. And we will be doing our best to keep you up to date with some more information coming your way. Does well, Neymar. That is game, set, match. A deflection to forget about. And unfortunately for Rasmussen, it's back to the drawing board for FIFA 22. He came, he tried, he made out of the Swiss rounds in day one. But it will be Trick Skifter from Denmark, the man that was ranked number 9 in the Global Series rankings, Lisa, that will stay in the tournament. We'll move into the loser bracket round 2.
Yeah, definitely a deflection to forget about, but to be honest with you, I think the game was over anyway. He was still 2 goals up with a couple of minutes left. I think it was just an extra goal to see himself through, but yeah, great performance there from Skifter. You know, he's the sort of higher ranked player of the 2, and he performed very well, to be honest with you. He got the job done, and now he moves on to the next round, and he's got quite a few games to go to try and see himself into that World Cup spot, but I'm sure he will do it.
A lot of games. Let's jump back to the winners bracket now. It's Ollie Lito against Jaden. These two have not dropped a game since being in the winners bracket. The 16-year-old from Scotland in no fucks givens, Jaden. And Ollie Lito. And it's 3-3 extra time. As we said, winners bracket this game is in. Ollie Lito yet to drop a game. He was 5-0 in day one. Came in flying in the opening round here. And what a shock this would be. I know Jaden's a player that you know quite well. He was, believe it or not, this is the most randomest story ever. I used to run a small FIFA tournament. This man used to play in it, Jaden. And we're talking like for $50, $100, this man used to play. Just because he loves grinding tournaments, this man. He's now on the biggest of stages. He might be on his way to a FIFA World Cup.
I mean, crazy story for the youngster, obviously. He's a player that he's recently been doing his exams, and he was only able to practice this week, and he's changed coach as well. He's now got Zell on his side, so I think, you know, a lot of pressure on him, and to have such a highly known coach next to him, it could really help him in this game.
Remember, if you win this game, you are one step away, one win away from the FIFA World Cup. And failing to do so, you will drop down to the loser bracket side. We'll have a second chance to try to still book your ticket to London. So this is huge for either of these two. We saw Ollie Lito dominate the FIFA scene over the last couple of years. The only thing that's missing from his resume, in all honesty, is the fact that he's not been to a FIFA World Cup. And I think that's because when he has come into his prime, obviously, we didn't have a FIFA World Cup last year. He was the man that did come out the stronger of the two in the Summer Cup series, winning that sort of covered up for the playoffs that wasn't there. He was a FUT Champions Cup winner last year as well. On top of that, here comes Ollie Lito with R9 now, does well. A couple of skill cancels mixed into the way he wants to play. That should do us for half-time in extra time. But no doubt about it, Ollie Lito, the only thing that is missing from his FIFA esports career is an appearance at a FIFA World Cup. And I think coming into this, anyone would look at the game and say, you know, this is Ollie Lito's to win. But Jaden's been up for this these last 2 days. He's beaten some massive names in the tournament.
Yeah, he's definitely an underdog going into this game. You know, we've all heard of Ollie Lito. He's done so much, whereas Jaden's, you know, this is his first, I guess, obviously did EPREM, but major tournament, I'd say. And yeah, he's showing everyone what he's made of here. And for me, you know, he's my ex-teammate as well. I used to be with NFG, and, you know, he was always there grinding. You don't really see him much, but he's there grinding. And to see him do well, I'm very proud of him. 16 years of age as well, you know, and I think going into this, I think he's going to try and go for penalties. I think we've seen him win about maybe 2 penalty shootouts this tournament. So, and we're seeing him trying to keep the ball, really, and he's just doing a lot of player locks as well to try and get players in the position that he wants, because Ollie Lito's doing really well at pressing him, you know, player switching, which is kind of hard because as soon as you pass it to someone, he's moving a player to cut the passing lane. So I think overall, I think we're gonna see a close next 15 minutes into this game, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Well, he actually went 3-0, Jaden, yesterday. He's one of the few players that got the job done in the first 3 games. Then he dropped 2 games. By that point, I'm sure he could just laugh off and say, you know what, it is what it is. But what that did mean is that with how the Swiss seedings go, so to speak. If you play, if you go 5-0, you play someone that's in that 3-2 bracket, that 3-2 range. He didn't do himself all the favours in the world, but you can probably guess by now, if you want to go to the World Cup or to be a champion, you have to beat the best. To be the best, cliche or not. 10-minute toy from penalty shootout. Not for the first time here in Europe, and it won't be for the last time either. You win, you're one game away from booking a plane ticket to London. Of course, depending on where you're travelling from. Here comes Oli Lito. Mbappe recycles well, but it stings it into the legs of Cristiano Ronaldo. Just a bit too much on that one. Who has got a piece of magic, that last roll of the dice in them. Cristiano Ronaldo. That's it back to Pele now. Here's Huller. Into R9.
Wow, to be honest with you, great pass there from Ronaldo into R9 and, from into Pele actually, and back into Hullet, into R9, fake shot. And to be honest with you, in that position there, you honestly expect him to put that into the top corner. I bet you in that position, Jadon is gutted, because that could have seen him into the third round and almost booking him space, one round away from booking himself a spot at the E-World Cup. And now he could go into a nervy penalty shootout, and it looks like that Oli Lito is trying to get the last attack in this game. I don't blame him, because if you lose the ball in this position, your opponent could go down the other end and score. So he's definitely going to go for the last attack, and if he doesn't get it, a penalty shootout, a dreaded penalty shootout. None of the players like to go there because they can't see what they're gonna, they can't see the arrow, and that's so hard. You can easily miss.
Here comes Oli Lito. He loves last-minute drama. Well, we said penalty shootout. Here we go. And up steps Ronaldinho first for Jadon, who does score. First penalty goes well for him. Can it be backed up from Oli Lito, though? Who steps up of Paredes, the Argentine. Cheeky chip save by Van der Sar.
Pele up next now for Jadon. Is he going to go same corner? No, he goes the opposite way, and it's saved. Crazy. Up next, De Jong. Puts it straight down the middle, and yeah, 1-1.
And Stevens, De Jong now on the flip side for Jadon. Goes left, scores. It's 2 from 3. For the 16-year-old, can he be backed up from Mbappe? Yes, he can.
Great penalties from both of these. They're greening them as well. Here steps up Ronaldo, chips it down the middle and greens it. Great goal there for Jadon. 3-2 up now. CR7 steps up for Oli Lito and puts it into the bottom left-hand corner. What a penalty shootout we have here.
Steps Ronaldo for round 5. Scores. Must score this one, Oli Lito. Well, Jadon will go through on the next round of the winners' bracket. Up steps R9. Which way will he go? Saved! And the 16-year-old story will continue as NFG Jadon books a spot in the next round of the winners' bracket. Round 3 of the winners' bracket. Lisa, he's 2 legs of FIFA away from booking a ticket to London. What a dream story this could be for a player that's so young and so new to the FIFA esports landscape.
What a great performance from him. I told you that he was sort of wanting to go to penalties from what I could see, and he stepped up to the mark on penalties. What a great game it has been for him. Salonius on his side as well. He's 2 legs away now from booking himself an E-World Cup spot. Only 16 years of age. Crazy, crazy player.
Amazing stuff for a player that's never been on a broadcast before. We're going to jump over to more FIFA now here in the loser bracket. We were in this game for a bit of time earlier today. Brad Colston up against Redlac. Burnley against West Ham. If you're a fan of either of those 2 clubs, I guess you should stick around for a little while, because whoever loses this game is out of the tournament. We're back down to the loser bracket now. As you can see from the scoreline, there wasn't too much to talk about in leg 1. Chance potentially so for Brad Colston. As we said, a brilliant day yesterday. Went 4-1 in the Swiss rounds. On Twitter saying that he was full of confidence, he was happy with how he played, but he said it was a long road still to take if he wanted to book a ticket to London. It'll be made even longer now in the loser bracket. Of course, Redlac in that famous claret and blue of West Ham. Brilliant save. It goes for a corner. One played short and taken quickly. Bruno Fernandes recycles well. Mbappe got to find the right move, the right area to work in. Couple of step overs, a ball roll added into the mix of things. Goes down to ground, corner given. James on a knife edge, whipped in, punched away by Thibaut Courtois. Brad Colston could have a break here if R9 can win the aerial battle. What is this at the back? That is some volleys of some sort. Incredible storylines we're just leaving though. If you missed it, Ollie Lito is in a loser bracket, people. NFG Jaden. Christian Fuchs' esports organisation. Chance, he's onside. Neymar will score. And he's just onside. Redlac takes the lead again, up by 2-1 in this elimination game of FIFA in the loser bracket round 1.
Yeah, I mean, great Elastico there, and he set it off for Neymar there, and he's not going to miss in that position. He whipped it into the bottom left-hand corner, and he goes 1 goal up against Brad Colston, who's actually been very good this tournament. As we mentioned, 4-on-1 he went in the rounds yesterday, and like we said, today's a completely different day. Anything can happen, and we can see that in this game right here.
I think it was something that seems to be echoed all the playoffs. Doesn't matter what your Swiss record is. It matters how you play in knockout FIFA. The Swiss rounds is just to book your ticket into the final 32 or 16, depending on the bracket, the tournament size you're playing in. It's a new day. Coming to a double elimination bracket where you've got the same chance as everyone else. Brad Colston trying to find that little touch with Cristiano Ronaldo. These two, as you rightly said, good friends in the FIFA scene. 2 UK players, up-and-coming UK players. Respectively, 35th in the rankings for Brad Colston, 52nd for Redlac. Didn't really get to see them on the broadcast this year, but we did see them in the Premier League, no doubt. But they didn't book their ticket to the playoffs from there. That's for Brad Colston now. Fullback's completely out of position. Here's Juan Cuadrado. Colombian coming on back to CR7. Elastico's. Wow, that's a great goal. And it's one that was needed.
Yeah, I mean, a very needed goal there, to be honest with you. Great Elastico in that position. When he actually got the ball there with Cuadrado, I think most players watching this would have probably have shot that. But, great composure there, passing it off, and great Elastico in a great position. And, yeah, 2-2 now. Such a close game, and I'm looking forward to this, just to see how this pans out.
Besh is all saying, I'll keep on echoing it. We are losing players round per round, sorry. As we have to knuckle it down. To the final few names. R9 back to Neymar. Does well. Lacroquettes does get pushed around, actually. I'm surprised the referee maybe didn't pull that one back. Cannot wait, though. These next set of games coming your way today will be the big ones. 8 E-World Cup spots on the line today. And we will be taking you through all of those matches to show you who will be taking a plane, maybe a train, who knows, a car to London, depending on where you're from. 6th to the 8th of August. 500,000 in prizing. 32 players can only be there. We cannot wait to see who makes the final cut. Half time in this one right now. 2-2, 45 minutes left to play. Extra time again, Lisa? We always seem to go to extra time.
Yeah, and all the games we've commentated on over the last few days, we've either seen extra time or penalties. I think in this game it's so close as well. We don't actually know who's going to win. It's end to end. They're great friends as well. So I think, they probably practiced coming into this, so they know how each other plays as well. So I'm looking forward to this. I reckon we could see another extra time, maybe penalties as well.
45 minutes left. Never the way you want to start proceedings here. Double elimination bracket, you get a double chance to stay, remain in the tournament. Neymar, nice directional nutmeg, finds his space that he's looking for. You have just tuned in, this is day 2 of the European Xbox Global Series playoffs. Coming at the best time, in all honesty. Players are leaving the tournament. We've had some unbelievable storylines unfold as well. NFG Jaden, someone that might not have been talked about too much before coming into this. If he makes the World Cup, he will be spoken about quite a lot. Ronaldo turns well. Brad Colston trying to just bundle his way past Vieira.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be a goal there, to be honest with you. Great, he got bodied actually by Vieira, and that's the reason why people have him there. He's such a great defender and a great all-round player there, and yeah, I mean, directional nutmeg there, and yeah, great defending from Redlac.
Well, 30 minutes, whipped into the feet of Cristiano Ronaldo, does well, so fortunate bounce back, got to stay composed, off the line from Vieira. Still it's alive though for Brad Colston. Bruno Fernandes does well, recycles back to Neymar. Again, it falls kindly to Cristiano Ronaldo, but that time Vieira, right place, right time, who pretty much just saved the day there.
Yeah, I mean, I was just mentioning him being a great defender, and you know, there we see a directional nutmeg, got quite fortunate to bounce back to him, and you know, I think Brad actually there took quite a bit, you know, it took too long to shoot, if anything. You know, he did the ball roll, and then when he shot, you know, great slide there from Vieira, and yeah, saved him there. You know, going to be a nervy few 30 minutes into this game, to be honest with you, because like we said, loser of this goes out and they're not going to want to do that, so we might see a few mistakes, and we also will definitely see players just not playing how they should do, because sometimes under pressure people don't play the best they could. Some of them strive with it, but we'll see in the rest of this game.
We often say pressure makes diamonds. Who will be that prime example of that? Don't get me wrong, it's a long way on the loser bracket for whoever makes it through this game. There's not long left of it between these two in our all-UK match, all Premier League matchup between two huge Premier League football clubs that are heavily invested into FIFA esports. One name, though, unfortunately, will make it through. One won't. And that is just the harsh reality of the loser bracket, the double elimination loser bracket here. Being completely honest, I thought Brad Colston probably should have scored that goal. Ball around the goalkeeper. Vieira had no right to be there and no right to be in the way. Whether he was, keeps Redlac in this tie. Changes made for both of these two. Potentially a triple change, actually. Jadon Sancho makes his way onto the field. That team of the season in-game item. Looking to inject his pace and his stamp into the tie. R9 finds Mbappe. R9! Is that the goal? To keep Burnley's FIFA Esports pros dreams of an E-World Cup alive.
I mean, it could be. You know, we see a Lacroquette counter there, a pass into Mbappe, and a double A pass across the box. We don't, you know, we see that quite a bit in competitive FIFA. It's just where the ball gets lifted a little bit. So if you sort of, you know, click the stand tackle, it sort of lifts over the player, and that's why it's so effective to use. And we see it there perfectly from Brad. And I mean, I don't think it'll be the last goal of this game. You know, we're going to see a bit of constant pressure, press after possession loss, so we could see another goal in this game. But great play.
Oh no, oh no, Redlac, oh, he came close. Courtois was flying off his line. What a chance it was. He won't get a better one, won't get a better chance than that, sorry.
Yeah,
we'll come back flying again. Chance to put the game to bed. Mbappe, Brad Colston does well. There you go. We say pressure makes diamonds. Well, look no further than what he's just done with Kylian Mbappe there. Combinations from all over. Adding into the perfect goal Mbappe, scoop turn, ball roll, heel to heel. You can name all the skill moves you want. It was probably involved in that chance. 2 goals in 15 minutes. I think Burnley's Brad Colston might have just done enough to stay in the playoffs.
I mean, what a goal that was there. I mean, as you said, combinations coming in, ball roll, scoop. And normally, recently, as soon as we see that, we see a heel-to-heel combination coming in with it. And he did that perfectly there. And you see it go into the back of the net. And we saw him when he paused that. He had constant pressure on. I think that's what he's going to do now. Constant pressure and maybe overlap on his defenders. And, you know, make sure every single player is on get forward, because he could be going out here. Only 14 minutes left and he's got to go forward now.
He has to. What a chance again. That's Courtois that will save that one. It's just not finding the bounces, is it? However, as you can see on the mini-map, I like this from Redlac. He knows he's got to go for the game. And naturally, that means pressing so many players forward. Game management key. And Brad Colston, he went 4-1 in the Swiss rounds yesterday. And after a 13-2 defeat against Inter's Esports Levy, this will bring some confidence back to the Burnley man's head to say, you know what, I am good enough. Minutes away. Maybe one more goal away. I like this though. There's no need to go forward. There's no need to risk a through ball, and the offside traps are just being spammed from Redlac. Defended well, Ramos. That's well the danger. Here comes Pele. Redlac does do well, really well to get around the box. That's a really well taken goal. Maybe, just maybe, I'll just sit back for a split second, because this could maybe be a bit of late drama if he gets the ball back.
Yeah, I mean, a very interesting goal there. It seemed that, you know, Pele actually barged off Vieira and he started sliding out of nowhere, really. He almost gave away a penalty, and it was just a tapping across the box, and he's not going to miss from there. Crazy. And now he's going to get pressed a lot here, and maybe he'll concede, because whenever you get pressed, you lose the ball. And as we've seen there, he's lost it already.
Oh my God, this will be scenes. Ronaldo, Redlac, oh, he was close with a fake shot. Brad Colston cannot throw this away now. Referee, that should do us for this game. And he will remain in the tournament just about. Burnley FC will have representation in the playoffs as we move through to the heat. It's in the top 24, I should say. 24 players will remain after this round. Commiserations to West Ham's Redlac. But for a very, very split second there, Lisa, he had a chance at the end, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he ended up getting pressed a lot and making silly mistakes, to be honest with you. But overall, you know, he's there for a reason. He was 4-1 yesterday. He may have lost today, but it's going to give him a lot of boost of confidence. You know, winning against his mate, obviously, he'd be gutted for him. But overall, he goes into the next round now and still in it for a chance of that E-World Cup spot.
Oh, absolutely is. Again, there's so much that is still on the line. It's going to be a long, old road if you want to get that far. I believe we have got some more goals and more updates from our very own Richard Buckley. He was following that all-German game between Musti and Nicolas Razek. Rich, what was the latest in that game?
Well, it ended after leg one apiece. We jumped into the second leg here, and you see Musti on the attack. Frenkie de Jong, directional nutmeg round the corner, right-footed strike at the near post. That put Musti in a winning position, 2 goals to 1. But just as they did in the first leg, Nicolas Razek bounced back just on the stroke of half-time. Cristiano Ronaldo with the goal to send us into 45 minutes to fire yourself into the top 8. R9 inside the box for Nicolas Razek. I think you know what's going to come up. Pele bundling his way through. He poked it past the goalkeeper with a lovely Rabona finish. Nicolas Razek guarantees a top 8.
What a finish. What a finish from the man in the end. Again, as you said, that was a winner's bracket game. Razek goes through to play either Optole or Leandro Peixoto, waiting for the final result of that game. But what a finish, Lee. So that was some sort of audacity there in the final third to pull a little cheeky Rabona off.
Yeah, you don't really obviously see people do that, but, you know, at this level, these are the best of the best, so, you'll see it. And crazy, crazy games. Players are just going down to the losers bracket that you don't actually expect, and some of them are actually going home, so crazy weekend and more to come, of course.
Yeah, absolutely more to come as we move closer and closer and closer. Quick word as well, and Jaden, 16 years of age of play, you know very well, Lisa. He's one win away from the FIFA World Cup right now. He is so close to booking a spot on one of the biggest tournaments of the year in London.
Yeah, I mean, confidence flying for the young lad. Obviously, you know, he's beating the best of the best players and one win away, obviously 2 legs as well. So I think he could go all the way. I stated before the tournament, he's my favourite going into it. So good luck to him, to be honest with you. I think he's got it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's another round done and dusted here in the playoffs. Going to pass it back to the finest of our hosts and analysts. We're going to pass it back to Jimmy Conrad and Mike LaBelle. Gents, what have you made of all those games? Goals are flying in and upsets are happening everywhere.
We absolutely love the scenes that we're seeing. Brandon and Lisa and Richard, thank you so much for your commentary. And Mike LaBelle, let's get it going over here. Oh, what happened? Yeah, it is go time. We are all popping off. What are we seeing? More chaos in this tournament on day 2 of these European playoffs. Are you as hyped as me? Because I don't know what is going to happen, and that's my favorite part.
I was promised yesterday that you would be shipping a megaphone quick delivery. It has not arrived. So where's my megaphone in order to do this together? I want a collaboration. And I said this at the beginning, I'm expecting more of the unexpected. The energy's a little bit different, the atmosphere, the ambiance, the pressure, everything is building to playoffs, and that's why we're here. And it makes it where everybody has belief. Every time you get one round closer, not only do you get a little bit, or you're inching towards the FIFA World Cup and stamping that ticket or booking that ticket, you get in that flight, but you're also increasing your funds significantly. Every single round, you almost double dip on the money.
That's true. That's true. And we're talking about the losers bracket now. So anybody that we name well, not everybody, obviously there's a whole bunch of games being played, but there's one scoreline that I did want to bring up, Mike, and it was Klenke, the Dane, and now Denmark's absolutely killing it in the Euros as well in real life. He beat God Mode 10-0. 10-0 over 2 legs. 4-0 in one leg and 6-0 in the other. That is ridiculous. Now, I just want to bring up Klenke. We haven't really talked about him at all over these 2 days of the broadcast, but I think it is now time to do so because God Mode knocked Dolan Mike down to the losers bracket. He knocked out Tex from this tournament in particular. And Klenke only lost 1 time so far over the 2 days, and that was to Ole Lito in the first game, where he might have been a little bit nervous. Since then, though, he has been lights out. How are you feeling about his chances? Because 10-0 over 2 legs against anybody is super impressive, especially at this level.
Well, that was emphatic, and it's so difficult to really do the predictions because some of these matches, you'll go from playing a really close matchup, and the stylistic approach, you counteract, or it's not as free flow or fluid, or it's back and forth, and then you see a result like that, and you say, I hope Hex never has to play this guy again. It wasn't even close. That never happens at the competitive level, or it's very rare. To see such big spreads. We did see it happen a couple times yesterday as well, and I was surprised then. You and I both discussed it. We saw Gorilla have a good win, and then he had this massive loss in terms of the score line, and you're asking questions like, not only were you not able to generate, you weren't able to get your offense into a free flow, but you're also conceding a bunch of goals, and you're saying, well, what's going on mentally or from a tactical approach? Because it's not common to score or to concede like that, especially without answers, without replies at the pro level.
Okay, Mike, since you brought up tactical approach, that immediately triggers me to go into your Telestrator play of this round of games. Let's get into it, Mike. Break it down for us.
As per usual, I've always got something that we need to track back and talk about. We're looking at Inrasic and Musty. Big result here from Inrasic. He's doing the deed, and we're not giving him enough credit. And he's doing a great job here of buying time and letting the play develop. And this is what professional players, or at least advanced players, do better than most, is they're not just turning left, right, and center to bait a defender, but they're waiting for some of their attackers to find the right space at the right moment. A lot about FIFA is almost storytelling where you have a rhythm. Maybe you're dancing at the back of the bar, the back of the club, and you got to give a little bit of a shimmy this way, a little shimmy that way in order to bring it all together. And if the rhythm and the alignment and the timing's not right, you're not going to score goals. And on the vice versa side, if it's all coming together beautifully, you step this way, he steps that way, you get the easy goals, you complete the result, and you're moving forward.
I don't get the sense that you can dance, Mike, but I know you
I have
appreciate
fantastic rhythm, and you know that. You just missed it. It's been a couple years.
I don't know that to be true. But yes, Inrasic, one of my players to watch from day one, obviously very experienced player, him getting a big result today. We'll see how he does. He's getting a little bit closer to booking his spot for the FIFA World Cup. And given what he's done in the scene for many years, I think he deserves it. All right, everybody, if you guys want to join the conversation, hit us up on Twitter. EA FIFA Esports, drop it a follow as well. It has all of the news, all of the results, all the fun stuff happening around the FIFA scene. So make that happen. Use the hashtag FGS21. All right, we are going to take our next break, but when we come back, we got more and more chaos coming your way. Don't go anywhere, because this is going to be next level. We'll see you soon.
Dallin, please, Dallin. What a performance. Two-time European champion.
Hi guys, my name is Dylan Neuhausen, also known as Stolen Mike. I play for NEO in the EU region, and welcome to my masterclass. Today I'm going to break down my final game against Nom Neisat, which allowed me to become the champion of the second European qualifier. So first of all, I was just building up the play with Vieira, then I see the space for Cristiano Ronaldo, and in this situation I see that it's just a clear 1v1 against his center back because his center mids are nowhere near to be found, so I don't have pressure from the back, so it's just a clear 1v1. And I just walk a bit into the box for him to kind of get baited into a tackle, and then I just go for the zigzag dribbling, and it leaves me with an open shot on goal. So first of all, I'm kind of starting with my two attackers, which are like the main parts of the team, and I'm just sending Ronaldo on the run to kind of leave his other center back behind, which has to follow the run, and therefore there's this huge space in between the center backs, and therefore his left back kind of has to go a bit into the middle, which therefore leaves a gap for my right wing back, which is on join the attack, and this leaves a lot of space, which Cancelo uses with the additional momentum he has because he is running into the ball, and then I just play an RBX cross or R1 square, and Cristiano Ronaldo will never miss from that close of a range. Took the ball with Rafael Varane from a bad pass from him. It's pretty simple going forward. I just played it to Pele and then like directly with an LBA, so Pele runs into the free space right away. And just a simple through ball with Cristiano Ronaldo. And in this case, it's obviously, I think everybody has been in this situation. You're not sure whether or not you should play the pass to Cristiano Ronaldo or just keep on running. And in this case, obviously because it also was 8-1, I kind of wanted to spice it up a bit for the viewers, and I went for the Rainbow Flick Scorpion Kick. Okay, so that was my masterclass from today, analyzing my final games against Nom Neisat. Hoping you can use those tactics to get your game to the next level. See you on the pitch.
The FIFA 21 Global Series European qualifiers are brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
So make sure you follow at Turtle Beach on Twitter and tweet using the hashtag #SoundOfVictory for your chance to win a new Recon 500 headsets.
Some say it's about skill.
Pousse les ballons, le contre favorable du côté de Kylian Mbappé.
Some say it's about being clinical.
Till Mbappé, Mbappé i boxen, hit till skottet kommer i mål! Zacke flyttar målvakten konstigt och det är Deir som kliver upp i ledningen.
And some say it's the moment.
Dallin, please.
If you are here, it's because you're amongst the best. If you are here, you know you can taste it.
I think we're about to see a very special text.
Come playoffs, I'm going to be the most dangerous me. I'll play anyone. I'm better than them all.
And by that I mean up to $100,000 in your pocket and a spot in the coveted FIFA E World Cup.
It's sort of a dream, isn't it? What was going to happen when you put all of those players together in one weekend?
Ever wondered just how good the best are at FIFA? Look no further.
Who is going to come out on top? I simply cannot wait for the playoffs.
What is up, everyone, and welcome back to the European playoffs of this FIFA Global Series season. I'm Jimmy Conrad. I'm going to be joined very shortly with Mike LaBelle, and we're breaking it all down. We have 2 rounds done on day 2 of this competition as we take little baby steps to see who's going to book their ticket for the FIFA E World Cup. Mike LaBelle, wow, what a round we just saw. Some big names going down once again, some big names getting eliminated. We're going to have all the brackets and scores for you very shortly. But let's get into some highlights in particular. We're going to get into some of the big games that we saw. We can break it down for you in a meaningful way. And the first one is going to be Dolan Mike versus PSV Dennis. Take it away, Mike.
Well, this is a pretty dominant game, especially if you were tuning into it live. You saw Dolan Mike come back with a very, I'd say Dolan Mike-esque performance in terms of he lets you know that he's refocused even after taking a tough loss in the winners bracket. He has not lost the dialed in or you see the breath of relief there. He's not shifted away from who he is as a player this year, and that was kind of the question mark that you brought up. And I'm saying I can't say for sure, because when you have a tough loss, it's very difficult to play back-to-back games. Anyone that is in the stream right now, everyone's played the weekend league, I'm sure. And you can relate. You have a bad game in the weekend league. If you don't take a break, you run into that next game, you're still thinking about the previous loss or the previous goal that you conceded in the 90th minute or the 120th or the penalty kick that you missed, you name it. So I think that shows a lot of not only adversity that he's willing to face, but also maturity with Dolan Mike, that he didn't get emotional. Because I've seen him get emotional throughout the years, even with all the success. We're all human beings, and sometimes it gets the best of you when you give up a bad goal or you have a bad result or you throw something away.
Are you telling me Dolan Mike is not a robot? That guy's so good that I can't believe he's not a robot. All right, so how important is it then, and I wish I had the stat available and I was trying to do it myself, about the first goal scored? Because when you drop into the losers bracket, everybody there from the winners bracket is feeling a bit down. And so when you score that first goal in the first leg, and Dolan Mike did that, he scored the first 2, it gave him the confidence, I really feel like, to take that breath that we saw on camera, that, you know what, I am a good player. You get that confidence again. Do you feel that now? And it's going to be interesting this time around in the next round of games, because now we're going to have players that have already won one and now they lost. And now we have players that won in the losers bracket. And it's just the psyche of this whole tournament is what really blows me away. And I've got nothing but respect for these players as they try to manage it.
Well, you're setting the tone. You're dictating the pace. Here's the tempo that we're going to play at. And if you're ahead, it's much easier to control all of those aspects and characteristics of the game, of course. I don't think it's as important if you're in the winner's bracket, because we're in this period now where everybody knows this is their final chance to make the FIFA E World Cup. This is the final moment of your competitive year. It just adds to it. You start to feel some weight in your shoulders, maybe in your hands. That controller's getting a little too heavy now if you're in the losers bracket. So I think it plays a bigger factor in the losers bracket, because you're one step out of the door as opposed to being one step closer to visiting the backyard and maybe doing some greenery or getting involved with the greenery.
Or me breaking my controller. That's what happens. I feel like I have to have a budget just for broken controllers, because I wouldn't last very long with these stakes. So I have nothing, again, but respect for these competitors. All right, let's go into the next highlight. The Germans, an all-German affair, NR7 taking on Musty. This was a good one between 2 very talented players. Walk us through it.
A much closer matchup in comparison to the Dolan Mike game, as you see a very classic bridge dribble there. You have the hesitation. Do you want to go across the body into the near post from Musty? And in Rasic's, potentially, and you could really argue, I'm not exaggerating here, that he has been the most, if not top 5 most consistent players since the introduction of competitive FIFA. We're dating back to FIFA 17, and I look at that as being the introduction period, because we had events, we have a competitive calendar, a lot more sponsors, branding. This is the goal that really is the go-ahead, and in many regards, to give him that 3-2 ahead of Musty. Just beautiful hold-up play. You see the finish there. We talked about this a lot, and we saw that just a second ago. We did the breakdown, but so much is about being able to micromanage. And when I talk about micromanaging, both offensively and defensively, you're able to see multiple things happening at once, and then not only do you see it, but then you can react to it, you can adjust to it, you can apply that information.
Yeah, I really love both of those competitors, and because it was so close, you have to wonder how Musty's going to be feeling dropping into the losers bracket now. Hopefully he can regain his confidence, just like we saw with Dolan Mike. But then Rasic goes on. He was one of my players to watch, and I feel like he's going to continue to take further steps forward in this. Now let's take a look at the bracket and actually see where NRASIC stands in everything, along with all the other players that are competing today. And we'll get a glimpse of some of the players that are going to go home. We're going to get that for you guys very, very soon. But let's focus on NRASIC. We've been talking about his name a lot, Mike LaBelle. What do you like about his game? Because I think my favorite thing about him is his consistency. He's so steady.
And the reason that he's so consistent, it really comes down to two different factors. The first one being he's clinical. And the second one, I've always felt, and NRASIC doesn't always admit this when we've had interviews with him and I talk to him even privately, I just think he adjusts so well to his opponents. A lot of people like to get up there and say, hey, I just play my game and people adjust to me, but I really feel that NRASIC does a wonderful job of understanding his opponent and being able to make him uncomfortable. Or slow down a game when your opponent wants to play fast, or play fast when he wants to play slow. And you gotta give him a lot of credit. He's been able to pivot, he's been able to adapt, and he does it every single year.
All right, I can't disagree with you. I'm a big NRASIC fan. Let's take now a look at the bracket, as I mentioned before, to see where everybody stands and what we're looking at and all the games. There's been 2 rounds. We got it all. We got the loser's side, we got the winner's side, and some prizes. Let's take a look at the winners first, Mike LaBelle. And over here, Jaden does the business. 16-year-old from Scotland, carrying the flag for the Scottish after Mark Marley somehow flamed out yesterday. That was a big surprise given all the hype he had coming in. So Jaden goes through. He's now 1 step away from booking his ticket. We got Danuso. He's the only Italian left in this one. That's going to be a great game between Jaden and Danuso for that spot. Gaucho doing the business against Zidane. Didn't give up a goal over 2 legs. Well played to Gaucho. Didn't expect him to be the German that we'd be talking about here towards the end. And Klenke, as I talked about before, only lost once so far over the 2 days, and that was the first match of day 1 against Olelito. Since then, crushing it. Optale does what he needs to do against Peixoto. Very professional performance from the Swede. And then, as we just discussed, NRASIC will be going on to face Optale. Then Levy. We talked about him on day 1, Mike LaBelle. He played against Tex, lost that one, but finds his way. He's fighting his way through the winner's bracket. We'll see as these guys get closer, and then there's another game, Lilies, that's there. Then this is where it gets a little dicey because, again, we're the loser's bracket side of things, Mike. Talk to me about this particular form and who's going to feel better coming into this? The players that just won in the loser's bracket feeling a little bit more confident again, or the ones that just dropped down to the loser's bracket?
I would rather be coming off a win. At the end of the day, it's still how this mentally affects you. This Olelito versus Skifter matchup, that's going to be a must tune in. I'd love to see whether it's on stream or the highlights. I have a feeling that's going to be a really deep dive of just great FIFA gameplay. And it also sets up Diogo, if he were to get by Brad Colston, that's a very interesting matchup in the losers round where it matters so much. Remember, for getting these qualification spots. Peixoto and Dolan Mike, we've seen both these guys on broadcast in the winners bracket. Guys that we're used to seeing in those final 8.
Yeah.
Also want to see if Musty can get through. Maybe you're setting up then potentially a Dolan Mike Musty. You've got a German affair. I would watch that. I would tune in. And I've been really impressed with Benny CR7 that you're going to see at the top of the bracket. So even though he just dropped down into the losers, if he can replicate what he did yesterday and even some of what's happened today, I still feel that he has a run within his system, and as long as he stays very self-assured. Remember, this is very mentally fatiguing to play these matches because you have to be so focused. Every little mistake is going to cost you at this level. These are the best players, not only in the region, but the best players in the world. This region has the most spots for a reason. It's full of so many successful players on every single level, whether it's locally, domestically, internationally. These are the guys you often expect to see winning events.
There's going to be some big names that are going to get knocked out once again in this upcoming round, so I'm excited to see who, to your point, Mike LaBelle, survives and who doesn't. Now, we talk about the Swedes a lot, we talk about the Germans a lot, but the match that we're going to feature is actually the lone Scot Jaden taking on the lone Italian Danuso. Let's get into these two players in particular, starting with Jaden. Here is his bio, here are his fun facts. The tale of the tape, 16 years old. He has Zell as his new coach. He switched coach. And shout out to Zell for getting him in this position, giving him the confidence to make it happen. His 46th ranking, his spot there, probably going to change here very soon. He's so close to booking his ticket to the E-World Cup. Do you think he has the goods, Mike LaBelle, to make it through? Danuso, a little bit older, been around the scene, has more experience.
These 16, 17, 18-year-olds, they just make runs all day, every day. And his big claim at the moment is that top 4 for the E-Champions League. That's huge. That gives you a taste of really being there, and also a taste of a serious payday as well. Because as you get into the late stages, you talk about being in that top 8, top 4, you start to see the prize pools increase significantly. And say what you will, but it does play a factor, because you're saying, I want to do this again. That gives me a little more access. I've devoted so much time into the game, and now I'm not only getting the recognition I deserve publicly or from a legacy standpoint, but I'm also being able to put some money into the bank, maybe upgrade the streaming setup. We'll see what happens. I know it plays a factor between competitors, a little bragging rights.
Okay, so tell me about Jaden coming off of beating Ololito, who had yet to lose in this tournament. What kind of confidence do you think it gives a 16-year-old to go on and believe, not only can I qualify for the E-World Cup, maybe I can just win these whole playoffs and nab that $100,000 in cash?
Massive, and I'm expecting Ryan to backdoor and co-sign and agree with me, I hope. But Ololito was one of the guys that I was like, he's gonna get a spot, and then there's how many other spots left? Maybe he's 1 and we got another 8 for the rest of the competition. Ololito's been stellar, top to bottom this year, and also has that C word we love using, consistency. He's always in the mix. He's always able to perform at a high level. He's very mature. He also signed a long-term contract with Ninjas in Pajamas, which is huge often for your own self-assured, feeling confident, feeling as if you made the correct investment of time. So if you're Jaden, I mean, you got to kind of be through the roof, and you want to carry that momentum.
All right, let's take a look now at his opponent, Jaden's opponent, that is Danuso, the Italian, 28 years old. So just, no big deal, 12 years older than his opponent today. 51 ranking, but whoever wins this one, I want to make sure this is absolutely clear. Whoever wins this one books their ticket to the E-World Cup. And if they lose, they have to go down to the losers bracket and fight it out with the hopes of getting there once again. So much at stake with this. And I do believe that Danuso has the experience to make it happen. And then, of course, we have another match that's also got those same stakes, and it is going to be pretty wild. It's Clanky, and he is taking on Gaucho, and the Dane versus the German is going to be good as well, Mike. I mean, Clanky, as I've already mentioned, another 16-year-old, but doing the business very professionally despite his young age. He's unranked, so if anybody out there is looking for someone to sponsor ahead of the E-World Cup, you could do worse than Clanky. He's been fantastic, taking down God Mode. I just want to reiterate, took down God Mode 10-0 over 2 legs in the last round. That is very, very impressive. And then Gaucho, the German, is the player he's going up against. Not the German I thought we would be talking about, but here he is, age 27. Another big age gap, 11 years that is. And Gaucho looking good as well. Really been solid here towards the end of day 1 and obviously the start here of day 2. But both of these matches, Mike LaBelle, both of these matches, whoever wins books their ticket for the E-World Cup. I would be sweating. Squeaky bum time over here if I was in this situation. What are your predictions?
Well, I hate that terminology or that example. I know that phrase has been around forever, but I just never been on board with it. So let's talk about it. All right, so for the first matchup, Danuso has been the face of Italy. If you're new to the competitive scene, this has been the guy. It makes me happy, maybe as an older competitor or someone who's an ex-competitor now, to see the late 20s, the guys that have a little more age, a little more experience really doing well, because that really hasn't been the case. We just keep seeing younger and younger talent. I've got Danuso taking that experience, getting the job done, wrapping up this position for a FIFA E-World Cup selection, and really continuing his legacy as the main man from Italy. But on the reverse end, I don't want to play Clanky right now. I think this is a bad time to match up against him. Even though Gaucho, super impressive across the board, I don't want to take anything away from him. I just think he's running into the most peak version that we've ever seen of Clanky. I just think it's bad timing, and I'm sorry, you just ran into the most informed competitor that we have at the moment. He just put 10 by somebody, and he didn't concede a goal either, Jim.
Against a player in God Mode who had knocked down Dolan Mike into the losers bracket and knocked out Tex yesterday. Clanky is my guy as well. You know what? I'm just going to stay with the youth movement here. I'm going to go with Jaden as well. I think both of those guys are going to be like, what? Pressure, fear, I can handle it. So those are my 2 picks, with all due respect to the older guys that have been grinding for so many years in the game. All right, Mike LaBelle and I are done talking, which means it's time to throw it over to the casters for these massive matches with Richard Buckley and Ryan Pessoa. Take it away, guys.
Well, thank you very much, Jimmy and Mike. This is the moment that we're building towards. Ryan Pessoa, time to find out some FIFA E World Cup grand finalists. And if you'd have told me at the start of the day that NFG Jaden or Clash Crazy Danuzo will be at the E-World Cup, guaranteeing a spot. I'll be honest with you, I don't know if I'd have believed it, but there's been shocks, there's been surprises, and it's all about turning up on the day.
You said it, heaps of shocks today, but of course you have to give credit to all of the players that have reached this stage, put themselves in a position to qualify for the World Cup. And yeah, these players, even if they lose, they still have that safety blanket because they haven't even lost yet in the knockout format yet. So they still can go into the loser bracket. They still have so many chances. So again, there's still so much up for grabs.
Yeah, and I think when you come into these games as well, obviously there's been so much riding on it. Maybe Jaden having that little bit of inexperience on his side, but then you co that with the experience of Zell, who you've got to say he's one of the better coaches that we've seen within FIFA Esports. Club World Cup with Roma, got them to a semi-final. I seem to remember he had a big influence in Dami's performance against Tuga in a Champs Cup a year or so ago as well. Told him where to change formation and whatnot. So I think it's a good person to have in your corner there, alongside the mechanical skill and real sort of unbelievable talent that Jaden has as well.
Yeah, exactly. You said it. Like, Zell has a lot of accolades as a coach. He's a great person and player as well. So it's handy to have those type of players in your corner. And yeah, for Jaden anyway, it's down to him to perform on the day, and he's done that so far.
So from here on out, we are going to be splitting down the games that we show you as well. Not all matches will be played simultaneously. We're going to show 2 of the winners bracket matches. We'll show you the bracket now and talk you through what is going to be on stream right now. So let's take a zoom in. You can see those 2 matches in the winners bracket. Those 2 matches will be played right now. NFG Jaden against Clash Danuzo, and also Red Bull Leipzig's Gaucho up against Klenki. Those 2 matches, very, very much a lot riding on them, and our losers round 2 games as well. There's 2 huge matches there standing out for me straight away. I know Jimmy and Mike talked a lot about them, Ryan, but Peixoto against Dullen Mike is a ridiculous game. And also Mustit as well against RVP Legend. Those 2 matches, I mean, it shows the losers bracket is not a place to be.
Yeah, you can see even the other games, Razek versus Octole, Levy versus Lilias. There's so many players that you'd associate them being one of the staples in the World Cup. A lot of them are in the loser bracket, a lot have even been eliminated, so to even be still left in the competition, in the conversation is not easy.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's what we expected as well. Yes, granted there has been shocks, but players are still in the tournament, whether it's through a losers bracket, and at the end of the day, not everyone can go to the E-World Cup from Europe. In previous years, the E-World Cup's been a very Europe-dominated tournament. There's been more European players than any other nation. There was 8 German players at the FIFA 19 E-World Cup. A quarter of the tournament was made up by Germans, so it's not going to be like that another year with how the sort of global series has been regionalized. Every single region gets a horse at the race. They get a player from that specific region to represent them. Some players having 2, 3, or 4. Europe getting the biggest allocation of players, but unfortunately, Ryan, hundreds, if not thousands, of players are going to be disappointed.
Yeah, exactly. You said it's a bit different this year because of the way it's set out. Of course, it's regional formats. You have a set amount of players that can qualify based on the region that they represent or that they participate in. So I believe it's 9 or 18 in total from Europe, and then of course all the other regions calculate up to make it the 32-man tournament for the World Cup. But as I said, it's really hard to get there.
Well, you can see Danuzo's squad right now before we get into this huge matchup. So much riding on it. Pretty standard team, you would say there, Ryan. Talk me through 1 to 11, and is there anybody maybe that you're a little bit skeptical of? I mean, for me, really, Ramos he's been a bit so-so in these playoffs so far. He's given away a few mistakes.
He has, but again, this is one of the more favourite squads that I would look towards myself if I was playing. The only difference is that maybe I'll try and find a way for Neymar to start ahead of Pele. I don't know how that would work chemistry-wise, but again, I just like the defense of course, having Vieira, who is starting up front, of course, does go into the centre-back position. Next to Ramos, you've got Llorente at right back. The only issue with Llorente is the 3-star, 3-star. If he had 4-star skill moves just to offer that a bit more support offensively, it'd be a lot better, like Alphonso Davies does on the opposite side. But De Jong, Ruud Gullit, Team of the Season Mbappe, Team of the Year Ronaldo, and of course R9 Ronaldo, of course Pele as well, I forgot to mention. They, all of them, any of those players you'd associate to be one of the best players on the game. So yeah, it's amazing.
I'm just having a glance at the bench there as well before we get into this game. So Eusebio on the bench, also Juan Cuadrado, a couple of players that maybe you typically wouldn't see. Not only the bench, I think that was sort of a side point to get me into my main point here, Ryan. Those bench players, those reserves, would you ever change your squad mid-tournament? If you saw a player that wasn't playing well for you, would you say, you know what, you're out, I'm bringing someone else in?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like I guess the luxury of these players in this tournament, they've had about a week or so to practice with their teams. So it's a bit different than actually like live events where you turn up, you've got a couple of days practice and you're straight in. So like for me, I remember at live events, if someone I was practicing with done well and in the game, they had a shaky game, they're off. Like there's no room for error. I take them out, and I don't mind chopping and changing, but again, it's difficult because the whole season this year, we've had squad restrictions. So we haven't had an open account like what the players are able to use now.
Ruthless Ryan Pessoa, a little new nickname for you there. If you're not cutting it, you're out. I tell you what will be cut up and dissected. That will be the prize money breakdown. So much money to be split between all of our 64 players here, with the winner, the top dog, taking home $100,000. Second prize gets 70k. Then you can see the split right there for you. What we're playing for right now, $7,500. You win this game, you get your spot to the EU World Cup, and you can be happy in the knowledge that you will be taking home some decent money, with the real possibility of going even further. Because if you win this game, Ryan, the pressure of the EU World Cup lifts off your shoulders, and you can just go and play now. You've got a loser's bracket game in your back pocket if you need it, but you win this game, the pressure of the EU World Cup is off. You know you've succeeded, and you can now go into the rest of the tournament, and you might even see better performances.
Yep, as you said, the pressure's off. Not necessarily, but of course, it's the main thing what players have looked forward to this year is getting to playoffs and getting the top 9 to get into the World Cup. So once they've done that, anything else after that in this competition is just a bonus for prize money. The real, I guess, pressure will come when the World Cup comes. I believe it's at the start of August next month. So there's still a little way for these players to practice if they do make it there anyway. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, 6th through the 8th of August in London, that EU World Cup will be taking place. You've been in, I mean, you've seen situations like this before. You've been, you've played very well into an EU World Cup before, FIFA 17. What was it like when you qualified for the tournament, but then the biggest moment of the season is quite a little bit away from you? How did you prepare going into an EU World Cup Grand Final when you had time sort of to maybe dwell, overthink, and just even some players stress?
Yeah, I'll be honest, it's tough because again, it comes at the end of the year. So it's like, you have to remember the season usually starts around October time. So it's like you played all of these months to come up to this moment. So a lot of players are burnt out, which is sort of similar to what Texas VT was talking about before, how he sort of saved himself to try and perform his best at playoffs. So I'd say it's kind of hard just to try and keep up that morale and I guess motivation to keep playing. But once you get there and you've qualified for the World Cup, yeah, no doubt the motivation is going to be there.
We are in the European region here for the playoffs. We've had some unbelievable tournaments so far. Some of the best moments of the season that I've had the pleasure, I should say, and privilege of commentating over in the playoffs. We can have a look who is already qualified for the FIFA World Cup and who will be fighting for the biggest tournament of the season. Ryan, I'm going to come to you right now because we've got South American players, North American players, players from West Asia, East Asia, and also South Africa in here, and Oceania. Let's not forget about DW Dillon. Is there anybody there? Obviously, I'm going to discard MS Desari and Nicholas, okay? We all know about Desari and Nicholas. They've done it. They've been around the block. They know how to win. That we should be looking out for in the 14 players already qualified there.
I'll be honest, it's tough, Rich, just because again it's been split up regionally. It's hard. There's a lot of new names in the scene. Like again, there's only a handful of names that I'm completely aware of. Of course, King CJ has had a great year. You've got Felipe as well. I remember him from previous FIFAs anyway, being really good. You've got Paulo Neto, is in 10. You've got Agate Power as well. But a lot of the players that are in there, this might be, I believe, or almost certainly anyway, will be their first World Cup. And of course, you've got the household names of Desari being a World Cup winner and Nicholas being a finalist. I believe Desari did play Nicholas, didn't he? In am I wrong with that? I can't remember. I actually don't remember.
Desari.
Actually, no. I think Pino beat
Stefano
Pino. I can't remember.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
so
it.
Desari beat
yeah.
Stefano Pino. Pino beat Nicholas, FIFA 18. Just having a quick look there as well at those E-World Cup Grand Finals already. I'll give you a couple of names. PH Zin, watch out for this man. He is the real deal. Numerous different titles this season, and also the Club World Cup title in the South American region, I should say. He's a top talent and will be coming into this full of confidence for the E-World Cup. But before we get to the E-World Cup, we've still got to find out who will be representing Europe on the PlayStation. That's going to be next weekend. The Swiss rounds will be July 9th. You can see the top 32 go into day 2, July 10th. And on day 3, we find out who will be taking home $100,000. Some of the big names from Europe will all be there. Levi de Weed, #Tom, Houston, you name it. They're going to be performing, and it's going to be such a tournament next weekend as well. I was going to say harder to call, but I mean, this weekend, I don't think anyone would have called what we've seen so far. So unpredictability is the word for these European playoffs, Ryan.
Yeah, you forgot to mention Shells, of course, being there. My teammate.
Shells, yeah.
He's preparing ready. Yeah, the thing is about on PS, you've got so many players. Not to say that there isn't on Xbox, but on PS, the list of names in there, it's crazy. Genuinely, every single player in there has the ability to win. So, as I said, I'm not saying that that's not the case on Xbox as well, but just PS, yeah, there's so many top players.
You just mentioned Shells there. While we're on the topic, how is he getting ready? How is he performing? Do you think you're obviously not gonna give a prediction? We're still a week away, but do you see him having a good playoffs?
Of course, I always back Shells. Like, everyone knows how good he is. It's just like on the day, does he trust himself to do it? It's down to him. But yeah, we know how good he is ability-wise.
Well, here we go. Winners round 3 between NFG Jaden and Clash Denuso. Looking forward to getting this game underway. It's going to be Jaden from left to right in the Ranger strip and Denuso from right to left in the white. Winner of this game gets a seat at the table of the FIFA E-World Cup. Doesn't get much bigger than this.
Yep, I have huge respect as well when I mentioned for Denuso. He always seems to find himself in and amongst the finalists to reach the World Cup, as we see a last-ditch tackle or block there from Vieira. Did actually come back off of Ronaldo to go out for a goal kick for Jaden, but this is his first time, his first bite of the cherry to try and qualify for the World Cup. I myself, Rich, of course, you probably remember that game where I played against Denuso in FIFA 18 in Amsterdam, where I lost 120th minute as well.
Denuso is in London, Brandon Smith.
Yeah. One of the biggest robberies we've ever seen. Surprised the police are going to cart him out of the venue. But Denuso, one of the best players, honestly, and such a great guy. And I feel like he has a lot of experience, so I wouldn't be shocked if he manages to qualify again.
No, absolutely. I mean, look, I know you didn't make it to the World Cup that year, but your teammate Boras did in dramatic fashion as well against Principe, I seem to remember correctly. It was an incredible tournament. Probably one of the best LAN events, I would say, that there's been, that playoffs. There's so many shocks, so many surprises. It was a truly remarkable week in Amsterdam. I'm looking forward to making many more memories when we are allowed to. Jaden. Just see that. Coming up on the face cam. Very calm, composed player, especially for a player only 16 years old. But I know when we've been around Europe, around the world this year with a number of these tournaments, you used to say, especially at LAN, Ryan, and I think the online element has eliminated the age factor quite a bit, because there's no pressure of going to a LAN, getting on a plane, staying in a hotel, maybe traveling on your own. All these things are eliminated. You sit at home when you've been playing online and you play. So I think the age concept that somebody who's 16 or 17 can't win a tournament, it's been completely abolished. And I mean, we've even seen that with Levy de Weed dominating in the PlayStation bracket, only 16 years old.
Yeah, it feels like a completely different tournament. I can't explain it. It's being at LAN and then being, oh, that's lovely. Is that going to be a goal? And it's hit the post there with the crossbar. I couldn't even see clearly there. I thought R9 was about to bundle through, but just following on from being able to play at home and then playing LAN, I guess it's a little bit different from newcomers in the scene this year, because they technically know no different anyway, because they haven't played at LAN events before, and this is the first year they're eligible to compete. So again, they don't know any different, but competing at LAN and online is so different for me. It's like a big difference.
Chance around the corner here, sliding challenge from Denuso, does get away with it, and it will go out for a goal kick. So far, 24 minutes gone. Denuso's had the better chance. He struck the upright with R9 Ronaldo. As soon as he played that goal kick short there as well, he was player locking straight down the line. I sometimes think the hard thing for players who maybe are a little bit older, who especially have had success in the past, and you might be able to comment on this yourself, Ryan, is it harder to learn the new meta, the new mechanics? Because what you've done in previous iterations of FIFA has had unbelievable success for you. So maybe you become a little bit naive to wanting to change how you play the game and the basic fundamentals of playing.
I just feel like the way that the game is set out, like it's almost a completely different game from like FIFA 17 compared to now. So of course, like players that have been, well, were really good on like FIFA 17 or even before the FUT Champions era, I found it hard to adjust, but I wouldn't say it's down to not wanting to change or not being able to adapt enough. I just feel like, again, we've seen nowadays games are a lot closer most of the time, that there's always a lot of narrow margins when competing, which of course is going to happen. So it's just down to who can adapt the best on that iteration of the game, or who can just, we always speak about luck being a factor, but you have to be able to take your luck when it comes, so who can do that the best as well.
Little offside trap there from Jaden, stepping up, stealing the ball back with Rude Hullet. Just having a quick glance over his team, actually, Jaden. I think we only saw Denuso's squad in the pre-match. Bruno Fernandes gets a start. Marcus Llorente also involved from the get-go. Neymar is offside. It looks a pretty standard 11 from Jaden. I don't see too many real surprising picks in there. Hullet, Bruno, Llorente, Ramos, Vieira. I would say no real shockers in the starting 11.
Yeah, it's just a standard squad. I like how, well, for me, Bruno Fernandes is one of my favourite players on the game. It was good to see him in a squad. I know a lot of players will opt to use De Jong ahead of him. I feel as he gave the ball away, but yeah, outside of the box, he's deadly, and he's, well, for me anyway, he's just so smooth on the ball when dribbling, able to transition really quick. Defensively, of course, he's not as good as the likes of De Jong. He might have been used. Goretzka's one that I'm shocked nobody has used, or I haven't really even seen him come off the bench. I know that he is on the bench for the news, though. So yeah, that's what I just thought that Goretzka would feature a lot more in some of the squads.
Chemistry maybe be a factor as well, trying to get him in. I mean, it is a factor because the icons that we used as well, you're playing Vieira at centre-back, but he usually starts in a higher position. R9 or Pele usually start at centre-back to give chemistry to the rest of the team. So you're sort of playing this 50-50 of players that you might want to use, but you can't get in on 10 or even 7 chemistry. As that will take us into half-time. Denuso with the best chance of the game, hitting the post inside the first 45 minutes. And I seem to remember the Clash crazy coach there. It was a couple of years ago in Bucharest. Do you remember, Ryan, the dancers from Clash Crazy and his coach right there?
Oh, God. Yeah, I do. I was trying to forget that. But yeah. No, Clash have had a lot of success. They've got a great roster as well. So it's no shock that Denuso's managing to flourish under them as well.
Yeah, a real good roster. You see the stats there from the halfway point in this first leg of FIFA. 57% of the ball to the Italian, but the only strike of the game hitting the upright so far into the second half. I know Jaden's got a lot of support, whether it's in the live chat right now or people on social media or from his esports organisation, NFG. Lots of people behind him. Ruud Gullit into Danuso. Should say for Danuso into R9. Speaking of R9, linking up there, and Mbappe, first time fake shot, looking to get away from his marker, but defended well so far, Jayden. Other than that small blip where the post was rattled, there's nothing really of note happened in this matchup.
Nothing has been tightly contested. A little bit nervy. You can sense the nerves between the players when building up. They just don't want to make any mistake. They're trying to keep their pass accuracy high, not giving away needless possession. But yeah, for Jayden, he's building up slowly. Just needs to start to take a tiny bit more risk. Not something where, in essence, of pushing bodies forward, but just those passes and trying to look to break the defensive line of Danuso.
Chance here for Jayden. R9 twisting and turning, trying to send Ramos into a spin. That's played into Neymar. He's got space out wide. Pele's the defender closest to it. Alphonso Davies comes across and doubles up on Neymar. He will win himself a throw-in high up the pitch. Does fall Danuso's way, and with just over 30 minutes left to play, it's been a relatively slow and, I would say, methodical first leg from these two.
It has been. There's still, well, it's extremely even between them, and it's just going to be about who can break the deadlock first, who can crack the defense. But we haven't seen any clear-cut chances for either of these players.
Possession turned off there, and that was a huge tackle from Patrick Vieira. He had to make that. He could be countering here. Jayden, Neymar inside the box, shoots across the goalkeeper. It's going to be cleared off the line, just underneath his own crossbar.
Wow, he looked for the rebound there, and I thought it was just about to go in there off of De Jong to be an own goal to break the deadlock, but he does enough just to get it off the line there.
This game's starting to open up here in the final 30 minutes. Very, very important to take some level of an advantage into the second leg with so much on the line. R9, reverse elastico, followed by a regular elastico. One thing that we saw a lot in South America, in particular, Ryan, was players getting the ball on the edge of the box in that R9 position, just sort of 20, 25 yards out and finessing it, just hitting shots. Because you don't get closed down. People expect a skill move, they expect an extra pass. And we saw numerous goals, PH Zin in particular, hitting it with everybody from Bruno Fernandes to R9 to Ruud Gullit. Why do we not see long shots, particularly in Europe?
That's actually a good point. Something that I noticed, that we haven't really seen many. If I'm trying to think off the top of my head of like a finesse shot from distance or anything, we haven't seen much in terms of long range shooting. I don't really know why exactly. I don't think there's this. It's difficult because a lot of time when you have that much space on the ball, you're trying to look for the runners off of it, trying to look for a directional nutmeg. But yeah, maybe it's just players in different regions, the latency issue. They're just looking just to get as shots off that goal as much as they can.
Yeah, I mean, I also just think the players that they're using, a prime icon moments R9, a team of the year Cristiano Ronaldo, they will score those chances if they are unmarked and uncontested as well, especially on the edge of the box. And goalkeeper movement is a lot less of a factor as well, especially on the edge of the box. You don't see people shuffling across to mark finesse shots. Neymar, inside channel, shoots at the near post, and Van der Sar will just shove it around to force a corner.
I'd be interested to see the pass accuracy from Danuso. It feels as if he's giving away possession quite frequently against Jayden. So I don't know, he needs to maybe address something a little bit in terms of just the way he's building up his attacks, because again, it seems as if he's playing those passes where Jayden's finding it easy just to cut the lane.
You see both players live shots here in this pivotal match in their FIFA 21 season. Winner of this gets a spot at the FIFA E World Cup Grand Final. Cannot wait to see who the final 9 will be. Corner. He likes to go short with Pele. Frenkie de Jong can pick it up. Here is R9. He's pressured on the edge of the box. Plays it into CR7. Ball roll, scoop turn. R9! Great goal, great corner, and Jayden goes 1-0 up.
That's big. That's a fantastic goal there from Jayden to break the deadlock and score a goal. It was coming. I felt as if he started to gain a little bit of momentum, a lot of possession around the area, but he does everything perfect there to get the goal.
And a huge, huge goal for NFG Jayden. A nerve settler. Setting his stall out. It's a well-worked corner. Got the opportunity with CR7. Ball roll, scoop turn. Found R9 running through, and I'm sure he's got Zell in his ear right now. Jayden, keep the ball. See out the result. Make sure you take something into leg 2. Danuzo will not go away though, Ryan. And expect a good chance for Danuzo before this leg does eclipse. This could be it. Neymar just tackled by Ruud Gullit on his defensive works.
I think for Jayden now, what he needs to do is just see out this first leg, try his best to not give away possession or a key chance for Danuzo. Almost jinxed it instantly, right? Maybe I should just keep my mouth shut, but I think that's what I would do. Again, you just got the last moments of the game here. You don't want to do anything stupid. He's in the lead. It's calm, it's controlled. He doesn't have to score another one in this leg specifically. Just wait for the last attack. So even if he does lose possession here, the referee will blow for full time.
Yeah, he's in a good position, isn't he? I mean, you're going in 1-0 up at halftime. It's not the best position, but it's a positive. It's a good opportunity, and he will actually get the final opportunity of this game after that poor pass from Danuzo. Runs into Marcus Llorente, and unless there's an incredible ball over the top that Ramos can't deal with, which Ramos can't deal with, and Ronaldo hits it over the bar. Drama until the final minute. Talk to me about that chance right there.
Wow, for a second there, I really thought that was going to hit the back of the net. That would have been a perfect ending to the game for Danuzo, but wow.
Incredible right there. NFG Jayden up against Clash Danuzo. These two evenly poised, 1-1. That will be going into leg number 2 very shortly indeed. But we've got plenty more action to unfold here, Ryan Pessoa, and I can't wait to see what the result, or I should say pending result, of the match that we're going to be jumping to will be, because there's winners bracket games taking place right now alongside our match, and I believe that is where we're going to be going very shortly indeed. You concede an opportunity like that at the end of the first half. If you're Danuzo right now, does that affect you at all, or do you just think it was a sort of a Hail Mary? A player looked, I just pinged it over the top, and it didn't work out for me.
It's a huge Hail Mary, but again, it's something that if he's going to create chances, it doesn't really matter how it comes. You'd just be hoping he could create more in the second leg.
Also, just going to let you know, the sort of the graphic that just went up there, it was 1-0 to Jayden. He came out with a victory there in the end after the first leg of action. First leg, second half here between Gaucho and Kalenke, 0-0 between these two. Same situation. Winner of this gets a spot at the FIFA E World Cup Grand Final.
I think, Rich, it's safe to say that for Kalenke, he's sort of come out of nowhere. I feel like, again, I would be stunned if there was anybody that would have anticipated him reaching this stage from yesterday anyway. A lot of the big names, he's only lost one game throughout the tournament so far, including, of course, the Swiss format, and he's so close now to getting that World Cup spot. But for the Gaucho as well, somebody that I know we practiced a lot at the start of the year representing Red Bull Leipzig. He's had a great year. He's done enough to qualify for the playoffs, and again, that was just the aim, being able to do that and try and get to this stage to give him the best chance of qualifying for the World Cup. We'd be delighted so far, but 0-0 is still tightly contested between both of them.
Yeah, Kalenke came into this tournament via the eSuperliga. Success he had in season 6. That's how he got his spot. Maybe a little bit of an underdog, but he's on his way to the World Cup if he can get past Gaucho here. Red Bull Leipzig, Gaucho, he's a name, he's a player that he's been around the block. Ryan, he's been competing for many years and still at the, dare I say, elderly end of the scale, competing at the very, very highest level.
Yeah, but he's been around, as you say, for years. I remember playing him in, oh wow, what FIFA would that have been? I think FIFA 18, I'm pretty certain. And he was still he's top player then, and he's still a top player now.
Chance here for that man. Sergio Ramos steps out, does well defensively there, Klinke. Still plenty of time for one of these two to take something into that second leg matchup. R9 firing the ball out wide to Mbappe. He's got space to go into. Davies comes across. Got to imagine he'll recycle. Great pass, just offside. Good save though from Schmeichel, nonetheless.
That's a great save. I think something as well that is key to mention. Klinke and his teammate as well, Lilies, I think it's pronounced, or Lilies, they both are in a massive shout to qualify for the World Cup, which is crazy to see. Brøndby have had great recruitment. Again, I played against Leeds as well. Incredible players. So, yeah, they've done well this year to make sure that their players are in contention for World Cup spots.
Yeah, Brøndby, I mean, when you look at their history in FIFA esports as well, FIFA 17, Club World Cup, FIFA 18, Club World Cup, numerous different titles in Denmark, a Superliga to go with it as well, and potentially 2 grand finalists. Obviously, that match between Levy and Lilies will be coming up later in the evening, but it'd be an incredible season for Brøndby if they were to pick up 2 of the 9 E-World Cup spots. But Levy from Inter Esports has been on an absolute tear. Beat Deject 6-2. Beat Brad Colston 12-3. He's been scoring goals for fun. Gaucho here, looking to play, looking to create, looking to be proactive in the final third. Neymar picks it up. Heel to heel, fires his shot off the outstretched leg of Vieira. R9 plays into CR7. Great save from Courtois at the near post.
Thought that was going to be a goal there. You saw the grimace on the Gaucho's face. That was a big chance. A great save, though, from Courtois to stop it hitting the back of the net, because for me there, CR7 in that position, you'd expect him almost certainly to hit the back of the net.
I mean, you even saw it, especially when the players react. So a lot of the players are relatively calm, especially during the matches. But when you see a player react, not even to a goal, but to a miss, it certainly does show you that they expected it to go in. And again, Thibaut Courtois standing up to that strike. What a goalkeeper he is. He was out, I think it was an SBC, that team of the season, Courtois, that came out. Yep. I didn't actually complete it myself. I wish I had now. Now we got Ramos as well, and Eder Militao and Varane, and a whole plethora of unbelievable Real Madrid players. I mean, the talent that squad's got with the new promos, the SBCs. You could put together a relatively competitive Real Madrid squad. Never mind a competitive team for the Global Series playoffs. Just watch out for a switch of play here, potentially coming in. It's the wide areas where he's been, I mean, the best. That's just the simplest way I put it so far. Gaucho, Mbappe, Neymar picking up the ball in these pockets of space. That's where he can hurt you. Ruud Gullit firing the ball into R9. Patrick Vieira does well defensively. Got a question for you, Ryan. When did Vieira start getting played as a centre-back? Because it was, for ages, he was a centre-mid, CDM. But I feel like, was it in Bucharest? Maybe a couple of years ago, maybe last year, where everyone started saying, yeah, you've actually got to play it was the 88 Vieira first. You've got to play that Vieira at centre-back, and now the prime Michael Moments Vieira is just top tier.
Yeah, he's got all the attributes. He's got the physical presence as well. I want to say There was a year where he wasn't useful at all. Was that FIFA 19 where everyone just sort of dropped him from the team? I want to say it was FIFA 19, and then FIFA 20 came back into it as a centre-back, as you say, and just being dominant. And from there on out, it's been a common theme amongst player squads. Now, some players do use Vieira in CDM. I think he is still the best CDM on the game, especially for a 4-1-2-1-2 narrow. It'd be perfect. But again, at centre-back, he just has everything.
Final chance, going to fall to Gaucho. Can he create something to take a lead into leg number 2? Kylian Mbappe, twisting, turning, and nine! Final kick of the first leg. An advantage Gaucho going into this huge second leg World Cup decider.
That's a beautiful goal as well. Great finish from R9. You see what it means to him to score, which probably will be the last kick of the game. Again, a bit of poor goalkeeping there, in all honesty. I feel like he's dived the wrong way, but nonetheless, for the Gaucho, will take that 1-0 lead going into the second leg to qualify for the World Cup.
I just got informed as well. It was Footwiz Dan who started the Vieira at centre-back, so that's what we've all got to thank. He made lyrics play him in a tournament. Well, there you go. We've seen 2 winners bracket matches halfway completed in both. We'll get the final moments of both games coming up very shortly. 1-0 Jaden and 1-0 to Gaucho. Will their leads continue, or will we see some unbelievable comebacks in the second leg of gameplay? Don't go anywhere. Coming up very shortly, we're going to be finding out who's going to be going to the FIFA World Cup. Back to Mbappe. Reverse elastic goal. That is unbelievable. And Pablo, 4 goals to 3 with an unbelievable performance.
Мое имя Павел Скуратов, более известно как KFC Пабло, и рад всех видеть на моем мастер-классе. Давайте посмотрим, как я обыграл Дани в 3-м отборочном турнире. Так, но за лаймера здесь я шел вперед, но понял, что нет шансов дальше, и Клостермана подключаю к атаке. Защитник редко подключается к атаке, поэтому Дани не ожидал, что я пойду. Здесь хороший дриблинг был. Главное, здесь поймал момент именно навесом. Я выдал этот пас на Криштиану Роналдо, не готовый, когда мой игрок выбегал из-за его защитников. Ну и после этого уже пас на пустые и гол, который с помощью необычного движения получилось сделать. А здесь получается отнять мяч. Буквально через пару секунд Клостерман накрывает Решфорда, и идет сразу молниеносная атака. Криштиану Роналдо убегает 1 на 1. Все, вроде бы я мог заканчивать этот матч 3-0, идеальный счет, но я делаю болл-ролл не в ту сторону. В левую сторону было бы лучше, мне кажется, и удар с левой, но я побоялся, что Криштиану Роналдо может промахнуться с левой, и поэтому убрал под правую, а там оказался Варан, который просто меня очень легко накрыл. Этот эпизод мог сразу закончить всю игру, но, к сожалению, я ошибся. Довольно напряженная игра вышла. Я с 2-0 начал проигрывать 3-2. Смог сделать 3-3, и вот последние минуты у меня уже не было эмоций, не было сил играть. Ударил за Криштиану Роналдо с неудобной позиции, откуда гол точно не залетел бы. Я рассчитывал на угловой, то есть я не хотел допускать ошибку на последних минутах матча. Неудачные. Здесь получилось, что мяч откатился ко мне назад. Увидел, точнее, заказал ускорение Мбаппе, чтобы он ворвался в штрафную площадь с помощью забегания. И благодаря финту, благодаря обратным эластика, получилось обыграть Дани, который, мне кажется, не ожидал. Он переключился на другого защитника. И, заметив это, я решил сделать финт, после которого сразу последовал удар, который вывел меня вперед и не дал Дани шансов отыграться. На этом все. Это были главные фишки, которые помогли мне обыграть Дани. Надеюсь, они помогут вам улучшить свой скилл.
Welcome back to the European Xbox Playoffs. Day 2 here, July the 3rd. It's a big day, not only in the real football, which kicks off very shortly indeed, but also on the virtual pitch. We're going to be finding out some of our competitors going to the FIFA E World Cup Grand Finals. Tomorrow we decide who's going to be taking home the title. If you like what you saw this weekend, well, come back next weekend. Same time, same place. Different console, PlayStation 4, 64 more of the best PlayStation European competitors will be competing for their opportunity at $100,000, and some of those money can't buy FIFA E World Cup Sports. You're joined by myself, Richard Buckley, and Ryan Pessoa. Ryan, 2 games here in the winners bracket, both separated by 1 goal. Do you see the players leading going into leg 2 sticking out the result, or do you think we're going to see some drama?
In all honesty, I wouldn't be shocked if either or both games will be low scoring. I know that, well, I have a lot more information on Danuzos' play style anyway, but he's very, very comfortable when he's in the lead, so it'll be interesting to see how he reacts when he's losing, because again, he's a fantastic player, so we'll have a lot to do to come back against Jaden, who's performing really, really well.
Yeah, we're jumping into this game just inside the opening 20 minutes here. Don't worry, didn't miss anything in the first 20. Both players just starting to move their chess pieces into play. Frenkie de Jong. Ruud Gullit, player lock out wide. The ball finds its way out wide. R9 now into Ruud Gullit again. Driving into CR7, Elastico. The ball bubbling around the box. Let's find its way to Gullit. He twists, turns, CR7 off the post again. Danuzos hit the post twice in this series so far. Will it be third time lucky for the Italian as Ruud Gullit picks it up? Pause cued by one of these 2 players, not happy in the opening third with how the game is going. Cristiano looking for the run of R9, but Jaden defends well. Danuzo, he's knocking on the door, Ryan.
He is. It seems like only a matter of time. This leg, from what we've seen so far, seems to be a lot more better from him offensively. He's starting to try and prod at Jaden's defensive line, and it's, for Jaden anyways, relying on the post to bail him out, twice now? So it seems as if Danuzo has that firm grip and is starting to press a little bit more and trying to break through Jaden's defensive line. But again, for Jaden, he just needs to be a bit more composed defensively. I don't think he's doing anything wrong, but I just feel like, for me anyway, when you go really, really defensive and invite pressure, it's not necessarily the best thing to do.
Kylian Mbappe looking for that long ball over the top. Just finds its way through to the goalkeeper. A pause that was cued earlier now comes in to action. "37 minutes gone here, Ryan Pessoa, as both players taking a little break, taking a little drink. Danuzo is that sort of experience that he'd pause the game, not even to make a change sometimes, just to relax, just to calm down, just to take a breath. He's a veteran of the scene.
Nah, he is, and I know myself anyway, when we have a psychologist at City, always tells us to do that. Sometimes you're in a game, you don't need to make a change, but just to take a breather, reset a little bit, not to I guess knock you off your stride, but sometimes you can fall into the trap and just play a little bit, I guess not at the best level that you could possibly do. So it's good just to take a breather, just to reset a little bit, rejuvenate and go back into it. And as you say, Danuzo's a veteran, he's qualified for the World Cup before, he's done well at events, he knows what it takes to do that. But for Jaden now, it's good defending from him. For his sake anyway, hopefully he's able just to see it out and start to pick apart those gaps. There's going to be gaps slowly opening for in Danuzo's defense as he pushes bodies forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you'll definitely start to see it in the second half as well. Those opportunities start to open up. Those chances start to manifest themselves for Jaden. Possession is his best friend right now. R9 picks it up. CR7 now. Dinked over the top. Ruud Gullit gets there in top of the goalkeeper. And Danuzo levels it up just on the stroke of half-time.
Fair enough. Fair enough. That's an unorthodox way to score, but he does it there, chips it for Ruud Gullit to head it past the on-rushing goalkeeper. It's a goal. It's something that he needed. Comes at a perfect time as well, just before the half-time interval. Oh my God, we're back at it. One apiece now going into half-time. 45 minutes left, plus the potential of extra time and penalties to see who will get the World Cup spot between these two great players.
And you saw that little dink over the top there. What was that? We're going to see the replay here. Did he trigger the run with LB? Because Gullit sort of burst through the middle of the defence and nobody's really picked him up.
Yeah, that's the key thing when you have some midfielders like Gullit who can offer so much going forward. And I always speak about physical presence being why these prime icon moments are key compared to other standard cards in the game. Just because of that, Ruud Gullit is unbelievable going forward. And again, he has the height, he has everything. He can challenge those centre-backs and even the goalkeeper, as we saw there, in the air to win it and put it in the back of the net. But again, for Danuzo, as we said, it's sort of unorthodox. But again, whatever it takes to get that goal, that's what that matters.
Even playing field going into the second half here between Clash Crazy's Danuzo and NFG's Jaden. Ramos steps out, does well for Danuzo there. The tide certainly seems to have turned here in the Italians' favour. Ball's getting pinged about with some pace. There's an intensity to his play right now, Danuzo. Into R9. Can't get away from Vieira, but the ball finds its way back to a AC Milan shirt. Ruud Gullit. He can create, he can play. Vieira stands up strong to it. The nerves will certainly starting to play a factor in this game with so much riding on it.
You can tell just from the way both of these players are playing. Oh, that's a fantastic tackle there from Ramos to stop the attack. I was about to say, can Jaden break through?
Ronaldo, is he?
Danuzo.
1-1. Danuzo, R9! Huge goal for Danuzo, and it all came from that incredible slide tackle from Sergio Ramos, from defence into attack in a matter of seconds.
I honestly thought he messed up the attack there, just waiting with CR7, sorry, but he plays it back. R9 manages to get it past the goalkeeper. And wow, he takes the lead, he turns it around. Again, straight from that tackle there from Ramos, which was phenomenal. But yeah, Jaden has to do something now to get back into it. I feel like he's playing with a little bit of nerves, but he just needs to trust his ability. He's a top player.
Could be in here, Jaden. 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper. Kylian Mbappe. Heavy touch. He's managed to get it back. Van der Sar gets back up. Not the first time that we've seen Kylian Mbappe miss a big chance.
Yeah, I thought he was in on goal there. Certainly, well, he was in on goal. I thought he was going to bull the goalkeeper or opt for a chip there. But again, easier said than done. In all honesty, credit for Danuzo with baiting the goalkeeper with a little bit of putting him out and some slight side steps anyway. He does well there to sort of put Jaden off, but there's still time. There is still time for more goals to see if there's going to be some more drama in this game. Of course, we keep reiterating it. The winner of this game gets a World Cup spot, which is, again, what all of the players this year have been vying and pushing towards. It's the most important thing to perform in the playoffs, and these players have done so far.
Yeah, it's going to be an unbelievable finish here. Winners bracket 2 matches, losers bracket underway. CR7 twisting, turning, Jaden tackled by Ruud Gullit there. That ball played across the pitch, a very risky pass from Danuzo. He's 25 minutes away from being a FIFA E World Cup Grand Finalist. Another E World Cup to add to his repertoire. Jaden will not be out. He'll drop down to the losers bracket, where he will have an opportunity to battle through. Danuso, directional nutmeg round the corner, a couple of ball rolls. And the ball falls back to Jaden here with 20 minutes left to play.
Speak about Danuso being experienced as well. I feel like once he gets possession of the ball, if he does from this attack, he's just going to slow it down. Oh, you know what? Every time I say that, I feel like I jinx it. But like, I just feel as if, again, he's had so much experience at this level. And he's been in this position, even against myself, knowing how to keep the ball, how to keep the game slow and the clock ticking, just to die down the minutes left, to feel as if that the opponent doesn't have a lot of options going forward. You see them out bodies behind the ball, Rich, here already. The offside traps, everything is down for Jaden now to create a chance to break him down. And it's going to be tough.
Yeah, he's such a hard player to break down as well, Danuso. He's one of those players, Ryan, a little bit like Ajax Danny, in the fact that he will do anything it takes to win. He doesn't care about playing a particular style of FIFA. He's happy to hold possession. He's happy to switch into a defensive formation. And anyone he would be if it meant that you got an E-World Cup Grand Final spot. We've seen huge players not get E-World Cup Grand Final spots. Not only in Europe, players were eliminated yesterday. Predator FIFA, Boras, Ajax Danny, Lyrics, Gorilla. Players in other regions. Joxan, Matthias Bonanno. Two of the top players from around the world not going to the E-World Cup. It's a very, very exclusive club to be in. And Danuso's 15 minutes away from adding his name to that list.
Seen Goretzka, actually, I was speaking about earlier, not featuring at all, but Danuso's brought in one. Oh my goodness. He's playing some risky passes. I don't understand like the players in position here. It looks as if Pullit's on the left for some reason. I'm not really sure why that is, what specific formation he's using. Maybe using him just an aerial threat to be an outlet when you can clear the ball. But Jaden's going to have to start pressing forward. You notice it, there's more bodies flying forward. He's got the attackers pressing high, trying to cut the lane. So he knows it's going to be tough to get an attack. But when he gets the chance, if he does get another one, he has to be decisive.
He's playing, it certainly looks like he's playing left mid, maybe left wing back Rudolly at the moment. I'm not too sure on his current positioning, but Jaden looking to position himself right back in the game. Ronaldo flicks it on, more seconds burn away for Danuso. Jaden might get one more real top opportunity. That's Pele, first time fake shot into the man. Doesn't fall for him, and Danuso with green grass in front of him and an E-World Cup spot in his sights. Mbappe, one-on-one. Can he score it? He goes to the corner.
Oh, wow. I'll be honest, I thought he was going to go for goal there, which would have shocked me for Danuso, I'll be honest. But again, I don't blame him going towards the corner there, but now, when you do that, you have to just hope you keep, as I say that, you have to hope you keep the ball. And it's now down to Jaden. He's got, I don't know how long there's going to be in added time, maybe a minute, maybe 2 minutes maximum. He's got a minute to try and get an attack, and the through ball doesn't make it through, and it will be Danuso, it seems, that will advance to the World Cup in London.
Danuso is back in London. What a season for this young man. 51st in the Global Series rankings. It doesn't matter where you were coming into the tournament, as long as you turned up on the biggest stage. Danuso, the first player from Europe to guarantee his spot at the FIFA E-World Cup Grand Final. Ryan Pessoa, coming straight to you. Danuso just did enough to get over the line.
He did. He turned it around. He played really, really well in that second leg. He nullified Jaden completely. Created some good chances as well and took them when it mattered most. But again, commiserations to Jaden. He's still in, of course. Loser bracket. He's still in contention for that World Cup spot. So be hoping he can bounce back as soon as possible.
I can't, honestly, I can't believe it. He was literally in on goal with Mbappe. He turned away and just went and stood in the corner. Look, I can get on board with it. There's a new World Cup spot on the line, but you've got to do what you've got to do to get the win, and that's exactly what Danuso did. Let's have a look at some of the best moments from Gaucho in his game. He was leading 1-0 against Klenke. We're going to be looking at some of the best moments to get you up to speed as we jump into this match here in the second leg. This was the first half of that particular match. Klenke with Neymar around the corner. Little square pass, and that was a very well taken goal. What a piece going into the second half. But how did Klenke build on that? I'll tell you how he built on that with R9. Playing in Neymar, the Brazilian connection linking up. And Gaucho finds himself 2-1 down here. Now jumping into this game live, 75 minutes on the clock. Who will be joining Danuzo at the FIFA E World Cup? Chance straight away. Really joining the game at the perfect time there.
Almost. I thought there was going to be a goal there from that as soon as we went into it. But again, we've seen 1-0 wins in the first leg being turned around quite frequently. Well, especially considering the game we just saw was one of those. But it's nerve-wracking. I'll be honest, playing in these games on either end, whether you're winning, whether you're losing, you know what's at stake and you don't want to make a mistake to cost you in the game. That's why we're seeing a lot of these games being really, really tightly contested. A lot of the games will have low margins between the scorelines, between both of the players involved. But for Klenke, as I said, if he manages to do this, this would be unbelievable for him, I'll be honest.
Klenke and Danuzo potentially could be the two players guaranteeing their spot first from Europe at the FIFA E World Cup. Coming up shortly, we're going to be watching Levy against the Lilies and also our highlight match, Optole versus Nicholas Razek. One of those two going to be joining Fabio Danuzo at the FIFA E World Cup. Everybody else still has opportunities to qualify who are losing these winners bracket matches. They drop down to the losers bracket and they will fight their way through losers round 4 in hope to solidify a FIFA E World Cup spot. But as of right now, the one player who can book the 6th to the 8th of August in his diary is Danuzo. Red Bull Leipzig Gaucho here, coming forward. Neymar, R9. Neymar again, finds Hullet. Good chance. R9, just looking to squeeze it into Neymar. Maybe a chance for R9 to open up his scoring record in this tie.
Well, that's going to be a mistake there with the counter-attack. Didn't make the most of it, but almost managed to get a second bite of the cherry on the attack there. But 5 minutes left now, Richard, just for the Gaucho to try and break down the defense of Klenke to get that goal, to get him into extra time.
Hullet comes forward into Neymar. Ramos does well. Courtois just spurns the ball forward. 2 minutes remaining here. Klenke's being robbed of it. And Gaucho with a final chance. R9 twisting, turning, waiting. Maybe a little bit too long. It falls back to Ronaldo Nazario. Neymar into the space. Oh, Neymar.
That is horrible. He spooned it. It was under pressure, in fairness. It's not a clear-cut opportunity. But wow, it looks as if Klenke would do enough. You can see the nerves on his face. But the Gaucho, he knows that was a chance at least to do something there to get the chance or the clearer chance at goal. But it looks as if, I'm sorry, I was going to call you Brandon. Richard, we should be seeing Klenke qualify for the World Cup unless there is a huge mistake.
Yeah, there's got to be a sort of a disaster at the back. That's the only way to describe it. I think we're not over the allocated time as well. I think I just don't think there's time. He'd have to pass the ball to Gaucho from his goal kick for him to have any hope. Yeah, we've got 40 seconds. If he plays his cards right here, you just wait for that time to go down a little bit. Stick it out to one of the wings, and the game will be over. Klenke will be joining Danuzo at the FIFA E World Cup. Seconds remaining. Has the Denmark FIFA player done it? He has. He erupts into celebration. Gaucho drops down to the losers bracket, but Klenke will be going to the FIFA E World Cup Grand Final. Incredible scenes, Ryan.
incredible. Nobody would have called it. He's done himself proud. He's done everyone around him that supported him proud as well. Wow. It's been close games to get to that World Cup spot, but massive congratulations to Klenke.
Incredible scenes in the winners bracket. 2 players with their E-World Cup spot in the bag. We'll see a couple of incredible matches from the winners bracket very shortly indeed. The losers bracket has been taking place as well. There has been some cataclysmic shocks in the losers bracket, and our very own Jimmy Conrad and Mike LaBelle are going to break down what has happened in a shocking losers bracket.
Thank you, Richard and Ryan. Some great matches, and congratulations again. We'll be saying it quite a few times throughout this broadcast to our 2 players that have qualified so far from the European region in the FIFA E-World Cup. But the chaos does continue. We're going to talk about that a little bit more. I'm going to bring in Mike LaBelle. Mike, let's get into this a little bit, as you like to say, right? Let's sprinkle a little fairy dust. I don't know if that's what you like to say, but I'm going to make it seem like you did. How are you feeling about this? And congratulations to 2 players that really showed that they got that steely resolve that you need to become a champion.
I just like the traditional sprinkles on my cupcake. I mean, you can throw a candle on there if you want. We blow that out or make a wish, but I don't know about this fairy dust that you're talking about. Maybe that's the thing. They're doing that back in the day. I don't know. You've got some extra age to you. We're not from the same years. Our gaps are serious separations. But first off, let's go with that congratulations. Huge. I don't think many people took Denuso. I did. All right, and definitely nobody to start the tournament had Klenke making this type of run. He kind of came out of nowhere. He's one of those 16-year-old dreamers, and boy, was he able to put on a clinic on his pathway. So massive congratulations. You see the winner semis locked in, and they're ready for the FIFA E-World Cup, and you saw what it meant to him. You see the emotion, the relief. In Denuso's case, it was one of those nasty Denuso matchups too, where he really had to kind of forge a comeback, and it was a little bit more slower playing in terms of the gameplay speeds. And then you see what's happening on the other end.
Yeah, we get to see here, these are the 2 matches that'll be coming up. Whoever wins those will book their tickets to the FIFA E-World Cup. But let's take a look now at the losers. There's going to be some scores here that I think are going to shock a lot of people. Pretty ridiculous. You're going to see some names. Bene's going through. Dax is going through. Musty had to clutch up at the very end against RVP to get through. He's taking on Pashota, who took down Dolan Mike. Dolan Mike is out. He did not qualify for the FIFA E-World Cup. Another big name going home. But Musty, who won the European qualifier number 3, is taking on Pashota, who won European qualifier number 5. They had to play against each other. That is ridiculous. Godmo did the business 1-0 over Nixnap. Mino beat Zidane, and then Diogo and Skifter do it as well. Skifter took down Olelito. Another name, another scalp. Gone, done, dusted. How are you feeling about this? Dolan Mike, Olelito, out.
Oh, it's a new day. I mean, Dolan Mike and Olelito looked good yesterday. They weren't able to remake and replicate that form. The small margins didn't go in their favor when they needed them most, and I didn't write the script, clearly. I'm surprised, like the majority of the FIFA community. If you've been following this year's competitive scene, you would have bet something, if you're a betting man, on Dolan Mike and Olelito confirming those spots. Both of them come in as heavy favorites. They've been very consistent, reliable. They've shifted the meta. They've adapted with the gameplay. They've been able to switch up what needs to happen with different patches and squads and personnel. You name it, they were able to do it. But it wasn't for them today.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Obviously, those guys had terrific seasons this year on FIFA 21, and now they're going to have to wait and be patient for FIFA 22. But now we're going to welcome in a player who has just booked his ticket for the E-World Cup. The Italian, Denuso, is going to be joining us. He'll be joined by Klenke as well at that competition. Denuso, first and foremost, congratulations. It seems like you and the Italian national team in the Euros are good vibes right now, and fantastic play to get to this point.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm so happy because, you know, this FIFA is weird. You can win, you can lose. You always need to trust on yourself. And I think I played so good in defense, and with a very good play style. So it's no much abusing glitch, and I am in London now, back to back, because I also in FIFA 18 I was in London, so I'm very happy. It's my second time now.
Well, first off, congratulations. I said it earlier, you're the face of Italy. What does this mean for you to be one of the biggest leaders for sure within the competitive community, especially coming out of Italy?
And for me, it's really important because don't many people know what happened to me, because I had a very rogue moment in my life, because for FIFA I had some trouble, and I think everyone with those problems, maybe I will tell someday. I don't know. I got many problems, but luckily with my head, my mind, I went to the World Cup again. But trust me, my experience is one of the worst you can ever hear in esports, probably.
I'm sorry to hear that, but also on the other side, Danuso, I'm happy that you figured out a way to have success, and I think that really speaks to your character and your personality. Now, do you feel like, since you've booked your ticket to the eWorld Cup, and you've been there before, like you mentioned in 2018, do you think that experience can help you win the whole thing and hold that trophy up over your head?
I think also in this tournament there were people better than me, honestly. I played Oleito, which he's not in the World Cup. He was amazing with the strikers, with the attack. He deserves the World Cup. And I think in some moments there are moments you win the game with the mind, with the mentality, the experience. That's the key, in my opinion. You can be the best in the world, but if you don't have the mind, the mentality, you can be amazing, but in the crucial moment you are scared and you lose so much of your skill, and that's the key, in my opinion. So you need the mind to win. So.
Well, thank you so much, Danuso, for No, you're perfect. We talk about it a lot. I, as a person, and Mike was giving me a hard time about being old, but I once played in a World Cup, so that's my flex of the day. And I do know what you're going to go through. I understand the pressure and the mentality that you have to perform at the highest levels. So I respect what you've done, and congratulations again.
Yeah, thank you. And last time, remember, you helped me with the leg. I don't know if you remember, when I broke my leg in Hamburg. I do remember. And I'm glad you're doing better, my friends. I felt really bad about that, so it's good to see you smiling. And hopefully, if we ever get to see each other again, we can go out and kick the ball around, assuming you're up for it. Yeah, thank you.
All right, Danuso, everybody. So, Mike LeBel, let's talk a little bit about the mentality. I think it's interesting when we get to have a chance to speak to a professional player that they speak about that you need to be able to deal with anything that comes your way. And you and I talk, whether it's on camera or off, about anticipation versus reaction. And I think if you can really get your mindset to be anticipatory and you're thinking about what's going to happen, it allows you to be fluid and flexible when the bad things start to happen. And you're not always reacting and having negative thoughts, which really drift in. I think Danuso is a perfect example of how to turn some of the negatives into a positive.
Well, Danuso is also an anomaly to a certain degree. He kind of transcends time. 28, qualifying for the FIFA eWorld Cup. If you, once again, new to the FIFA scene, a lot of times once you get even close to your mid-20s, people are writing you off and saying you should look into the next thing, that there's a cutoff point, and this is a young man's game. So he's been able to adapt, he's been able to pivot, he's been able to be a leader, and it was really a pleasure to kind of hear what he had to say in terms of the successes and some of the struggles in between along his pathway to this massive legacy that he's built.
Yeah, what I love the most, I think, is his big smile. You can tell he feels relieved and satisfied, and it's all mixed in together. So we obviously wish him congratulations once again. If you guys want to join the conversation, hit us up on Twitter, EA FIFA Esports. Use the hashtag FGS21 and give some love to Danuso if you can, whether it's in the chat or on Twitter. That guy has been working very hard to get back up to the highest levels. It's a big achievement for him. And go make that happen on Twitter and hit us up as well using that hashtag. All right, everybody, we are going to take another break, but when we come back, we're going to continue to find out who is going to qualify for this FIFA E World Cup and who is going home. Don't go anywhere.
When I played against Tex at my first ever tournament, I was extremely nervous, especially knowing that I think around 100,000 people were watching, and as well most of my mates were watching. During FIFA 18, we were always in Discord like watching the games, and a year later I was competing at one of those events. At one time I was 3-1 up in the 80th minute in the first leg, and I was already thinking about how I'm going to win this tournament. Like mentally I was completely not on the pitch. In the end I lost the first game 3-4, so I conceded 3 goals in 10 minutes. And that kind of told me to never lose focus in the game.
And it is Tex who takes the lead here over Dulan Mike.
My name is Dylan Neuhausen, I'm 18 years old, I play for Neo and I go as Dulan Mike.
This is the first time Dulan Mike has gotten to the 3rd day of a tournament.
When I finally won against Gorilla to make it the first knockout round I won ever, in my head I was like, yeah, this is pretty much already enough. I can just now play without any pressure.
Another young superstar. This is Dulan Mike's moment.
To be honest, I haven't had that much fun since that version of FIFA 19.
But look at this Ronaldo, and that is a beautiful goal.
Until this version of FIFA 21. It suits my playstyle really well.
I think that one could be the nail in the coffin for Dulan Mike.
After losing close games, a few hours afterwards, I'm still completely done with the game. I don't want to touch it. I don't want to see anything about it. And I've now learned to focus my mind on the things that I have achieved instead of the things you could have achieved. I think that's kind of the start to getting the good mindset back and getting back into the game.
We have our youngest ever FUT Cup champion.
I have a lot of fun at the moment competing. It's probably the most fun I've had.
Welcome back, everyone, to the European playoffs here. Day 2, it's all happening. People are going home. People are booking their tickets for the E World Cup. And here is what else is at stake. Some prize money and the winner of this whole competition, which will be determined tomorrow on Championship Sunday, $100,000. That is nothing to sneeze at. $70,000 a second. That's pretty sweet as well. And then it trickles down, as you guys can see, for a total of $400,000 at stake today. Now let's take a look at the brackets to get everybody caught up. We saw a couple players already qualify. We just spoke with one of them, Danuso. Congratulations to him once again. And Clanky, who will be facing off in the winners semifinal. They both booked their ticket to the E World Cup. There's only 6 spots left up for grabs for today, that is. We're going to have a very crazy 9th place spot. That'll be happening tomorrow on Championship Sunday as well. And then down here in the losers, Aftole and Rasik. Look at that. That's not the losers, excuse me. We're still in the winners. Whoever wins this match is going to book their ticket to the E World Cup as well. And then we got Levy and Lillis as another Dane, potentially, booking their ticket. So these are the players. Let's take a look at the players going to the World Cup so far, which includes all the other regions. You can see there from the rest of the world. Might have heard of the number 3, Emma Sassari. He's pretty good. Then we got Agit Power. We got King, Farm, Izeksun, Felipe doing it from Brazil. We got a ton of players that are very, very good from all over. It's going to be very exciting to see how they play up against each other. Nicolas, everybody's familiar with him. Paulo Neto, Danuso, and Clanky. As you can see, just got it done, and now they've booked their ticket. That must be a big relief. All right, let's talk about our upcoming match. Mike LaBelle, good to see you as always. Aptale taking on NRASIC, a Swede versus a German, the two countries that have really been dominating the scene here on FIFA 21.
This is a tough one, because I took Aptale as my player to watch from the very beginning. So far, he's lived right up to that. We talk about NRASIC, who I don't want to say that he's underrated, but maybe he is. I don't know. People don't always talk about him, and he's in every single conversation. He's been a champion before. And even when he wasn't necessarily winning the events, he was always in those semis, always getting close to the finals or getting to the finals. He's always been in the conversation. He's one of the most successful players, and he's one of those guys that you just can count on seeing him every single Sunday. Anytime you get to that championship status, he's in the conversation, he's in the discussion points, he's on the phone calls, he's sending the DMs, he's on social somewhere. He's getting results. That's the point I'm trying to make. He's getting results.
Yeah, good look at him there, and all of his stats prior to that, his tail of the tape. Very experienced player. We've talked to him countless times over the years. He is one of my players to watch. On day one, I said NRASIC is the guy that you should be paying attention to, because to your point, Mike LaBelle, he is criminally underrated. I feel like we don't talk about him enough as being one of the most consistent players in the scene. That's why we're doing it right now. However, his opponent is Aptale, 16 years old. We got another 16-year-old battling it out here today, current ranking 3rd. And obviously he's shown to have a lot of success at such a young age, Mike.
He's next up in the Swedish phenom list, because we've seen now Aptale, who I think is going to get the job done. I really feel that he's going to get a spot on the FIFA E-World Cup and really have that stamp. Olito, who just got eliminated. Ali Bali, who we've seen in action. There's been a group here. And then before them, of course, it was the likes of Boris Legend, who also was, unfortunately for him, eliminated on the first day. But that's one of the guys that's been not only a creator, but another face of Sweden, and also the first world champion you've had from Sweden. And so much is... Why are you waving your... I don't like how you're waving your finger.
Mike, I'm going to get you your prediction in a sec, but put some respect on NRASIC's name. He's not just going to roll over.
I just see a finger wave. You're tumbling me right now. I was like, what's going on?
Give me your prediction right now, Mike.
I got Aptale.
You got Aptale. Well, I got NRASIC, and that's what we're going with. All right, we're going to throw it over now to Brandon Smith and Lisa Manley, who have the call of this big match between two of some of the best players in the FIFA scene. Take it away, you two.
Thank you very much, Jimmy and Mike. And yes, more FIFA E World Cup spots are on the line right now. 2 have just been given away to make up the pack to 16 players so far. Joining me again in the commentary booth is Lisa Manley. Lisa, we got to watch those last games. Great games already. Now we're going to be giving away 2 more FIFA E World Cup spots. Slowly but surely, we're filling up those numbers for London in a couple of months' time.
Yeah, crazy games that we just see so close as well. It just shows how close these players are inability-wise as well. But, you know, these are great games we're about to see. 2 great players as well.
Absolutely. Well, here's the teams that we're going to have a little look at right now between both of these two. This is Gothenburg's Aptale, first and foremost, between these 2 players. It's Pele, as you can see, at centre-back. Don't worry, he won't be playing there in-game. There will be some changes that will happen. But a very solid team. Surprise, surprise, it's that same duo at the back of Ramos and Llorente. Prime Michael Moments R9 in the team. A pretty solid and standard team overall, Lisa.
Yeah, it's a team we expect to see Prime Moments, R9, Vieira, Hullet, Pele and Van der Sar. Most people use Van der Sar, Schmeichel or obviously Oblak. He's got, you know, the team of the years, Ronaldo, Bruno and Davies. And in this team, it's literally the same. I mean, he's got Mbappe and De Jong instead of Bruno, and obviously in terms of De Jong and Bruno, sort of similar players. I think De Jong's more obviously of a defensive player. Bruno's more of an attacking player. He's got Davies at left back as well. Pele obviously will switch with Vieira in game. But yeah, obviously you're going to want Vieira on Morecambe in a centre-back position to try and make sure that you don't concede. So great, obviously, team. Llorente as well, like you mentioned. Overall, he's just a great all-round player, fast. So that's all you need really in defence.
Well, here we go then. It's time to crown more names in London for the biggest tournament of the year, the 6th to the 8th of August, where 32 of the best players will meet to battle out for a prize pool worth $500,000. You just missed it. Fabio Danuso back in London. The famous words, Danuso is in London. Will echo once more around that Italian FIFA community. And also Klenke, 16 years of age. The Great Dane will also make up spot number 16 in the FIFA E World Cup. So far, Germany haven't got a name in the FIFA E World Cup. The last FIFA E World Cup back in 2019, there was 8 German players there. Most of those coming on the Xbox. They were hoping that they could put their trust in this man, Nicholas Razic of Guild Esports, a player that has already been to the E World Cup 2 times in his career, 2018, 2019, back-to-back. We'll be hoping to do the same again across these 2 legs now, playing in that white strip with red shorts and socks from right to left in this one. It'll be Optole, the Swede, who we have to say has been outstanding this year. Such a young player. There was 5 Swedish players that turned up for the Global Series playoffs, and so many of them made it through today too. Here's a little La Croqueta from Neymar. He can't find the cleanest of shots. You'd probably say coming into this, it's very hard to call, Lisa, because on Global Series rankings, Optole's there, but in terms of big land tournaments, Nicholas Razic, of course, naturally, because he's been in the scene for so much longer, has achieved so much, but he's achieved some huge things. As I said, he's been to an E World Cup, not once, but twice.
Yeah, I would say probably Razic would be the favourite. He's been in the scene for a lot longer. Optole obviously recently became second in the latest qualifier. And I think, you know, he's got the experience recently. He's on top form at the moment. And obviously we saw that yesterday. I think, what did he go, 5-0? So he's on form. I reckon he could give him a good game, to be honest with you. We've seen a lot of close games recently as well. So I think overall, this could be one of the best games we see today.
He hasn't lost a game. It's as simple as that. 5-0 in the Swiss rounds yesterday, Lisa, as you rightly just said. He came into the knockout bracket today, and he came out flying. Some of those results, if you missed them, include some huge performances. As Razic comes forward now, can't squeeze the ball through the gap. He beat Marcuso 3-2, and then backed it up with a 5-2 win against Leandro Peixoto, which, if anything, was a bit revenge. If you're a keen FIFA esports fan, you remember rightly, back in qualifier number 5, Leandro Peixoto beat Optole in the grand final, stopping him from picking up his first major tournament. I'm sure he wouldn't have forgotten about that result as he sent him down to the loser bracket. Here's Optole now, Cristiano Ronaldo. To work his way around the final third of Razic. Neymar for that bridge touch around the corner, can't find what he was looking for originally. Do not worry if you are questioning where's the other game, where is that match between Mr. Lilies of Denmark and, more importantly, Inter Esports' Levy. Levy, the Netherlands' first player and maybe the only player going to the FIFA E World Cup. That game following this one, we will keep you up to date with all the goals as they go in. Do not worry, you will not miss a thing. Nicholas Razic, his own standards this year, hasn't been a standout yet. Still been in tournaments, he's still got involved in broadcast. Here's R9 now for Razic. That was a little bit too textbook there. He was through on goal with R9. But just to echo that sentiment again, for Nicholas Razic normally makes a grand final, a console final in a FUT Champions Cup. Not been FUT Champions Cups this year, as we know, but qualifiers nevertheless. A top 8 finish in qualifier number 5, and in qualifier 1 a top 6. Here's Pele now for the first chance. Michael saves well. Tole knocking on the door of Razic, but no, rightly, as I said, the top 3 finish, sorry, for Nicholas Razic back in qualifier 1 all that time ago in December. It was literally German dominance. Since then, we haven't seen him too much. He's done enough, though. We're getting to the playoffs, and we've said this the whole time. Doesn't matter how you get here. I mean, look across the board at the rankings. Look at the players that have fallen, Lisa, and not at the E World Cup. Polilito, Dylan Mike, just to name a few, that crashed out in the loser bracket today.
Yeah, a lot of people that we actually instantly thought they're going to claim a spot, and they haven't. Obviously, it just shows of how good these players are, and fine margins can be the difference between getting a spot and not. And yeah, Optole here, obviously, probably for me, I think I'll go with Mike, really. I think he's probably got this because he's on fine form. Obviously, like I said, coming second in the last qualifier. Obviously, he did fall short, but, you know, going into this one, he's 5-0. He's unbeaten. Can anyone beat him? That's the question. We'll soon find out that, of course. But And Razek is a good opponent, so anything is possible when he's on his best form.
I think as Mike LaBelle was echoing, just to repeat it once again, you know, the talent that has come through from Scandinavia in general. We've just seen a 16-year-old from Denmark qualify for the FIFA World Cup. Shortly following could be another youngster, but from Sweden. I'm sure it's disappointing the likes of Olilito are. They'll be hoping that this man can make Sweden proud. 5 Swedish players qualified for the playoffs, as I said. This man's 16 years of age. And the amount of composure he shows on the big editor stage is absolutely remarkable. And that'll do us for half-time. As expected, an early first 45 between these two. Gothenburg's Exop Tolle. Nil killed Nicholas Razek. Nil so far. A nervy and a tentative start, Lisa, but you can understand why. There is some serious money and also an E-World Cup spot on the line.
Yeah, a very close game between them. I feel like the first half of a game, you normally just try to feel out how your opponent plays. Obviously, Tolle's favourite position, favourite formation is 4-2-3-1, which is an interesting one. You don't normally see that in these competitions. Obviously, most playing 5-3-2, 4-4-2. So, see that formation. It's more of a defensive formation. We've seen a few 4-2-2s as well, which is more of an attacking formation to the 4-2-3-1. He's got the 2 CDMs sitting in. So, yeah, I think overall it seems like he's got a good sort of wave in this game. I think he's got what it takes. Obviously 0-0, next goal is vital, and there's a lot of pressure in this game. That E-World Cup spot is massive. Only 16 years of age for Optole as well. It will mean the world to him, and we'll probably see an abrupt celebration from both of these if any of them score.
For a player that is so young, you know, I'll talk about this more as the attack comes forward for Exop Tolle. Pull it now, looking to drive it. Watch that one on Neymar if he wants to use him. Tries to find R9 instead. For a player that's had his first season, 16 years of age you have to be to compete in the Global Series. He's faced a lot of adversity. He's played in the Allsvenskan, he was teammates with Zimmer. You might just be able to see a very small, faint outline of Zimmer sitting behind him. Of course, teammate Gothenburg, a player that's got a lot of experience in the FIFA scene. Semi-final in the Allsvenskan. Top 2 in qualifier number 5, was snatched of that victory just a month ago. As Razek comes forward, reverse Elastico, here's R9, cuts back inside again, should be back to Exop Tolle. He played PSV in the recent Nordic finals. I was actually at that event. I saw it in the flesh, but this man has been in so many finals, Lisa. It's just that extra win that's been missing, that extra ingredient. And you feel like if he was to book a FIFA World Cup spot here, it would finally be due after all that heartbreak that he's had this year. But to have achieved all of that I've just reeled off at 16 years of age is pretty remarkable. Here's R9. For Optole, reverse Elastico. Half a drag back. Cuts back inside to CR7. Lovely touch! Lovely goal! Exop Tolle strikes first here.
Yeah, I mean, as you said there, like, you know, he's had the devastation of losing in games, big games, and there, you wouldn't think that he has. I mean, what a goal that is. I mean, overall, you know, I feel like he probably should have shot earlier previously for that shot, but to get it off, you can see how much it means to him. He's just trying to, he probably paused it just to sort of take a break, try and just not think about it too much, because in these positions, we saw Jaden be 1-0 up in the last game, and he ended up losing. So as you see there on the replay, with Ronaldo there, it was just sort of, you know, left, right, and then, you know, the directional nutmeg in that position, it was just crazy. It went in between the defenders, and he's not missing from there.
Tolle, as I was rightly saying, you know, you'd feel like it's justified if he was to go to a FIFA World Cup. Must be said, if you lose this game, it isn't the end of your tournament. You know, you may have seen players already drop down to the loser bracket today. Those names include, of course, Jaden of NFG and Gaucho of RB Leipzig Gaming. Those players still do have a second chance to get their FIFA World Cup spot. Do not worry about that. However, they won't remain on the winners bracket side, of course. There is a breakthrough in this one. It came just after the start of the second half. In leg number 1. Ball forward. Vinicius. Good to see him involved there. That, of course, recent path to glory item in game, Lisa, which Brazil have continually done better in the tournament. That will be upgraded. Round by round, if they go and win the whole thing, I'm sure he gets a 5-star upgrade.
Yeah, he'll be an insane card to use, obviously 5-star skill moves. And he's sort of like a like-for-like for Neymar, and that's why you see people bring him on. You know, Neymar's 5-star, so people use him anyway. But, you know, Vinicius Jr. is sort of a like-for-like as such. And, you know, we've seen him quite a bit come on. Same with Ronaldinho. Just preference from a player, I'd say.
Not lost a single game, ex-Op Tolle. Right now, it doesn't look like he's going to lose again. Building, Nicolas Razek. Can never write off this man. One of the most consistent German Xbox players we've seen in recent years. He's a two-time FIFA World Cup finalist. If he did make it to the World Cup this year, it would be 3 in a row. Same level of achievement as MS Tessari in terms of making it to E-World Cups. Of course, MS Tessari won an E-World Cup. In terms of consistency, here's Vinicius Jr. That's clever to Neymar. What a block from Vieira. Had to be made, and it was a massive block from the Frenchman.
Great play, I have to say. I mean, realistically, most people there wouldn't have even passed that, and to see that vision, he got quite unlucky actually, because, you know, Vieira with a great block there. That's why people are using him. He's just such a great all-round card.
Razek. His chance to get forward. Last 10 in leg one there. FIFA 21 Global Series playoffs. FIFA World Cup spots on the line. 9 of them will be gifted this weekend. 2 of them already being given. 6 more spots will be decided today. Off the ball. 4 minutes now. Nicolas Razek, last roll of the dice. Leg one. He struggled to break down this. Feels like 2 banks of 4. Gothenburg shirts. What I mean by that is Op Tolle's midfield and defence. They've stood up strong, they defended well. Another big win there in the midfield. Pulls back kindly, De Jong interchanges. Just offside his Neymar. And that should do us for leg one. He's halfway there, Op Tolle. But part of me feels like this won't be the only goal that we'll see across the 2 legs. Referee, that should do us for the first leg, unless he wants to play on. Nope, there we go. That's leg one done and dusted here. The 16-year-old Swede leads by a goal to 0. Nicolas Razek with it all to do at the halfway point here. Again, plenty of time to play and plenty of time for Nicolas Razek to try and pull this one back, Lisa.
Yeah, close game. I think Op Tolle overall, he's just such a great player going forward and defensively. As you said there, like, it looks like he's got so many defenders back when he hasn't. He's not 5 at the back. He is playing 4 at the back. So overall, he's just such a great player. I think next game it'll be a closer game, but I think there'll probably be a few more goals, obviously, and Razek 1 goal down. He's got to push players forward even more than he is.
He has to, if there's any chance of making it to 3 World Cups in a row. This isn't the only game taking place in the winners bracket. We highlighted it earlier. Levy is playing against Mr. Lilies right now, and our very own Richard Buckley has an update on that game. Winner of that goes to the FIFA World Cup. Rich, what is the latest in that game?
Yeah, I've been watching this game from the first leg. It's a good match between these two, I've got to say. Lilies started the better of the 2 players. R9 finding the top left corner right there. He's so clinical in the final third. He's Mr. Lilies. You look at his previous results. A 6-4 win, a 5-2 win. He scores goals, but so does Levy. The man put 12 against Brad Colston. R9's been the goal scorer so far in this matchup. Into the second half, he left it late. Did into Levy, but he will take a lead into the second leg. 2-1.
There we have it. Inter's Levy, 2-1 after leg 1. We're going to go to a quick break now. When we return, we'll have part 2 of both of those games. 2 more FIFA World Cup spots on the line for London in August. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few.
Alors contre MS d'Ossari, c'était vraiment très compliqué parce que je menais à chaque fois dans le match. Je menais 3-2 du pied gauche, je me retourne sur mon pied droit et à ce moment-là je tire et je marque le but du 4-2. C'était l'un de mes moments préférés depuis que je fais des tournois FIFA. Sauf que contre MS d'Ossari, il faut rester à 100% du début à la fin et malheureusement je me suis relâché quelques minutes et ça a suffi à MS d'Ossari pour égaliser et pour gagner le match. Depuis ce match, j'ai appris que quand on n'était pas bien dans un match, il fallait faire une petite pause, donc une petite pause de 30 secondes histoire de boire de l'eau, histoire de se relâcher un peu et de vraiment se reconcentrer à fond. Bonjour, je m'appelle Amine Boudienmi, j'ai 22 ans et je suis joueur pro pour l'équipe Crazy OM Sport.
An early goal would certainly do that. Mbappé, scoop turn into the finish.
Donc on a pas mal de pression avant le tournoi, mais il faut essayer de rester calme. Je fais rien du tout avant les tournois. Je sors un peu m'aérer avant le tournoi pour vraiment penser à autre chose.
C'est Mino qui devient donc le nouveau champion de France 6 Ligue 1.
Et tout est à base de confiance. J'étais vraiment confiant sur ce tournoi. Je me sentais invincible et c'est ça, je pense, qui m'a donné de la réussite pour remporter le tournoi. Alors du coup, je préfère quand je joue offline, quand pas mal de personnes me regardent, parce que ça met encore plus de pression et du coup, quand tu gagnes, tu es vraiment content et au moins tu peux célébrer à fond.
Well, welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series European Xbox Playoffs. You join us as we're handing out more spots for London. 6th to the 8th of August. Get it in your diaries because one of these two will be there. Here we go. Nicolas Razek takes on Tole. And what we saw in the first leg, Lisa Manley, was a very tentative, a very nervy game. And you can fully understand why, because there is such a huge opportunity on the line here.
Yeah, very nervy. Not many opportunities going forward for either side, really. Obviously, most of them just keeping the ball. Normally in the first leg, you just want to feel out how your opponent plays, and then in the next one, obviously go for it. In this one, and Razek obviously has to go for it more because he is 1-0 down. But I think hopefully this game's going to be a little bit more entertaining, a little bit more sort of shots, but we'll soon see.
I think, as you rightly said in that leg one, we didn't see enough from Nicolas Razek in the final third. Next up, Tole. It's not dropped a single game, shows levels of maturity in terms of his FIFA ability. You don't often see from someone so young. It's been a breakout year for him. Put pen to paper with Gothenburg, who've done a great job. Gigi Froley, mostly known as a FIFA content creator, has been an able body in that Gothenburg team. He's nurtured the talent of him in Zimmer. Helped along with the progression of Gothenburg. They got a top 4 finish in the Allsvenskan this year. I don't know what happened there. That was Arnon off the ball, just fouling Schmeichel as Exop Tole looks away and laughs. Off the ball antics first 10 minutes here. Back to the point, there's just something about young FIFA players, Lee. So they come into tournaments fearless.
Yeah, I think with youngsters, obviously, they got nothing to lose. They got not, you know, they're not like at the top level. Sort of with Tex in his first year, you know, he was sort of not really known in this community. He won the first he won his first tournament, and then everyone knows who he is, and he's pressured into winning. I think at this age, sort of with Jaden, you know, you don't really coming into it. You're not the favourite, so you have no pressure on you, and I think that's what helps. Obviously, Optole a little bit more, just because you know he's got quite far this year in competitions, but. Yeah, they're so fresh, and I think that's the reason why they're so good at the moment, and they're hard to beat.
Razek, two-time FIFA World Cup finalist. Can he make it 3 with a win here? He looks to sort of go back-to-back like croquettes there. Mixture of cancels mixed into it. Can't find a way through this defensive third of Optole still. Play out to Lorenzo. Nicely done. Is there an option support? R9's there. He's also got players queuing up on the box. Pele! It was well read by Nicholas Razek. I think anyone thought the shot was going to the other corner. Nicholas Razek stands strong, and that's an area of play where when you move your goalkeeper, Lisa, you have to be so careful. You move the player a little bit too much, you're in sort of no man's land.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know why Optole didn't go the other way, and it's interesting that Razek actually moved his goalkeeper that way, because I think anyone watching would have instantly thought, you know, go away from goal, go far side, and he didn't, which is interesting. And obviously he made the right decision moving his keeper to the left, because as you said, if he didn't, that would have been a goal there. So yeah, interesting plays. I mean, obviously I think it's been quite a close game really, and Razek had an opportunity not so long ago where he had shot straight at the keeper, but if he'd have just ball rolled away from the goal, and you know, he'd had a free goal, but he didn't. So yeah, close game, maybe just nervy from both players, where there you see Optole just kicks it out of play, and you can't be doing that in these games, especially against such a great player in Razek.
It's mistakes that you can't make at this level, really, isn't it? Mbappe, is he onside? Cristiano Ronaldo, no, he's not. Just too keen off the mark is the Portuguese forward. Could be in no man's land on the flip side. Masses of space on this left-hand side. Pele does well. Ball roll down the line. It was a very tight angle by that point.
Yeah, he done well there in Razek. He sort of closed down the space there and forced Pele into a mistake, really. Obviously, double A pass there. And, you know, just great defending to stop it from going anywhere, because Pele is such a dangerous player, and that's why he's in every single person's team this year.
To think the coin value of half of these teams, when you look at the quality on display. No squad restrictions in use for the playoffs, and so there won't be for the World Cup either, I can bet you that right now. Back to goal, Cristiano Ronaldo still no way through the back line. Will Nicholas Razek find the gap? Reverse elastic, oh, off the bar! It's the best chance he's had so far. It's the woodwork that saves the day for ex-Optole.
Wow, I mean, to be honest with you, you expect that to go in from there. Reverse Elastico in a great position to get away from the defender and to hit the bar from there. You expect him to score, and it's very unfortunate for him, but I think he'll get a few more opportunities going into the rest of this game.
So well, the often popular sort of dead stop on the ball into that reverse Elastico. Gives you an exit that, and also a bit of space, and not all skill moves do. Saw the frustration from Guild Esports' Razek, of course, David Beckham's esports organisation that he's heavily involved in. Razek was the first player to put pen to paper, and I'd often go out and say, money well spent on a player like Razek. Optole for 2! Right now, this Swede is on a rampage, and very, very soon he might be on a flight to London for the FIFA World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, you know, sort of, I think kind of against the run of play, if I'm honest. Obviously, I think Razek's been doing really well going forward, but such a simple through ball there from Llorente, and you know, you saw a ball roll from Neymar, and he just literally slid it into the path of Ronaldo, and a fake shot backwards, and he's not going to miss, 6 yards out. So 2-0 up now, going into the rest of this game. I think And Razic, he's got to try and get a goal before half-time here, and he could get it here.
Chance. Razek back to goal. Ronaldo. There you go. There's a bit of hope for Nicolas Razek. The goal that was needed on the stroke of half-time. And suddenly Razek finds a way back into the tie. He needed some at least because time was moving on. And slowly but surely, time is running out for him. We've got 45 minutes left to play it.
Yeah, I sort of think I might have jinxed him there, to be honest with you. You know, Optole for the first time gave Enrasic more chance in the wing area, and he took it perfectly there. You know, he sort of passed it into a position where no defender wants it to be, and he, you know, like I said, that will really help him going into the rest of this game. Only 1 goal behind now. That's nothing in 45 minutes. You know, we've seen 2-3 goals going in within 20 minutes. So yeah, close, nervy game now.
These are the highlights from the game. We saw 2 goals in, what, 3 in-game minutes? Not even that, 2.5 in-game minutes. That was the chance for Optola. They made it 2 goals to 0 very soon after. Nice little elastico from Cristiano Ronaldo. Moved the ball onto the left boot of of CR7, obviously, and put Optola into a different position that he was. He's in a very comfortable 2-goal cushion. How's that goal? Reignited the spark for Nicolas Razek, as I said. There's not many FIFA players you look at and you say, right, that's a guaranteed E-World Cup final, well, that's a guaranteed FUT Champions Cup event. But this man's resume ticks all the boxes. 2018, 2019 FIFA E-World Cup Grand Finalist. He's looking to get there again. However, he needs a goal first. CR7, as he found the key to unlock the door of the suite. Spot number 17 this will be. Joining Klenke. Fabio Denuso, 2 names already booked a spot from Europe so far in this tournament. Tole, 30 minutes away. And finally saying to himself, about time I had a bit of luck on my side in a big matchup or a grand final. Pele does well, heel to heel, well defended by Vieira. No surprise that he's in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, great through ball there. Great heel to heel as well, but you know, Vieira, you're just not going to get past him. As simple as that. He's such a great player overall. You know, he's pacey, strong, and that's why people are using him. You know, he's in the right place at the right time there for, you know, if you need to get a block or a slide. And he's been great for every single player that's been playing today.
Moving back to that point. The last Swedish player we saw in E-World Cup was Boris Legend. He was actually involved in these playoffs. Unfortunately, got knocked out in the Swiss rounds. He'll be watching on, I'm sure. A very big grin on his face if Optole was to go and get the job done. Boris involved at a country level in terms of the E-Nations, and I know that Optole got picked as the 3rd choice player to jump on the plane to Copenhagen come August. It could be a very busy August for the Swede. If he can just about hold on, he's got 20 minutes left. Another goal would certainly send him on his way. Neymar tries to find a directional nutmeg, defended well by Ramos, had to stand strong.
It's going to be a little bit nervy coming into this now, obviously. I think Enrasic's kind of getting a little bit annoyed, if I'm honest with you. Optole is keeping the ball really well, and no player likes it when your opponent's, you know, keeping the ball. It just sort of frustrates you. You sort of push players out when you shouldn't do, and that's how you sort of win games, because you frustrate them to a point where they drag players out of position.
Chance, Razek! Nicholas Razek will find a way back into the tie. And it's R9 with the finesse of dreams that brings this scoreline all square again. Nothing fancy about that finish. Just open up your body and finesse it into the top corner. Suddenly, this game becomes even more interesting now. 20 minutes away from extra time. Nicholas Razek, take a bow.
Yeah, he sort of gave him quite a bit of time there, to be honest with you. You don't really expect it in that position. If you look here on the highlights, you know, here, look, he moved his player away with Vieira, and he just gave him enough space to just finesse it. And from that position, you don't really expect R9 moments to miss that. And I actually think he could be taking him off as we say that. But yeah, great game. You know, it sort of was talking about intensity and the game not being like up to scratch, but in this leg, it's just so entertaining end to end. We don't know who's going to win now. You know, like you said, you know, they're both great players in their right, and I'm not too sure who's going to win this now, to be honest with you.
You'd think at times a two-goal cushion would be enough to see you through, to get you over the line. But this isn't always the case. Chance, Optole, reverse elastico, Vieira, right place, right time. Razek turns it on his head. Be the first German name on that plane to London for the FIFA E-World Cup. Nicholas Razek, Neymar. Still Neymar. Look at the feet from the Brazilian. Teasing Optole. Saying, come and tackle me, come fall into the trap. Patient to Razek there. As he builds into the last chance of the game, flips it back on his head, Optole. He'll come forward. With numbers in support, Mbappe's there, Neymar's in the box, so CR7. Fernandez, back to Mbappe. Mbappe! That might be the goal to send you to London for the FIFA E-World Cup. He was patient in the build-up. And with 5 minutes left, this 16-year-old might finally have a tournament to remember. And a tournament that he should really, really be proud of. The FIFA E-World Cup could be on the line.
Crazy. I mean, you can see here, he passes it LBA straight to the player and makes a run. Bruno Fernandes finds Mbappe perfectly, and in that position, 6 yards out, you don't expect him to miss that, and you see how much it means for Optole and his team behind him. You know, they erupt with emotion, and only 16 years of age, and he could be seeing himself in the E-World Cup. You can see at the moment what it means to him, and he's just got to stay concentrated now. Don't give away a ball in silly positions, and I think he could see this game out.
Well, well, well. 2 minutes of normal time left. As I said, this man's had a lot of heartbreak this year, which you'll be like, he's only 16? How can you say that? This man has been in grand finals, qualifier number 5, Allsvenskan semi-final, Nordic Masters grand final. He's been plugging away for his chance to maybe, just maybe, be a champion. But more importantly, to be on the plane to the FIFA E-World Cup. Sweden will be there in London. And Optole, at 16 years of age, will finally have his big day out. Gothenberger there. GG Froley's over the moon. Zimmer will be too. Wow-wee. It's been a year of surprises. It's been a year of new names. But more importantly, young FIFA players that are fearless, Lisa. Congratulations, ex-Optole. He's on the plane to London.
Yeah, congratulations to him. I think he played a really, really solid game there. Obviously scoring in the 88th minute. Couldn't have been better for himself. I mean, overall, so good going forward, so good defensively, and overall, such a great player. And obviously, only 16 years of age. You've said that before, but it's just so young, and to book himself a place in the E-World Cup. He actually shushed there, by the way. Don't know whether he's got a thing there with Razek, but wow, what a player he is.
I mean, more importantly for Optole, you know, it's a famous saying, 16 years of age. That's because there's so many young players that are just sort of getting over that eligible age to play in FIFA esports, to play in tournaments. But this isn't the only game that's been taking place right now. As we know, it's been Inter's Levy taking on Mr. Lilies in our other game from Brøndby in Denmark. Brøndby might have 2 players in the FIFA E World Cup. We left that game, of course, at a halfway point. I'm going to have a little look at what happened in the second leg, because there was a lot that did happen. Second leg, second half. We're going to take a little look now. It's 2-1 to Inter's Levy. Here came Hullet. So suddenly we're all square with 25 minutes left to play. Mr. Lilies of Denmark finding a way back. 20 minutes left in the game. Up came forward Inter's Levy on the flip side. The only Dutchman left on the Xbox bracket looking to go to the FIFA E World Cup. And was there more drama? No, there wasn't. It looks like that man is on his way to a FIFA E World Cup. 20 minutes away from doing so. He's up by 3 goals to 2. And I mean, there's a lot of nations slowly but surely making their way to London, Lisa. South Africa, Saudi Arabia, Sweden are there, Denmark are there. There's so many nations turning up to London in a couple of months' time. It's going to be a great event. I can't wait for it.
Yeah, it should be great. Obviously, all from around the world, and it's a big occasion for them. So hopefully they can all perform at the great event. And overall, this game here, like you said, 3 goals to 2. It could go either way. We've seen goals, go from 3 to 2 to 3 to 3 to 4 to 3. So you can't lose focus, because if you do, you could be going out. So you just got to keep focused. Maybe take a tactical pause. Maybe send everyone behind the ball, because this is a big occasion. You've got to make sure you come out on top.
Absolutely, as you said, this is the biggest of stages. For those that are a Nicolas Razek fan, he still has a chance in the tournament. Please remember that. He was on the winner's bracket side. He'll drop down to the loser bracket now, where he still could book his ticket today, if he wins his matchup in the loser's bracket. There's plenty of opportunity still for Nicolas Razek, who'll be looking to make his 3rd FIFA E World Cup final. Fun story for you. Out of all the players that are left in the playoffs here, Nicolas Razek is the only player that's been to an E World Cup final. So we're guaranteed to have so many more stories. But that's another name on the final list in London. Jimmy Mike, so many storylines unfolding here in the playoffs. Congratulations to Optole that takes spot number 17.
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Brandon, Lisa, thank you so much for that commentary. Congratulations to Optole and Levy for getting to the finish line, for booking their ticket to the E World Cup. Mike, give them your congratulations. Start clapping for them. Standing ovation if you can. I don't know, you might be wired in. But what a performance by both of those players. This is it. This is what we decide. This is how you're known for. Can you win in big matches? That's it. At the end of the day, that's what you're preparing for. Can you show up when it matters? And these 2 players did the business.
I think the best part, too, we now have 2 old-timers with Levy and Denuso. And then we have 2 of these brand new, tearing it up, the phenoms of the FIFA community with the young teenagers. And I don't think I should stand up, because I might hit my head in the office space, or it might just be too much me on screen. You don't want what would happen if I stand up. So we're just going to leave it there.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I don't want to see what's happening in the bottom half. Let's bring on one of our winners in this one.
It's not suit pants. It's not suit pants.
Sure, Mike. Levy, first and foremost, congratulations. How are you feeling right now for booking your ticket to the E World Cup?
Oh, man, let's fucking go. I don't know what to say, man. I'm over the moon, man. It's incredible. I can only, thank everyone, especially Nick, who has been with me all day and yesterday as well, preparing me, keeping me calm. I don't know. I've been watching like the FIWC from when I was 17 years old and I started competing, and I never made it. I've been close like a few times, especially FIFA 19 when it was 1 round. And now I'm 27 years old, one of the oldest, I think, in the scene, and I made it. It's like a dream coming true. And for me, it's like you're never too old to dream. So I don't know, I'm over the moon and not so sure what to say anymore, but it's crazy.
Levy, first off, congratulations. We've known each other for a decade now. It's crazy. We met as basically teenagers. What has been the biggest challenge through that period? Obviously, this is always the goal, but what has been your biggest challenge within all the competitions, all the years of competing, all the different events, you name it?
I don't know. I think for the last years, the biggest challenge is to keep up. Like the level is so incredible high. I can't even say, like the last couple of weeks, I've been practicing a lot with a lot of guys, and the level is so freaking high. It's unbelievable. And to keep up, especially with the younger kids, like the new meta, they can learn it in like 1 or 2 days. And it takes me like 2 or 3 weeks. So in the beginning of the year, I wasn't that good. And now at the end of the year, I'm on top of the world, and I belong with the best of the world. So I don't know. That's the biggest challenge for me.
Well, the last time we saw you get really featured on the broadcast over these 2 days was against Tex, the first match of day one. You lost that one. How are you feeling after you lost to Tex? Obviously, that seems like a pretty unfair draw, but now here you are booking your ticket for the E-World Cup.
I didn't feel so bad to lose against him. In my eyes, he is still one of the best FIFA players. I'm not sure if he's the best FIFA 21 player, but he is so smart and good. So I didn't feel so bad to lose the first match. I preferred to play him like in the first round than when I had to play him like in this match to qualify. So I don't know. I was just happy that it wasn't like in FIFA 19 when I had to beat him in the playoffs to qualify for the World Cup. So I was like, yeah, it can happen, but we still have like 4 matches to go and prove myself. And I know I was capable of coming through the Swiss. And yeah, to come this far and make it in the winners bracket top 4 is just a dream coming true. I don't know what else to say for this.
And Levy, I think last question, how does it feel to sign for Inter? This is a big signing. I remember when that was announced, obviously coming international as well and moving between countries. Can you kind of walk us through that?
Yeah, honestly, it's like, I think one of the keys to my success, like Inter is such an incredible club, how they work with esports. I think they are really different compared to other clubs who make like their own esports channel, but Inter just posts all the things we do on their main channel alongside all the big stars like Lukaku, and I don't know, I've been to Milan as well, and they engage me with the new logo, so something big in their history, and their support like behind the scene is crazy. And I think this is one of the things that helped me come so far, and as well like keep on going, because I want to pay them back, because the World Cup for clubs didn't go that well for us in Europe. And of course, Resendes did an amazing job representing Inter, but for me, it was just waiting for this moment. And now I'm at the World Cup with the Inter shirt. That's, yeah, amazing. I cannot thank them enough for the support they gave me this year.
Well, they clearly invested in the right player. Congratulations for sticking with your dream. I think that's the important message here, Levy, is that you're never too old to dream. So congratulations, and we look forward to seeing how much moolah you end up making here at the end on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, it's all about the moolah now, man. We are there, so yeah, let's fight for the money.
All right, Levy, we'll see you very, very soon, and congratulations again. All right, now let's take into the Telestrator. From Levy, an awesome interview, and obviously very emotional, to another person that likes to be emotional when he's breaking down plays. It's our very own Mike LaBelle. Let's get after it. What's your play of these last 2 games?
I almost got emotional with Levy. I've been there from the whole process. First FIFA Interactive World Cup, now FIFA E-World Cup, of course. 10 years, took him 10 years. And this is a beautiful play, Optali versus Inrasic. And it's just a mastery of the intangibles. You see the classic give and go, the value of wing play. It often gets overlooked. Mbappe gets in behind, defense gets caught out of position. It's very classic in many regards, across the body, drills it, and that's the winner, 88th minute. And it's just one of those very, almost seems ordinary to a certain regard, but that's I'd say the sentiment of the sport and of FIFA. It starts with the basics and having a mastery of those basics. Play the way you're facing, look to open up space, overlapping runs, 1-2, support the runs, find the triangles. And we always talk about and really build up those moments where you see the skill moves here and the skill moves there, but at the end of the day, it still comes down to, can you complete these passes? Can you unlock some space? Can you finish your 1v1s? Optali did that. He moved on and he beat a living legend right now in Inrasic in terms of a guy that's always at the events, always battling to be a champion, and I would still expect him to get a FIFA E World Cup position.
No, I'm glad you brought up that play in particular. Obviously, it helped that goal, helped him book his ticket to the E World Cup. But I once had a coach tell me, do the simple things perfect every time, and you're going to have a lot of success. And we saw that today from Optali. If you guys want to join the conversation, hit us up on Twitter at EA FIFA Esports. Use the hashtag FGS21. We are seeing some incredible FIFA being played today. So many crazy results, so many shocks and surprises, and obviously a lot of heartwarming stories as well. When we come back, though, we're going to take a quick break. We got more action for you. We're going to the losers side. Whoever wins continues on. Whoever loses is going home. You're not going to want to miss it. Don't go anywhere.
Here's Eusebio. Oh, nice. Massive chance from Razek. Nicholas Razek, you are the FUT Champions Cup champion here in Bucharest.
Hi, my name is Niklas Razek. I'm also known as nRazek7. I'm playing for Guild Esports in the EU region, and welcome to my masterclass. I'm gonna show you guys how to defend like a pro in FIFA 21. I'm gonna show you guys how to defend around the box. Here you can see what's really important is to cover the striker, which I did here. You have to cover the difficult space with your CDM. What he's gonna do here now is he's gonna pass to the CDM, and then you have to just keep trying to cover the strikers with your CDMs. So now he got the ball to a striker, and I know that he's passed my CDMs, and now it's time to pick your defenders, because you can't get the ball with your CDMs anymore. So what I do here is select my first CB and try to get the ball. But then I realized that I don't get the ball, so I switch at this moment to Walker, because I know he is going to pass to R9, and I managed to get the ball here. So the most important thing about defending around the box is that you always stay patient and always try to stay close to your opponent, but don't be too aggressive, and literally go with his movement and wait for the second he does a mistake, and then try to take a chance and get the ball at this point. Okay, so the next thing which I'm going to show is how to use team press in the opponent's half to make pressure on him and score goals from it. So as you can see here, he got the ball with the CB, and I use team press because I know he's going to pass to his keeper. Now everything is like my whole team is pushed up, and the only possibility for him is to make a long ball. And I know that he's going to do a long ball, so I just select my right back in that case and try to get in front of him, which I managed to do. I get the ball, and I'm already in his third, and I'm managing to score an easy goal. That was it with my masterclass on how to defend in FIFA 21. I hope you guys enjoyed it and are able to bring that into your game, and see you all on the pitch.
Some say it's about skill.
Poussez ballon, le contre favorable du côté de Kylian Mbappé.
Some say it's about being clinical.
Till Mbappé i boxen, hit till skottet kommer i mål! Zacke flyttar målvakten konstigt och det är Deji som kliver upp i ledningen.
And some say it's the moment.
The rainbow flick.
If you are here, it's because you're amongst the best. If you are here, you know you can taste it.
I think we're about to see a very special text.
Come playoffs, I'm going to be the most dangerous me. I'll play anyone. I'm better than them all.
And by that I mean up to $100,000 in your pocket and a spot in the coveted FIFA E World Cup.
It's sort of a dream, isn't it? What was going to happen when you put all of those players together in one weekend?
Ever wondered just how good the best are at FIFA? Look no further.
Who is going to come out on top? I simply cannot wait for the playoffs.
Hey, what's up, everybody, and welcome back to the European playoffs. Yes, it's all happening. We did some of the winners. We've already booked some tickets to the E World Cup. Now, though, we're going to see who's going to go home and who's going to continue the dream. I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside Mike LaBelle, along with a lot of talented casters at our disposal. I know you're jealous, Mike, of my megaphone, but we're going to get to the losers side of things. Let's take a look now, actually, at the players that did qualify. Congratulations to them again. Danuso from Italy, done. Clanky, awesome this whole time. Maybe the most informed player currently. You got Levy, who we just talked to, and Optale representing Sweden, because Ole Lito, unfortunately, could not do the business. That's one of the big shocks of the elimination round so far. And yes, here is the bracket. Isn't that beautiful, Mike LaBelle? Let's talk about it a little bit.
Where do you want to begin? Well, let me begin, actually. I'm not going to mistime my megaphone announcement. I saw you trying to line it up. We got Jaden versus Benny, CR7. That's a big-time matchup. Gaucho, Musty, the German Affair. In Rassic versus Hex on God Mode. Just imagine if Hex on God Mode not only sent Dolan Mike to the loser bracket, he eliminated Tex as well. What if he takes down In Rassic? And then last but not least, we've got a couple of Danish players on our informed Danish players, I should say, as well, with Lilies and also Skifter.
The Danish Derby, baby. That's all what we're talking about. But what we're going to do is talk about the first matchup, and it is Gaucho versus Musty. Now, both of these players in particular, they have one thing that they've shared so far in this tournament. They both played against Zidane. Gaucho just beat him 5-0, and earlier Musty beat him on day one 5-1. That's the only thing I have to compare and contrast between these two players. Well, let's take a look at Gaucho first. He is the German, 27 years old. Gonna feel a little bit hard done by, just getting eliminated from the winner's bracket. So we'll see how he responds to that. Whereas Musty has a little bit of that momentum because he's going the other direction, having won after dropping down to the loser's bracket. But I like Gaucho's game a lot. I think he's a terrific player. He's really sound in almost every facet of the game. How are you feeling about his chances, Mike?
I mean, both these players know each other well. I'd put my money on Musty just based on the year that he's had, and the rankings also support that. I think that he's starting to build a little bit in the right direction as well. So I guess you know where I'm going. I put it out there pretty early, but I think that Musty's going to get the result. I think we're going to have the young gunner coming through as opposed to the old man.
Yeah, there's a look at Musty there. This is an all-German affair. Not a big surprise. We expect the Germans to have success at these FIFA competitions. Age 20, a little bit younger than Gaucho, but a lot of success. He was the winner of the third European qualifier this season, as the Germans were really running it until Peixoto won the last one on the European qualifier number 5. There's a look at him now. This is a great one. I think these players are very familiar with each other, and it's sometimes if you practice with the guys, if you see them a lot, maybe you know too much information. You can't come in with the right mentality. Maybe you can't relax. Or it's like the opposite. Man, this guy really knows how I play. How am I going to change it up? Should I change it up? Those are some of the questions I think need to be answered. Do you feel the same way, Mike?
To a certain degree. Like I said, both these guys are very aware of what they're looking to accomplish. So those games usually go two different ways. One, that it's going to be super open, high attacking, free flow, or the opposite one where I hope we're not seeing that, but it's going to be intense, it's going to be cagey, and it's going to be low scoring because everybody's overthinking and trying to do too much is what often happens.
All right, let's take a look now at the bio of our next matchup here in the losers side of things. It's going to be Jaden, a 16-year-old from Scotland, who had a good run through the winner's side, but unfortunately had to drop down, maybe ran out of a little bit of steam, but I think he's got enough confidence, especially after being coached now with his new coach, Zelonius, to maybe find those spots and have that success. But I think for a young player, scoring first and setting the tone, as you like to say, Mike LaBelle, is very, very important. He'll be taking on Benny CR7, who I know you like a lot, Mike.
Yeah, I was going to say, in most circumstances here, I'd actually be trying to roll with Jaden. I just really have been impressed from Benny CR7 across the board this year, even more so this weekend. I think that when he's playing at his best, that he's one of those unstoppable forces or immovable objects. I'm not sure if that's the correct saying. I know it goes in some order along those lines. I don't know if it was a Superman movie that they used that, but it was in something. But I'm backing, once again, I'll go early. I'm leading off with that. I'm backing Benny CR7. I will say, and this might be a terrible jinx, I am yet to miss one of these today.
Oh, Mike did it. He did it. Well, give me your prediction then for both matches. You have Benny CR7 in this one, and then who do you have in the other all-German affair?
Benny CR7 and Musty in the first one.
You know what? Because you've been 100%, I'm going to piggyback and ride on your coattails for this. I'm going to go with the same players. All right, now we're going to throw it over to Mr. Richard Buckley and Ryan Pessoa, who have the call of these two massive matches here on day 2 of the European playoffs. Take it away, you two.
Thank you very much, Jimmy and Mike. Big match feel right now. You win this game, well, you're into the E-World Cup Grand Final. You can go through the losers bracket. It's going to be tough, Ryan, because they know that potentially last chance, you might even go to the 9th through 12th match as well. There's a lot riding on these games. You want to get it over and done right now. We know the players who are going to be participating in our featured match. Let's have a look at the squads that they will be using. First up, we're going to see Gaucho's team on the screen. Anything jumping out to you there, Ryan?
Yeah, he's starting with Cuadrado in at right back, of course, getting that link to CR7 to get him chemistry. But overall, it's a fantastic squad, but there's no R9, which we spoke about him being a personal preference, but to see him missing out, of course, Pele is there, Neymar, Mbappe, talk about CR7. But overall, it's a fantastic squad, but a couple players missing out, but then Musti's squad is something a tiny bit more standard. Actually, even here, there's a few names like Mbappe we haven't really seen. I believe he'll be starting in at centre-back. We've got Carlos Alberto in at right back as well. We've got Goretzka, who I was calling out for him to start a few more games, is in the squad. But yeah, they've got different squads, both of them. But again, I'm nervous for both of these players. They performed well this season. Musti, of course, had the better season, ranking number 2 as we get into the game, Richard. So it'll be tough to call between these players.
Yeah, both deserve a spot at the World Cup Grand Final. They could both actually get a spot as well. You lose this game, you go down to the 9th through 12th match, and then you can battle through there, but still lots up for grabs. You win this game, you're at the World Cup Grand Final between Gaucho and Musti. Just want to have a quick reflection as well, Ryan, on Musti's run actually in this tournament, because it's been ridiculous, like a murderer's row of players that he's had to face against. I'll tell you, just after this attack comes in, because he could have a player lock in the box. R9 at the near post. Varane does well to usher him out. Musti's run, he, in the winners bracket, beat Mino, top French talent, 5-4. He then lost to Razek, 3-2. Then had to come down to the losers bracket, in which he had to play Razvan Pui, top Romanian talent, one of the best players in Europe, and then had to beat Leandro Peixoto, who was the Qualifier 5 champion. An unbelievable run that he's managed to surmount so far, but Gaucho coming down from the winners bracket just on the back of a loss. He was perfect to that point, looking to continue his good form, early lead.
Yep, you're right, Richard. It's a fantastic start from the Gaucho, starting as he means to go on. And Musti here, I was going to say I'll be shocked if he doesn't qualify, but we've seen so many shocks. He's ranked 2nd in the leaderboards in Europe on Xbox. He's had a top season, qualifying for numerous events, winning cup number 3, I believe it was. So he's had a top year for the Gaucho as well. I wouldn't even say it's an upset if he wins here, because I know myself how good he is as a player, and he's a great person as well. So again, even if they do lose, they have the extra chance. But as you say, the players want to get it done on this game. And is Ronaldinho gonna bundle through there? He wasn't able to, and the Gaucho can get it clear.
Yeah, absolutely. Gaucho with that early start in this matchup. Would you rather be making a run through the losers bracket and have won 3 or 4 games in a row, a couple of matches in a row like Musti has, or be in the winners bracket like Gaucho was and have to drop down to the losers bracket on the back of a loss?
Only players that have been in that situation know how hard it is. Losing in the winners bracket, when you can literally smell it. Especially when you've lost a tightly contested affair like the Gaucho did. It could have gone either way, and you've lost it. It's so hard to bounce back. But then again, when you're running through the loser bracket, you think, all right, I've won so many games in a row now. If I'm going to lose now, it'll be devastating, because why couldn't I have lost early on, if that makes sense anyway. But I would rather be on that loser bracket run, because again, he's just lost. It's not too long ago that he lost in the winners bracket. I'm talking about the Gaucho's perspective here. So it'd be hard to bounce back in it. It does take a lot.
I also think as well, just going on the back of that, it all depends how you lose. If you get smashed in a winners bracket game, 7, 8 goals, then you're probably thinking, why am I coming down to losers bracket? You're playing straight away. It's a tough task for anybody. Whereas if you lose by 1 goal, as he did, Gaucho, you're not really. I mean, yes, you've lost the game. You haven't got an World Cup spot yet, but there were positives to take out of the game. You've not been dominated, and it was just a game that simply went against you. And a lot of games at competitive FIFA, they do come down to very small margins. Rarely do you see 6-7 goal swings in a player's favour.
Yeah, exactly. And I think for the Gaucho, he's a mature player. He's been in and around the scene for a long, long time. Musti is, I believe it's his first year or his prominent year into stardom. So he has a lot less experience compared to the Gaucho. But again, he's a champion. He's won this year. He's shown what it takes to be a winner. And he'll be backing himself to do so. Even though he's losing 1-0, he's been in these situations. I've seen him myself in European qualifiers where he's been in unfortunate positions and he's come back stronger than ever.
This could be a chance here. Just ball finds its way to Peter Schmeichel in goal for Musti. Real good player. I think it was qualifier 3 which he won. We were actually commentating that final, memory serves me correctly, Ryan, and the directional nutmeg, it was just around the time, sort of February-ish, January-ish, and he was just popping this directional nutmeg off every single chance he could get, round the corner, making sure that he was doing it on unusual angles. It was the first, similar to Anders with the stepovers, where he almost made it famous, so to say. He was the first player, Musti, that we really saw just dominate with a particular move, and it was that directional nutmeg.
I'll never forget the games against Olalito in that cup as well, which the one he won, because as you said, he made it look so easy. Every time he was on the attack, it genuinely looked like he was going to score, because everybody knew the directional nutmeg was effective. It's an effective mechanic to get past the defender, whether it's into space, whether it bobbles off the defender and you tackle straight back off of him. Everyone knows it was effective, but we didn't know it was that effective and those certain angles that Musti was perfecting it at. And he was scoring tons of goals from it. But again, since then, I think everybody sort of caught onto it. They understand the way he builds up his attacks. So sometimes it does work against you being so good and having your games always being on broadcast. In this sense, anyway, for him, I think he's diversified his attack options and the way he builds up. But again, they would have experience playing each other. They're German players. We've had a lot of German players be successful in the scene, and I wouldn't be shocked if these two players have practiced against each other a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Practice partners, probably match each other. I would imagine rivals potentially as well. Very familiar with each other, to say the least, as we do approach half-time here. It'll be Gaucho with the final chance of the half. Comes to nothing, and that 1-goal lead still intact for Red Bull Leipzig's the Gaucho. Not a lot so far to really write about. We're going to have a look at the best moment of the first half so far. It did fall to Gaucho. Ryan, talk me through this goal here, because it was Neymar, left-footed strike, finding the top corner. Neymar not actually been selected, I believe, for Musti.
Yeah, I'm sure that he isn't, because Neymar with the 5-star is incredible around the box. He's quick, he's nimble to turn with, but that attack there was quick, snappy passing. He done the right plays. He sort of mapped out his attack before he even started to commit to it, which is something that I know a lot of players do. You notice that a lot more with the players that have been in and around the scene for previous years. But again, it's just a chance that he's not been, I wouldn't say he's been creating a lot of opportunities in this game, but it's a chance where when it does come his way, he'll be happy to take it.
This could be Musti opening up his account here in the losers bracket. Round 4 matchup, plenty on the line. E-World Cup spots to be allocated. Not many players left in the tournament as it stands. 4 in the winners bracket. 8 in the losers. Chance here, Ronaldo inside the box, pushing the ball away, gets the rebound, it's ugly, but Musti does not care, levels up the tie at 1 apiece.
You're right, it is ugly, but as I said, I keep saying this, you have to create your luck sometimes, and he's taken the shot there from an odd angle, hoping it potentially could have led to a rebound or something else, and it fell right back to CR7 into an open net to bring him back into the game. 1 goal apiece, Richard, and again, as I said, something that's going to be a familiar theme amongst the games, these decisive games. It's going to be really tightly contested. I'll be stunned if there's going to be a game where it's a blowout, 4-5, 6-0. I just can't see that happening. I just see most games being really, really tightly contested.
Yeah, one player would have to seriously just switch off and
Yeah.
With so much on the line, with so much riding on these matches, Eworld Cup spots to be decided, I don't see switch-offs happening. I don't see attainment levels dropping, really, from any of these players. Just coming up on an hour gone here. Lustig looking to create another chance. Doesn't mind shooting on a weird angle if he knows he'll get a better chance on a rebound. That's outstanding from Ronaldinho. He got the nod over Neymar, and you can see why.
Oh, it's wonderful. The La Croqueta cancel there, past the defender. The finesse shot flat-footing the goalkeeper is something, again, that we noticed in his gameplay. He loves the La Croqueta cancel, and he utilizes it perfectly there with Ronaldinho to take the lead.
Beautiful work from that La Croqueta cancel. That's another skill move that the game drops in October. The Croqueta cancel, correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, it didn't really come in till the turn of the new year, at least. It wasn't a skill move that was successful because we had a lot of different ways to move around the box. The elastico, the step overs in the early part of the game were very strong. The back post driven cross was super effective in the early stages of the game as well, and throughout the cycle of FIFA 21, the La Croqueta cancel has proved more and more effective.
I'm going to pay homage to somebody, probably be happy that I'm saying this, but Nightwatch was, in all honesty, the first person that brought the La Croqueta cancel to my attention. Even the 5-back, before it even came out. Like, I'm talking, Rich, I'm genuinely talking 1 month into the game as we see the replay of the goal for Misty. His first one there with the open goal with CR7. And the next one here with Ronaldinho, you're going to see the La Croqueta cancel here, just goes past the defender, puts it perfectly for the finesse shot. Vieira can't get enough or can't get in front of it to block it. But yeah, I was saying, Richard, I'll be honest, Nightwatch was the first one. He brought it to my attention ages ago before it became prominent, but it wasn't something that tons of people knew about at the time, but you can see how important it is now.
Absolutely. Ronaldo inside the box here. Beautiful play from Lustig. 3-1 up. And it's Neymar, the team of the season, to fire the FC St. Pauli man into a very promising position here.
That's a big, big goal, Richard. He needed that. 3-1 now. It's tough, again, for the Gaucho, as I was saying, because he's come down from that winner's bracket. He'll be lacking a little bit of... His head might drop a bit, especially now because he was in the league. It's been turned around, and it's a 2-goal margin now for Misty. He's going to be thinking, all right, it's going to happen again. I'm going to lose. That's the thing, the tough parts of competing. The mental side of the game, especially this year, has been so important to focus on. And it'd be interesting to see how the Gaucho copes with it, and if he's able to spring back just to get maybe a goal towards the end of this game. Nothing too dramatic in terms of throwing bodies forward, because there's still a little while to go, but he needs this next goal.
Oh, it certainly does. This could be the goal that you were talking about. Alphonso Davies inside the box. Neymar, first time strike. Good save from Schmeichel. Maybe a little bit of goalkeeper movement on the chance. Flick to the back post and it will bounce out for a goal kick.
Thought he was going to do the first time scoop turn. First touch there with Neymar, but he opted for the first time shot. And of course, it was a bit of a simple save there for Schmeichel. But it's still a positive sign. He's able to create some chances.
Just over 10 minutes remaining here in our leg one matchup. Between Red Bull Leipzig's Gaucho and Lustig. Interesting sort of ethos that he's taken in this final 15 minutes, just keeping the ball, not allowing Gaucho to attack, and
I think
really solidifying his position.
Yeah, I think he's actually switched to a 5-3-2 now. You can see Vieira dropping deeper, and he's as he said, he's happy to consolidate. He's 3-1 up now. He doesn't want to push bodies forward needlessly. He will happily keep this ball for the final attack, and I honestly wouldn't. Yeah, I don't blame him. I don't blame him for doing so. But because, again, you have to be comfortable. Oh, my goodness, you have to be comfortable. But he's giving it away.
Anything but comfortable. Goretzka pickpocketed here by Gaucho. He'll be looking to half the deficit going into leg number 2. R9 Ronaldo looking to twist and turn around his man. Plays in Ruud Gullit. Looking back for R9. Too many black shirts in the way. And Leon Goretzka attorney for his error, picking up the ball off R9's foot. I think that might have been the last chance for Gaucho to snatch a goal here in leg 1.
Yeah, I was going to say, to do this, he needs to feel comfortable in being able to keep possession for long periods of time, and he gave it away. But there could be one last attack here for the Gaucho. He has to go forward.
Chance. Gaucho, not going to fall for him. Musti taking a 3-1 lead going into leg number 2 here. Big game for Musti. Also to turn it around, because you got to think he was struggling in that game. Couple of goals quickly turned into 3, and leg number 2 awaits for these 2 Germans. Only one of them can be going into the E-World Cup Grand Final after this game. 9 through 12th playoff matches will await one of them. There's another losers bracket match taking place right now, and our very own Brandon Smith will give us all the updates and goals from Benny CR7 against Jaden.
I will be indeed, Richard. Germany still waiting for their first player to book a spot in the FIFA E-World Cup. Jaden dropped down to the losers bracket to take on Wolfsburg's very own Benny CR7. So far, it's been all smiles for the German. His goal first coming in the 12th minute with Cristiano Ronaldo. And soon after, doubling his lead late into the second half with just minutes left to play. How about that for a through ball? All the way over the top. Ruud Gullit stayed calm, collective and composed. 2-0 at the break. Maybe Germany might have their first play on the plane to London.
Incredible game right there taking place. Plenty of Germans in the losers bracket. They will have a spot at the E-World Cup. However, the question is, how many people will be there from Germany? We'll find out if it's Musti or if it's Gaucho coming up very shortly indeed. Don't go anywhere. Leg 2 after this break. Welcome back to the European Xbox playoffs. You're joining us, losers round 4. A pivotal moment for both of these two FIFA esports players. Win this, you go to the biggest dance of them all, the FIFA E World Cup Grand Final. You lose this match, you go down to that very, very treacherous 9th through 12th playoff match. Joined by myself, Richard Buckley, and Man City Esports professional FIFA player Ryan Pessoa in the commentary booth. Ryan, you watched that first leg between Musty and Gaucho. What do you think Gaucho needs to do if he wants to try and solidify his spot at the E-World Cup right now?
I'll be honest, I don't even think it's a gameplay adjustment. I feel like it's more of a mental side. I always speak about that being so important at the highest level. He just needs to reset. You can see he looked a bit dejected at the end of the game. Quite rightly so, I get it. He's 3-1 down. But I feel like even that earlier loss is playing on his mind and his emotion, dictating his game style a little bit. Because, as I said, I played against him a lot at the start of the year. He was so good. We practiced tons. And he's a player that, again, he usually thrives off having high confidence and plays well when he's in the lead. But when he was 1-0 up, I felt like he was a bit susceptible, and it showed. Musty 3-1 up, deservedly so. So it's down for him now to try and come back into this game.
Neymar inside the box, couple of heel-to-heel flicks. Plays back to Cristiano Ronaldo. Great block on the line. I just saw out the corner of my eye there. A big shake of the head from yourself, Ryan. You're not happy with that attack from Gaucho?
No, it was great. I thought he was going to take the first time shot there near post. It was on. He done it in the first game with Neymar, and it was less of a chance to do it first time than this one. And he took the touch where you didn't need to, but again, it's in hindsight. It's easy to say that when watching compared to when playing. Maybe he just thought that, maybe, I don't know, he just didn't think he'd get enough power behind it. But that was a chance. It was a chance.
Chances falling for Gaucho. That's the main thing as well. I know we speak a lot about sort of attacking play in the final third. You're happy missing chances if you're creating chances. It's when you're not creating as well. It's when you're not getting into these areas and opportunities are falling for you. As long as you're still having shots at goal, as long as you're still creating in the final third, something will fall for you. It's when you're getting dominated on the possession, where you can't string 4 passes together and actually create a chance. That's where the worrying signs will come into it. Another chance here for Gaucho. R9 into Hullet. Can he strike goal? Twisting, turning, trying to throw off Leon Goretzka. Does throw off Leon Goretzka. And Gaucho with a big goal back. 3-2.
That's a big goal. I thought he ruined it a little bit there, trying to overplay it for the perfect chance. But he does enough with Hullet. Takes his time. But that's what I'm talking about with the 5-star weak foot. Even though it's on Hullet's favoured right foot, it's just the fact that for Musty, he doesn't know which way he's going to turn. It's a bit unpredictable, but he turns onto his right. The heel-to-heel, perfect, into the corner. 3-2, game on now, Richard.
Game very much on. It was an early goal as well. Only 20 minutes in this second leg. The chances potentially going to fall for him. High stakes FIFA being played right now. Lots on the line. Can Musty reaffirm his position? Not on this attack. Gaucho's down strong, and it just seems like the scales have been slightly swung in Gaucho's favour here. Yeah,
I think, as I said, when he gets that goal, he starts to gain a little bit more confidence, a little bit more belief that he can actually come back into this game. And for Musty, again, it's not been vintage Musty. I feel like he's just been defending for what we've seen so far in this game now. And the Gaucho's just knocking at the door. I said anyway, most of the games we will see will be tightly contested, and it's no different here.
Speaking of Gaucho, he comes forward yet again. It's been all the Red Bull Leipzig man in this first half. R9, first time fake shot used to perfection, and rattles it into the bottom left corner.
That's beautiful there from the Gaucho. Perfect. You see on Musty's face, he's a bit disappointed now to be giving him away a 2-goal lead, but it's a perfect start for the Gaucho. The first time fake shot with R9 past, I think it's Schmeichel in goal, I believe, to make it 2-0 in the same. 3-3 overall now. I'll be honest, it's so tough to call which way this game's going to go.
Been very good, Gaucho, in this opening 30 minutes. He just needs to prolong it now. We need to see the consistency over the 90 if you are a Red Bull Leipzig Gaming fan. On the other side of that, FC St. Pauli and Musti will be maybe a little bit worried because he's struggled to really do a lot in this second leg so far. We are approaching half-time. He ended the first leg in a very good position. The qualifier champion. But in this particular matchup, he has struggled, and Gaucho could have another chance here. R9 looking to twist and turn away from his man. Slides the ball into Pele, just going to keep it in. The 99 rated icon. Frenkie de Jong trying to fire a pass into the middle of the pitch. Nothing on it for the Gaucho there, and the ball will fall back to Musti.
I think Musti needs to pick himself up a little bit. Again, he's going to resort to keeping the ball to the end of the half just to try and wait and see if there's going to be a chance to open up the Gaucho's defense. But again, we haven't really seen him in the offensive final third at all this game, and there could be a chance.
You were just saying we've not seen a lot from him. R9 Ronaldo. Heel-to-heel flick in the final third. Finished past the goalkeeper. And that is what Musti has been waiting for in this second leg.
Oh, it's wonderful. It's the heel-to-heel pass the goalkeeper, which he's speaking about being so effective. It makes the goalkeeper drop to the floor, and it's an easy finish, open net for R9 Ronaldo. And again, he takes the lead, 4-3.
Hurricane-esque from R9 Ronaldo in the final third. And that will do us for half-time. The lead that he amounted in the first leg, proving pivotal so far. That 3-1 lead. Doesn't need to win the second leg, doesn't need to win the individual match because of the lead that he gave himself. How important is it to give yourself something to either A, build on from the first leg, or B, fall back on in the second leg? If you play, you can see from the stats there, he's been quite poor in this second leg, but because of the lead that he built up, it's given him something to fall back onto.
Yeah, we spoke earlier in the day about some players, it's really hard. There's two different perspectives, obviously, for the two different players, where you go into the second leg in this perspective, 2 goals down, you know what you need to do, you know you have to score, so you need to go forward. But then when you're the person in the lead, it's really hard because you're caught in two minds. Of course, it's easier said than done to just defend the 2-goal lead, but then sometimes you can have the counter-attack option to do that. You want to still go forward. For me personally anyway, from experience, whenever I go too defensive and invite pressure, it never really works out, as we see some of the highlights. This was the first goal for the Gaucho, perfect with Ruud Gullit to get him that first goal. But we go into the second half now, and as I was saying, I find it a lot better knowing that I need to score rather than being the person that's in the lead holding on to it.
We've seen the real importance of the heel-to-heel flick in the final third, whether it's around the goalkeeper that Musti did, whether it's with Ruud Gullit there separating the ball away from the man. What is it with the heel-to-heel? Because it's only, you would argue, been a super effective skill move in the last couple of FIFAs. It wasn't a tier 1 skill move all the way back when, but is it just that separation in the final third that you need to create between you and a defender to fire your shot away?
Yeah, a lot of players use it as sort of just a gateway to get that shot off on a goal. They get a lot of power behind the shot when you do that, or you can use it to go into another skill move. A lot of players, it's sort of, I wouldn't say it's replaced the drag back in terms of effectiveness, but it's very, very common amongst pro players to use that on the edge of the box, whether it's to go past the goalkeeper, to do it to as I said, go into another skill move. It's very, very effective.
The Gaucho coming forward again here, playing onto the edge for Ruud Gullit, quick passing, intricate move in on the edge of the box, twisted and turning was his attacking player there, just dispossessed, and Musti, he'll be having a little glance up at the clock, he'll be having a look to see if a pause has been cued from Gaucho, just be playing up just on time. from the pause cued right there, and with 30 minutes left to play, how important is it? You've been in this position quite a lot, Ryan, during while you've been playing. You're leading, you're in the second leg, you've got 20, 30 minutes left. When do you do what Musti's doing here? Has he started keeping the ball too early, is what I'm trying to say.
I wouldn't say it's too early. When you're in this position, it's never too early, in all honesty. It's not pretty, but you need to do whatever it takes. But it's not something where I would say keep the ball in your own half. If you're in the final third or you're in your opponent's half, keeping the ball isn't necessarily a bad thing, because you're just waiting until your opponent makes the move. You're trying to force him to push a few more players forward, then you can exploit it. But again, for the Gaucho, he's not going to change anything. Maybe on the 70th minute, we'll start to push forward a little bit and commit a few more bodies forward to press him higher. But for Musti, he just doesn't want the ball to go out of play.
Yeah, especially with that pause cued, he knows that it's very much in his hands right now. He's got the ball in his court. He's in the driver's seat. Any other metaphor that you can use for being in control, stick it on right now and apply it to Musti's situation, because they all fit. Gaucho's going to come forward again here. Musti wrestles the ball off of him, and with 20 minutes left to play, Musti's got to look at that 60 to 70 minute spell right there and say, that was a win. He didn't get the ball, he didn't attack, he didn't have a shot. I need to do that 2 more times and I'm going to the World Cup Grand Final.
Exactly, as you say, that's the thing. Some players like to split the game up into intervals. It seems to help them feel the clock is going faster than it is. But as we were saying, he just needs to keep possession of the ball. The thing is, you don't want to do it too much now, because the Gaucho is going to start to press higher. You're going to have man-for-man marking. There's going to be no room in your defensive line to play those passes, to spray it across the field. The best place to keep possession will be in the Gaucho's half and towards the final third of the pitch.
You see plenty of tactical changes being made here between the two players. We don't want to give away what they are doing and give one of the two competitors an unfair advantage. But what we can tell you, Llorente, Fernandez, Pele, all introduced. That's an offside trap, played awfully. Musti is in on goal, he's gone for the pass across the box. And Varane just shepherds it back to Schmeichel.
Wow, that's nerves. Oh my God, I'm stunned. How on earth? I don't even know what to say to that. That is a key chance. The fact he's done that, as we say, this is very composed usually. That is unlike him. And as I say, the nerves play into it. That's a key chance. You can't mess up that chance. And now it's going to add on to the pressure.
Yeah, whatever nerves were already there have amplified tenfold right now. Because Gaucho will also take that as a win. I survived the bullet right there. He fired a blank, did Musti, and I've got an opportunity. If I can play my cards right, to send us into extra time, maybe to even win the game, if he gets a couple in the next 15 minutes. Neymar into De Jong. Mbappe now, back to De Jong, back to Mbappe. And he just overplayed it as Musti clears his lines. Pele sliding in, Ronaldo is in again. Vieira chasing back. Is he going to miss it up a second time? No, he is not. Fist pumps all round from Musti as Ronaldo rattles it in the near post.
That's a big goal. And who else? CR7 on his left foot near post. You can see how much it means to him. That is massive. It gives him the 2-goal cushion now. And for the Gaucho, he's going to have to throw everything to try and get back into this game. But it's looking like Musti will be getting his ticket into the World Cup in London in roughly about a month's time.
Unless Gaucho can pull something out of nowhere, I don't think he's got enough time. It would have to be a capitulation from Musti, and look how high that line is. There's so much space in behind. As Pele comes forward, Alphonso Davies, what a save from Schmeichel. He sort of teased the player look with Pele, went back to Alphonso Davies, took the strike, and a huge save from Schmeichel, keeping the game alive for Gaucho. Pele, ball roll scoop turn, driving inside the box. looking for a pass across the box again. There's been a few times where he could have just hit it.
This is it, Richard. This is it. Genuinely for the Gaucho here. He needs a goal. He needs a key attack here. And it's, oh my God, it's Mbabu that comes across. That is a massive interception.
Yeah, only seconds remaining here. Neymar has to score, and he has to score now. Alphonso Davies with the critical interception. He runs it straight out of play. Patrick Vieira will go into the book with 2.5 minutes remaining here with extra time. Should say with injury time. Free kick awarded for Gaucho. Has to float. He's only got 2 players in the box. He plays short. Mbappe, McGeady spin. Tackled by Alphonso Davies, and that will be it. Misty. 5-3 victory. Gaucho, one more chance. Reversal has to go round his man. Just not enough time. It's a consolation. Misty celebrating already. Hands on head. Sink it in right now. Let it sink in for Misty. He will be going to the FIFA E World Cup Grand Final. All those emotions running wild. Ryan Pessoa, another one we can add to the list.
Huge congratulations. Of course, I feel bad for the Gaucho, but Musti, he deserves it. Not just today, but the season he's had. Ranked number 2. He won Cup 3, qualified for another broadcast as well. He wins this game 5-3 and will qualify for the World Cup deservedly so.
Incredible performance from Musti. 5-3 victory against Red Bull Leipzig's Gaucho. It was hard fought. It was a great first leg performance from Musti that set him up for victory in this losers bracket round 4 matchup. Speaking of leg ones, we saw leg 1 in our second losers bracket game taking place right now, and Brandon Smith will keep us up to date with how that game finished.
Yeah, it was an action-packed second leg, this one. The question that would remain, Richard, would it be another German player booking a plane ticket to London? We came into the game 2-0 for Benny CR7. It wasn't long before he made it 3-0. Cristiano Ronaldo leaping above the rest to make it one-way traffic for the Wolfsburg esports man. Then Jadon did come flying back into the game. Neymar interchanged well in with Bruno Fernandes. Did find a goal back before half-time. That restored some hope in the Scottish FIFA players' heart, which he did come and score again with 3 minutes played in the second half. We thought we were in for a nervy last couple of minutes. He had to go for the game with 20 minutes left to play. R9 scored the goal after eventually getting the rebound here, which you'll see in any second now. There you go, long ball over the top. Marcus Rashford, fresh off the bench. It was all about keeping calm and composed into R9. Germany have 2 players in London for the FIFA E World Cup.
Incredible performance from Benny CR7. He was one to watch from yourself, Ryan, if I remember correctly. He'll be going to the FIFA E World Cup alongside Misty from FC St. Pauli. 2 more players confirmed for the E World Cup. Let's head back to Jimmy and Mike to get their reaction on those great performances.
Thank you so much, Richard and Ryan and Brandon, for all that commentary as always. Wow, we just booked 2 more tickets to the FIFA E World Cup, as Richard just said. And they're 2 Germans. Not a big surprise there by any stretch of the imagination, as Benny CR7 and Musty do the business. Now, Musty is the only player to win a European qualifier that is going to qualify for the E World Cup from the European region. That is a very big deal. I also want to give a shout out to Musty, who after winning the European qualifier, back the one, number 3, he donated all of his winnings to charity. That is very cool, and obviously wish him the very best. He's a good guy. So look at, here are the names. 6 players have now booked their ticket. We still have 2 more spots left to go here today. Very excited to see who will be joining them. But those are 6 very happy people. They might not all be smiling in that photo, but now it's a fight for that final spot. And then for this one, we have these last 4. Anybody losing here still have a chance, an outside chance, to potentially get that 9th spot and kind of back their way into it. Take the back door into the FIFA E World Cup. And that is Gaucho and Lilis, and we'll see who will be joining them as well. So not all is lost if you drop out of the losers bracket if you get to this point. You still have a little bit of a chance. So Mike LaBelle, come in here and join me. Let's talk a little bit about what we just saw. Both of the players you predicted to win They did win. You didn't jinx anybody. Congratulations. I piggybacked you. I'm feeling great about myself as well.
You know, we have days like this sometimes where you just can do no wrong. But first off, congratulations. This is huge. This is a big moment. I mean, Musty has been on point from start to finish this year. It's funny, Levy, when we talked to him earlier, mentioned some of these young guys learn the new intricacies of the game, or the intimate moments and all these particulars in 1-2 days every time the meta shifts. Musty's in that crew. He's definitely been an innovator and someone who masters a lot of the new functions that have been introduced into FIFA 21 very, very quickly, and then he reaps the rewards and gets a competitive advantage. And then I've been on Benny CR7 from the beginning of the tournament. I said I like what I'm seeing, I like the results, I like how he's playing, how he's finishing, his composure, and he got the job done. So massive congrats, and it's also, of course, locks in a couple Germans. And what tournament would we have if we didn't have a few Germans in the conversation?
Yeah, of course. They're going to be littered throughout this FIFA E World Cup. Not a big surprise. Well, talk us through your Telestrator play of these last 2 games. What really stood out for you, Mike?
Well, this is the decider for Musty, and it's because Gaucho had to get a lot more aggressive. There's so much space to work with. This is that late game risk to reward. In this case, it is going to be a reward for Musty, and the risk did not pay off for Gaucho. Too little, too late. He did add one for a little bit of some consolation. Just too much space to work with. And you would think that he's going to cut back, but you don't even see the cut back because they're playing that bait and switch, or the no bait and the no switch, or the game of cat and mouse where you're trying to anticipate, is the offensive player going to do a skill move? Is he going to pull back? Is he going to stop? Is he going to pop? And in this case, very simple, take it direct, finishes it on the near post.
I thought he was going to pull it back, but he went for that near post cheese instead. And you know what? I have a lot of respect for that. That was a fantastic finish. All right, everybody, if you want to join us, hit us up on Twitter, EA FIFA Esports. Use the hashtag FGS21. What do you guys think? Who is going to survive? Who's booking their ticket? We have 2 more spots left to go. And then, of course, we have a big championship Sunday going on tomorrow. But first things first, let's get after it. A couple more knockout round games left. Don't go anywhere. Big names still at stake. Prizes at stake. Everything's at stake. It's going to be awesome. We'll be right back.
Back to Mbappe. Reversal lost the goal. That is unbelievable. And Pablo, 4 goals to 3 with an unbelievable performance.
Мое имя Павел Скуратов, более известно как KFC Пабло, и рад всех видеть на моем мастер-классе. Давайте посмотрим, как я обыграл Дани в 3-м отборочном турнире. Так, но за лаймера здесь я шел вперед, но понял, что нет шансов дальше, и Клостермана подключаю к атаке. Защитник редко подключается к атаке, поэтому Дани не ожидал, что я пойду. Здесь хороший дриблинг был. Главное, здесь поймал момент именно навесом. Я выдал этот пас на Криштиану Роналдо, не готовый, когда мой игрок выбегал из-за его защитников. Ну и после этого уже пас на пустые и гол, который с помощью необычного движения получилось сделать. А здесь получается отнять мяч. Буквально через пару секунд Клостерман накрывает Решфорда, и идет сразу молниеносная атака. Криштиану Роналдо убегает 1 на 1. Все, вроде бы я мог заканчивать этот матч 3-0, идеальный счет, но я делаю болл-ролл не в ту сторону. В левую сторону было бы лучше, мне кажется, и удар с левой, но я побоялся, что Криштиану Роналдо может промахнуться с левой, и поэтому брал под правую, а там оказался Варан, который просто меня очень легко накрыл. Этот эпизод мог сразу закончить всю игру, но, к сожалению, я ошибся. Довольно напряженная игра вышла. Я с 2-0 начал проигрывать 3-2. Смог сделать 3-3, и вот последние минуты у меня уже не было эмоций, не было сил играть. Ударил за Криштиану Роналдо с неудобной позиции, откуда гол точно не залетел бы. Я рассчитывал на угловой, то есть я не хотел допускать ошибку на последних минутах матча. Неудачные. Здесь получилось, что мяч откатился ко мне назад. Увидел, точнее, заказал ускорение Мбаппе, чтобы он ворвался в штрафную площадь с помощью забегания. И благодаря финту, благодаря обратным эластика, получилось обыграть Дани, который, мне кажется, не ожидал. Он переключился на другого защитника. И, заметив это, я решил сделать финт, после которого сразу последовал удар, который вывел меня вперед и не дал Дани шансов отыграться. На этом все. Это были главные фишки, которые помогли мне обыграть Дани. Надеюсь, они помогут вам улучшить свой скилл.
We have always said Razek is probably been one of the most consistent FIFA players in the world.
The Xbox finals.
Yeah, huge game.
Oh, it's Razek kicking from left to right in that red strip. He needs an early goal, and he's got one.
When Tex won in Barcelona, who was the man he beat in the console final? Nicolas Razek.
And in Razek, over the last 3 years, top 5 most consistent FIFA pros.
Time to get into our Xbox Grand Finals. Now scoop turn from R9, finds Messi, there's one. Beautifully played there from Nicolas Razek. Well, here's Neymar then. Dolomite goes for the finesse, 8-3.
Typically, if you beat in Razek, you win the event.
Dolomite, congratulations. We are now in our grand final.
Will it be Nicolas Razek? The man has almost got to the summit of the mountain.
There's the drag back. Surely a goal for Razek. Nicolas Razek, congratulations. You are the FUT Champions Cup champion here in Bucharest.
Now I finally won the whole thing. I'm just super happy.
This is why we're here, the big game hype. We have a couple big games coming up, but first and foremost, I want to say, Nicolas Razek, listen, EA, me, Mike, we're sliding into your DMs to get an interview with you, and you keep dodging us. What is the deal? We want you on the broadcast. We want to hear from you. You have so much experience and so much to add to what we're bringing to the table. But of course, kudos to God Mode. I know he'll probably come on if he does the business as well. But Nicolas Razek, we've been friends for a long time. Come on. All right, Mike LaBelle is going to be joining me here very shortly. Let's get to the bracket, Mike. Let's talk about where we stand, what's going on, and what is at stake, my friend.
Well, first off, Razek replied to my DMs, so I just think that he's ignoring you.
All right.
Just throwing that out there. Maybe you're too loud with the megaphone, but these are the two matchups. You don't want to miss these. The last ones of the day. We got Razek, Hex on God Mode. This would be massive if Hex on God Mode is able to pull this off. Remember, he eliminated Fnatic Tex, and he also sent Dolan Mike into the losers bracket, which led to an elimination. And then on the other end, you have that Danish matchup. It's going to be huge for these two competitors. I feel as if Skifter's kind of been the guy. He's kind of been a man that's always in this combo a little bit this year, but hasn't necessarily had the breakthrough just yet in terms of winning an event or reaching, of course, a FIFA E World Cup.
Taking a look here at Razek's bio. Obviously, very established player in the scene. Only 22 years old. I actually feel like he's been around so long, I'm surprised he's only 22. This is the kind of experience he's accrued over the years. But there he is. Little live look, getting hydrated. I think that's very important to stay cool and calm and composed. Now let's take a look at his opponent, God Mode. Now, he's had a little bit of a up and down, let's say, in terms of his performance, but he did knock out Fnatic Tex yesterday, and then he took down Dolan Mike, put Dolan Mike into the losers bracket. Dolan Mike could not shake that blow to his confidence. God Mode doing the business for Fiorentina is his team. But then he lost 10-0, came back and won 1-0. Now in the losers bracket to find himself here against a very, very worthy opponent. The winner of this does go on to book their ticket for the E-World Cup. So that's a very big deal, Mike LaBelle. Let's talk about predictions. How are you feeling? Where are you leaning on this?
Well, I know where I'm leaning, but I'm just saying this has a lot of relevance just from the grand landscape. We'd have another German, or potentially we have our second Italian, which just from a percentage standpoint increases their chances, of course, of winning, and then also the national representation. But with all that being said, Razek is a gamer, and I don't mean that as, oh, we're just playing video games here. I'm talking about he's a big moment player, and he'll be ready for this. You saw him sipping on the water. He's feeling hydrated. I believe Razek is going to get the job done.
I agree with you. He was one of my players to watch from yesterday, day one. So we are going to stay with it. Plus, you've been, you haven't missed one yet. I was going to say undefeated, let's say, with your predictions. So I'm not going to go against you today. You are the prediction god. All right, let's throw it over now to Brandon Smith and Lisa Manley, who have the call of this one and the other match that's going on, as well as we're looking to book 2 more spots to the FIFA E World Cup. Take it away, you two.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. And yes, we are on the last couple of games for day 2 here in the European Xbox playoffs. 20 players have booked a spot in London so far. We are going to be crowning 2 more players a ticket to London for the FIFA E-World Cup. Nicolas Razek, a 2-time E-World Cup champion, Lisa, will be hoping to get there, and that's the team that he will be using to hopefully do enough to make it 3 years in a row for Nicolas Razek.
Exactly, it's a great team as well. You see De Jong in there. Most players that we've seen have been using Bruno Fernandes, but still a great player. He's just more better for these players because they're defensive. De Jong is a very defensive player, and I think if you're using a formation that is more attacking, it's better to use Bruno Fernandes. But overall, what a solid team that is. You know, overall, you've got the R9s, you've got the Hullits, you've got the Vieira, you've got the Pele. Everyone's got them in their team. They're just so good.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, Nicholas Razek, as I said, he's a player that when you look at Nicholas Razek's achievements, he's been at the 2018, 2019. It would be weird if he wasn't at the 2021 FIFA E-World Cup. As we know, there wasn't a tournament last year. He's a player that, you know, as Mike Lebel said, you know, he said he was a gamer in terms of this man knows how to reach finals, knows how to make latter stages in FIFA esports tournaments. Is he going to do it now? Because in the way of him, Lisa, stands a player in Hexon God Mode who's played for Hexon Esports and Fiorentina this year, I believe, in the recent E-Serie A. This guy's been causing upsets today. He's been beating big names. He knocked out Tex from the tournament yesterday. And it's safe to say he's got a lot of confidence to play with.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, he beat Text, which I think was a big upset coming into it. Pretty sure he beat Dull and Mike as well. He scored 120th minute and then on penalties and won that. And he's just knocking out big names. And coming into this, everyone will probably think, you know, Razek's got it easy, but he really hasn't. Every game's going to be so tight. They're all just so good.
Everyone here is just at such a level. 53rd in the Global Series rankings. Hexon God Mode sits. There is one Italian player already in the FIFA World Cup finals. That's Fabio Danuzzo. God Mode wants to ensure that he's got his ticket there. Fun fact for you. This is the most randomest fact ever. Finished 53rd on the Global Series rankings this year. The year before that, he finished 53rd on the Global Series rankings as well. He just loves the number 53, apparently. He seems to always end out his seasons there for the Italian pro player. It's not often. You see top flight Italian pro players on the Xbox. It's normally on the PlayStation where you've seen the likes of Principes in past times, Dagnolfs, Heezers, who was a winner of an earlier FUT Champions Cup. 21 years of age. Looking to go that extra step to the FIFA World Cup. $20 players already there. Slowly but surely, we're filling up that numbers list for London. Of course, there is another game underway that we'll keep you up to date with. It's the game between the two Danish players. In Skifter and Mr. Lillies, no way through that time. Speaking of Danish players, Schmeichel off his line to collect that one. Would you say it surprised you, Lisa, some of the storylines you've had across this weekend? I mean, there's not been a player that's qualified from Europe as of yet that has been to a FIFA World Cup before. These are all new qualifiers that are making it there. Players that have never been to an E-World Cup before from Europe.
Yeah, it's a crazy story for them, obviously. It's just, you don't know who's going to win. Every game you're coming into it thinking, you know, you can have a prediction of who you think is going to win, but you never really know. You know, people are going 2-0 up and then bringing it back. You saw that in the game in the winners bracket that, you know, in the next game, you know, 3-1 up, looking all like he was going to win, and then instantly, oh, I thought that was going to be a goal there. And instantly, you know, he was back level, and it's just like you never really know. You can't underestimate your opponent. You know, coming into this, you know, we all think that Razek's going to win, but Hexon God, you can't look upon him. He's so good, and that's why he's here. Obviously, he wouldn't be in this position. He wouldn't have beat Tex. He wouldn't have beat Dull and Mike if he weren't a good player.
Well, out of the top 10 players on the Xbox, as we know, Musti Noctole just booked themselves a spot in the FIFA World Cup. The only other two players that are left in the tournament still that are in the top 10 is Nicholas Razek, 7th. He sat in the Global Series rankings. He got most of his points this year from a top 3 finish in the first qualifier of the year when it was first, second and third, 3 German players there. And Trick Skifter, he's in 9th. His name on out. Hexon God Mode looking to go up by a goal to nil. It was a very tight angle. Maybe just had too much time there. Tried to ball roll it onto the right boot of Neymar. Michael able to match up with it well. Corner taken quickly, recycled as far as the air. That's nicely done. Get the ball across to Varane of all players. Not the man you want there, is it?
No, it really isn't. I mean, he's probably there because of the corner that he just had, but yeah, going across there, maybe he just clicked the B button too early because his player just slid instead of standing still. I mean, yeah, I mean, crazy. It seems like it's all Hexon God at the moment, which you wouldn't really expect coming into this, but crazy game we're seeing right now, so end to end.
Chance to come forward. 30 minutes on the clock so far. Razek does well, nearly gets the bounce back.
Great La Croqueta there, cancel, but quite unfortunate. Obviously, Vieira in the right place at the right time. It's been the theme of the whole weekend league. You know, whole weekend. He's just in the right place at the right time, getting a challenge. You know, he's such a great player to use.
Mbappe. Look at the numbers forward. Just so many Fiorentina shirts just bombing on forward. Need to see a goal in this game. That's this guy that passed around the corner. Just missed the news. Benny CR7 booked a spot in the FIFA E World Cup. It was a game that was played off stream, but we still brought you the main highlights from it. Mbappe. Back to De Jong now. Takes his time with the chance. Nicolas Razek in a slow first leg earlier on stream today when he played against X-Top Toilet. A slow first 40 minutes so far in this one. R9. Guessing games. R9! Nicolas Razek! Off his seat in celebration. It's a step in the right direction towards London, but there's still a lot of steps to be made.
Yeah, great directional nutmeg on the brink of half-time as well. What a great time to score going into half-time. You can be a little bit more confident. You know, I mean, in that position there, you're not going to be able to stop it when you do the directional nutmeg, and he's not going to miss from there as well. I mean, crazy for Razek there. I think it was probably against the run of play. Hexon Gods had quite a few opportunities in this game. I think he might be a bit hard done by there, but yeah, you see the roar of emotion from Razek. We didn't have that against Optole, which is kind of interesting, but yeah, you can see probably Hexon maybe talking to his coach behind him, which is interesting because, and Razek doesn't seem to have one behind him. He might be talking to him, obviously, in his earphones, or he might be listening to music. You don't know, some players are different.
Speaking of competing, Lee, so when you're in tournaments yourself, what sort of player are you? Are you a game sound person, no sound at all, bit of music? What's your go-to?
I think for me it's music because it sort of keeps me calm, and if something happens against me, like I don't know, I've hit the post or I've got an unlucky deflection, listening to music just keeps me calm. So I think for me, music. It's also good to have like a coach behind you or sort of in your ears as well, just to tell you what you're doing wrong and what you're doing right, really.
Absolutely, it's all down to personal preference at the end of the day. Chance, Ronaldo can't find that ball that he was looking for. Hullet did his best to try and find the pass. Must be said, as this game does take place right now, we'll keep you up to date with another match that's also taking place for a FIFA World Cup spot. Mr. Lilies against Trick Skifter. Winner of that game will take spot number 8 from the Xbox. Of course, let's not forget, tomorrow we'll be crowning an Xbox console champion. Also, on top of that, someone will be getting $100,000. Chance, elastic, oh, a brilliant save from Van der Top. It's created from Razek and very nearly he had his second of the game. Leon Pele, happy to get back and defend, is the Brazilian prime icon moment. One-way traffic so far from the German. CR7 again, very nearly La Croquetted his way out of danger. And suddenly, after a very dominant start to this game for Hexagon God Mode, it's slightly flipped on its head, this one, Lee. So it seems like it's all Nicolas Razek.
Yeah, it seems like one-way traffic at the moment again, for Razek here, but I think he should have scored that last opportunity. He did a reverse elastico in a great position, meant that he had quite a lot of room to shoot. I think he should have gone a far post. He's gone near post, and I think he may have moved his keeper there as well. So great keeper movement if he did, but I think he should be going far post there, finesse, and he could be 2-0 up here, which changes the game completely.
That's for a second, aren't I? A bit too much on his own there. Final third of this one. Hexon Godmo. He's been the man that's been causing all the shocks throughout these playoffs. Player to finish 53rd in the Global Series rankings. Might be 2-0 down. Pele! Just like that, there was nothing fancy about that finish. Found a pocket of space, got his head over the ball and just absolutely rifled that into the top corner. Nicholas Razek has a 2-goal cushion now. And again, it's another step in the right direction towards a third FIFA E World Cup. And he's loving every single second of it.
Yeah, I mean, such a simple goal. If you look at it here, most players might overcomplicate it, do a ball roll scoop or a heel to heel, but in that position, sometimes you can just shoot, and you can see it there. He seems to be loving life. Maybe he is listening to music in his ears because he seems to be partying right now. So crazy game. 2-0 up now against Hexon God, and I think Hexon God needs to try and get a goal now, or this could be game over. There is still 90 minutes to go though, of course, so you can't. Anything's possible.
This is a man that's had some ridiculous results across the 2 days. God mode. Got himself out of the Swiss with a 3-2 record, including in that journey. He beat Tex 2-1. He came into today in the winner's bracket. He won a penalty shootout after a 5-5 match against Dolomic. And then out of the blue, loses 10-0 to Klenke, the 16-year-old Danish player of Brøndby that booked a FIFA World Cup spot. Maybe you could put question marks over why he has come in a little bit deflated into this game. Razek for 3! Brilliant save for Edwin van der Sar. But no, you're absolutely right. Whatever he's listening to, it's allowing him to find his groove so far. Yield Nicholas Razek. Slowly but surely on his way to London. Ronaldo just offside there. Brilliant. First leg of FIFA for Razek. Mexican Godmo. I'd love to join Fabio Danuso, I can assure you on that, on a trip to London. However, something's going to change. Ronaldinho drops the shoulder, reverse elastico. Tries to cut back inside on that left boot of the Brazilian forward. Really well done by Alphonso Davies, who I think across the whole playoffs has really impressed me. He's a player that, as you can see rightly on your screen now, he'll get forward, he'll make really sort of attacking runs in the box. He can also whip it into the box if you need him to. You can utilise him well. He really can be an instrumental part of any attack, defence going forward, hence why he's a staple in all the teams. Ronaldo, De Jong, he doesn't mind, he'll have a go at goal. If it wasn't for his fellow countryman Edwin van der Sar, it would have been 3 goals to the good.
Yeah, it's so end-to-end in this game. I think, to be honest with you, Hex on Godmo could have scored there. He passed it straight to Ronaldinho, and if he'd just done what Razek did and just shoot straight away instead of doing too many skill moves, he could have scored.
Chance. Wants to stand the byline again, might get the bounce back. CR7's in the air. Final 5 minutes. Not there yet, the halfway point. He's on his way, slowly but surely. It's going to be the last chance here for Godmo. Hasn't shown us too much in this game. You have to go off stats and achievements. No doubt he would be saying Nicholas Razek should win this game. Especially bringing in the factor that Godmo's last game was a 10-0 defeat. Fernandez, CR7 defended well. Referee, that should do us for leg 1. Nicholas Razek is looking like Nicholas Razek right now. Halfway point in this game, Lisa. He leads by 2-0. And in all honesty, he's not really put a foot wrong so far. No, he's been great, to be honest with you. He's looking dangerous in the final third.
You know, every time he shoots, you think he's going to score. I mean, Van der Sar's been very good for Hex on God mode, but overall, I'm very impressed with the way that Mrazek's playing here. I think he could go all the way with how he's playing.
Well, he's halfway to going all the way to London. As we said, 2018, 2019, there wasn't an E-World Cup last year. If he qualifies now, 3 years in a row for the German player. Shows the levels of consistency. Of course, this isn't the only game taking place. Today, we will be giving one more E-World Cup ticket away. And I believe Richard Buckley has got the latest of that all-Denmark matchup. Rich, what's going down over there?
Yeah, it was a tightly contested affair between Skifter and Mr. Lilies. There was a penalty missed in the first half, actually, from Mr. Lilies. The first goal came 77 minutes into the game. It was Ruud Gullit bursting through. He slotted it into the left bottom corner. That's all the goals so far.
Yeah, penalty miss. It could have easily been 2-0, but that is halfway point of both of the games. A slight advantage for both players, Nicholas Razek and Mr. Lilies. We're off for a quick break. Now, when we return, 2 more players will book a ticket to London. We'll see you in a few. Welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series Xbox Playoffs. We're in our final games here in day 2, and 2 more tickets are about to be decided for the FIFA E-World Cup. You join myself, Brandon Smith, and Lisa Manley. Lisa, Nicholas Razek is 90 minutes of FIFA time away from making it to his 3rd FIFA E-World Cup final. He's in a good position as well. He's up by 2-0, but is 2 goals enough?
I mean, with the way he's playing, I think it is, because he's just attacking, and I think he can get a few more goals in this game, especially with Hexon needing to try and get a few more goals to actually see himself back into this. There'll be a lot of gaps in behind, and I think Razek, with his ability, he'll see that and he'll go a few more goals up in this game.
No, absolutely. On the flip side of that as well, Mr. Lilies leads by a goal to 0 in that all-Danish affair against Trick Skifter. We'll keep you up to date with that game, but our focus game is this one right now. Hexen God Mode is down by 2 goals. However, Nicholas Razek, 90 minutes away from the three-peat. 3 World Cups back to back to back. This man always is on the big stage. And if he wasn't there amongst the 32 in August, you would be asking questions to how, what, where, why. Pele. Chance. Oh, that's absolutely beautiful. The perfect start. The Hexen God Mode, who needed a wake-up call. And that's one hell of a wake-up call from Pele.
Yeah, great goal, obviously straight into the start of the game as well. It's something that he needed. One goal difference is not much in FIFA. You can score a goal within 2-3 minutes. So for him to get the perfect start, I mean, great goal as well. To be honest with you, I saw him, twisting and turning. I was thinking you need to actually pull the trigger. I think he took quite a long time, but he got away with it in the end. Scored a goal. 2-1 now. It's going to be a close affair.
We said he needed a comeback. Maybe he's on his way to do so. Razek. Player that's had to face some difficult tasks across the playoffs. He's in a mixed bag of results. He did go 4-1 in the Swiss round. He's only lost 1 game. The only game he did lose was against NFG Jadem. Other than that, Nicholas Razek's beat a handful of players, top quality players as well, even fellow Germans on the way through. Came into the winners bracket side today. He did actually win his first game. 11 goals to 3. Does score a lot of goals, Nicholas Razek. Follow that with another result against Musti, a player that's already booked a ticket to the FIFA World Cup. Razek coming forward now with R9. Which way will he go? He loves these little solo runs with R9. He would literally just tease you and tease you and tease you into a tackle. How difficult is that to play against when you've got a player that, he gets the ball into R9, as I've just mentioned there, and he'll just hold the ball until you bite into a tackle, until you make the first move. Chance. Save. Now for a corner.
Yeah, I think, to be honest with you, it's very hard because if you lunge in or dive in, then they're going to be throwing goal behind you. So you've just got to sort of take a few yards back and not dive in, because if you dive in or you lunge in, they can just go around you. And yeah, it's vital just to sort of stay composed and just let him do what he wants to do. And if he gets too close into the box, that's when you have to sort of close the gap down.
An ambitious finesse from distance from R9. Wins a corner. Recycle that one well. Pele. On the flip side, he'll come forward for Nicholas Razek. Don't forget as well that tomorrow, one more E-World Cup spot will be decided through that loser bracket. Chance. Here comes anything there right now. Goal in this one. It takes one chance, one mistake. Mental to think that we've already crowned 6 players today on their way to the FIFA World Cup. Players from all over the world. Fabio Danusa making it to another World Cup final, and Nicolas Razek might just be on the way to a 3rd World Cup final. How about that one for a strike?
Fantastic strike, to be honest with you. I mean, it was quite simple in terms of he was literally just doing 1-2 passes, and as soon as it gets into his player there, he bangs it into the top corner, and he's not going to miss, you know. The keeper seems to be so far to the left there as well. He sort of left the gap open there. Van der Sar maybe should be a little bit more to the right. I'm not sure if he maybe moved his keeper, but CR7 is not missing from there. It's as simple as that. Great goal, and obviously sees him 2 goals up now, which he can be a bit more comfortable in the game with that. He can't sort of, you know, take the foot off the gas, because if he does, we've seen how Hexon God's been, and, you know, you just can't.
Absolutely, because it's such an open game still. You know, Nicolas Razek will shake his head and disappointed with that one, because he's only just scored. Minutes later he concedes, and a 2-goal cushion now becomes sort of worthless. It's back to a 1. He's back to the drawing board, Razek.
I mean, yeah, I was just saying how a 2-goal cushion he might be able to see it out, but he literally went straight from kickoff and put pressure on him straight away. And as we see here, he's through on goal again almost.
Chance. And R9. R9! Nicolas Razek doesn't even know where to look. He was 2 goals up on 2 different occasions. This man has been a giant killer throughout this tournament. He's beaten the likes of Dolomite, he's beaten the likes of Tex. He now wants to take down Nicolas Razek.
I don't even know what to say, to be honest with you. Like, I was just trying to, you know, talk about the last goal that he scored, and within a minute he's scored again. He's just, it's crazy. The first goal, he did a heel-to-heel past the keeper. We've seen that quite a lot today. Heel-to-heels are so good in getting you into sort of positions where you wouldn't get before. You know, you're able to heel-to-heel, which is such a simple skill move. It's just up and down on your controller, and it gives you just extra space that you didn't have before. And then in the next goal, he does a La Croquette cancel, and he just, I guess, finesses it into the top corner. And that's something that is so easy to do. You just need to, I mean, it's easy to do if you get to know to do it, but overall, you know, with a La Croquette cancel, if you can do a La Croquette, it's just LT and RT, and then do a normal La Croquette, and, you know, he's done it so well. As soon as you master it, it's so hard to defend against, even if you know what you're talking about. And crazy. I don't even know what to say. 3-3 now. I thought it was going to be Razek all the way, and wow, I'm just speechless.
I mean, you're absolutely right. You know, for these pro players, Lisa, it is going to be muscle memory for them. All those different skill moves, they make you look easy. But this man, Hexon God mode, 53rd in the Global Series rankings. No one expected that much from him coming into this tournament, but he's had some unbelievable results, and fair play to him, because no doubt about it, his last game was a 10-0 defeat against Klenke, the 16-year-old who booked a ticket to the FIFA World Cup of Brøndby Esport. I mean, for a lot of players, that would knock the wind out of your sails and much more. It would knock the confidence from you. And I think that's what I questioned when he was 2-0 down in leg 1. Fair play to him for bouncing back and believing in his quality.
Yeah, I mean, you know, losing that such a big scoreline the game before, it will not be, you know, some confidence out of you, because you'll think to yourself, are you actually good enough? And in this game, to be 2 goals down and to come back scoring 3 goals out of 4 shots is just clinical, and we're seeing it here, you know. And Razek probably thought, you know, it's game, set and match at 2 goals, and you just can't take your foot off the gas. And maybe he has. Maybe he was just too confident. You saw him sort of, you know, dancing as such, and now he's definitely not going to be dancing with conceding 2 goals in a couple of minutes, really.
Well, we saw 4 goals in a half of FIFA, sorry, not a leg. In a single half of FIFA. Really impressive. Nicely done, Razek. Looking for that third if he finds it. For his fourth, I should say. An unbelievable position. Remember, as this game goes on, Skifter against Mr. Lilies will happen. We'll give you an update as soon as we have it from that game. Of all the goals that hopefully have gone in it. Remember, it was at the halfway point between the two legs. It was Mr. Lilies that was up by a goal to nil. Maybe could have been two. He did miss a penalty. Chance. Oh, no. Razek looking to score a fourth goal in this game. To take a lead for the third time. Every time he's been in front, Hexon Godmo has found a way to reply. Could be on for an absolute onslaught here. He goes in front by 4 goals to 3. Completely flipped the game on his head. This is the perfect evidence, Lisa, why FIFA should be played over 2 legs, because it tells such a different story 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in the first leg, it was all on Razek, and we thought it was over. In the next leg, it's been all Hexon God. I mean, obviously, and Razek has been keeping the ball quite well, but overall, Hexon God, every time he's gone down, he's sort of shot back up again. You saw that against, I think it may have been Dull and Mike. You know, he scored in the 120th minute with an Elastico and pull it into the bottom corner and 1 on penalties. It's just, he's got such good composure. He doesn't let it get to him when he's in losing positions, and that's how you just, you know, you can become a world-class player.
Godmo tries to find the composure touch that he was looking for, just to put him away. Remember, extra time could be on the cards here between these two players. Pause will come in. Nicholas Razek, the only player left in the bracket that has been to an E-World Cup before. No one else has been there before. All the players that have got to the E-World Cup today from Europe. Long ball forward. I mean, that could continue if he scores now. CR7! This man is coming for everyone in Europe. He doesn't care about your ranking or your record. All he cares about is getting to the E-World Cup in some way, shape or form. He does not care.
Wow, I actually don't know what to say, really. I mean, and Razek actually had an opportunity down the other end. He had a reverse Elastico on the edge of the box, and I think he did too much. Whereas, you know, Ronaldo at the halfway line, straight through ball, straight to Ronaldo. So easy, he was so open. You don't really see that with Razek, really. Normally, you know, he's so compact, and he just there. It was just a simple through ball, and in that position, Cristiano Ronaldo isn't missing. And you know, Hexon God, he's been so good this tournament. You know, people say that he got lucky against Hex, but he's proved it with all the other, you know, competitions. In this competition that he's knocked out, you know, Dull and Mike on penalties. He could be taking Razek and Hex, the 3 of the biggest names in this competition, and it's good on him. Obviously, he still has 10 minutes to sort of make sure he doesn't concede and it don't go extra time. But wow, I'm impressed with his performance. You know, he's scored so many goals in this game, and wow, I just don't even know what to say. You know.
It's just one of those, isn't it? Cannot forget this man, as you've rightly said, Lisa. Knocked out Tex from the playoffs yesterday. Beat Dull and Mike, the #1 ranked player on the Xbox, on a penalty shootout today. Then lost 10-0, which you're thinking, okay, is that the end of his run? was down by 2 goals to Nicholas Razic on 2 different occasions in the game. And now he's 9 minutes away from a FIFA World Cup. Everyone that has qualified today are all new names that are going to their first ever E-World Cup. No one's a repeat qualifier on the Xbox, and that seems to be the storyline that will continue to unfold this weekend, unless Nicholas Razic has other ideas. Bruno Fernandes will make it 2 in London for Italy. Danuso will have company, and it will be God Mode that will arrive in London between the 6th and the 8th of August to take the next spot, to take spot 21.
Wow, crazy scenes here. You know, Hexon got there with some great play, 1-2s, and you know, it was always going to happen when Razic had to, you know, push forward. And yeah, such great play, obviously, just ping pong, and he's not going to miss from there. I mean, it's absolute scenes here. Obviously, another Italian to join in and book himself a spot at the E-World Cup, one of the biggest stages, and all the players want to get there. So I'm sure Hexon God Mode will be ecstatic right now.
Well, well, well. And another one onto your list. Hexon God Mode, 53rd in the rankings, ladies and gentlemen. Ignore the rankings now. Come in, play your best FIFA, and anything can happen. Quite literally, Nicholas Razic, as you can stand, is absolutely fuming. He wanted to make it 3 years in a row. And this is torture for Nicholas Razic. God Mode will score again. He's thinking, I want to just ensure this is over the line. No one's taking this away from me. God Mode, we'll see you in London, my friend, in August. Spot number 21 will go to another Italian player. Fabio Danuso and Hexon God Mode will both be in London for the FIFA World Cup. We are slowly but surely filling up those tickets.
Yeah, crazy performance from Hexon God Mode there. I mean, you know, we didn't really expect that to happen, and Razic obviously had 2 opportunities from being in the winner bracket, going down into the loser bracket. He probably thought he was going to win, and as you can see by his reaction there, it means so much to the players, and for him not to, you know, go through, you can see his emotions there.
We're going to be joining this game live right now. I repeat, this is live. At the moment, Mr. Lilies is 6 minutes away, less than that, from a FIFA World Cup spot. Bromby could have 2 players there. Klenke and Mr. Lilies could potentially be on their way to London if he can hold this out for 3 more minutes. Trix Gifter will get the ball back and have one last roll of the dice. And this will be the final spot given today. The final ticket. One last roll of the dice for Skifter. Mbappe recycles well. Massive win from Hulle. That should be job done. Mr. Lilies, it's in your hands. Get the ball forward. Bromby will have 2 players in the FIFA World Cup. Denmark will have 2 players there as well on the Xbox. Mr. Lilies will be on his way to London.
And you can see what it actually means to them. I mean, it means a lot to these players. This is what they come for. All the, you know, the Champs Cups that we've had, Europe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It doesn't really matter. It just comes to this, and to be able to book themselves a spot in the E-World Cup, it means a lot to them. Obviously, that goal didn't really matter. He was already through. It was just about trying to keep the ball. But crazy scenes here. Players that we haven't seen at the E-World Cup before are there, and wow, crazy, crazy, crazy scenes here.
Other than Fabio Danuso, 7 players have never been to the FIFA World Cup before that we found today. Fabio Danuso is the only one, the only player that's been to an E-World Cup before. So many stories are being created now. Bromby have got 2 players in the FIFA World Cup. Mr. Lilies getting the job done there. But wow, 22 names are there, Lisa. We'll find 1 more name tomorrow and then 9 more next week on the PlayStation. This has been a ridiculous weekend. Lots of shocks, lots of drama, so to say. But more importantly, Lisa, so much history being made. 7 out of the 8 have never been to an E-World Cup before. They will be at an E-World Cup this year.
Yeah, crazy. And all the people that were sort of top of the leaderboard, you know, first through 10, not many of them are actually making it to the E-World Cup. And it just shows it doesn't matter where you finish in the rankings. You can still go all the way. It's just history being made here. I can't believe it, you know. So many good players coming through. Youngsters as well. Crazy.
Crazy scenes indeed in Europe. We're slowly but surely filling up here in Europe. As we said, we've got another day full of action coming your way tomorrow. $100,000 on the line on the Xbox. Plus, we'll be giving away one more FIFA E World Cup ticket. But Mr. Lilies and Hexon God Mode, another Italian and another Danish player, get the job done on the Xbox. I mean, where do you start? I think the only players that have turned up for the books following the form has been Exop Tolle, Lisa, and Musti. Other than that, all the players have been outside the top 10.
Yeah, what a performance from Optole as well. Unbeaten. I'm pretty sure he's 8-0 in his competition. So going into tomorrow,
yeah, he is.
He's just going to be full of confidence.
Well, it's been a pleasure covering all the games today. 8 FIFA World Cup tickets have been given away, but it's safe to say stories are being created here in the Global Series. Jimmy and Mike, take it away for the final time today.
Brandon, Lisa, thank you so much for your world-class commentary. As always, we appreciate you as we get excited for Championship Sunday. And of course, I get to recap all of the magic that happened today with Mr. Mike LaBelle. Let's start with the bracket, Mike. Let's get into it. Talk me through all the stuff that we saw today. So much.
I'm just disappointed that you went with me on these predictions. I think that you brought some bad juju and messed up my predictions in this last round. But we book our final 2 tickets outside of course, the 9th place matchup, which is something that's going to be very interesting tomorrow with Hexon God Mode. And man, did he earn it. The players or the competitors that he went through or that he eliminated or sent to the losers bracket, really, really impressive. And then the Lilies, way to go, man. Putting on for the Danes. And you can see the final 8 here on screen. There's some names that maybe you expected it. There's a lot of them that I don't think would have been predicted. Maybe half of the competition you could have said, I could see these guys making the final 8, but the other half, you couldn't write it. You couldn't write it beforehand, at least. You would have said, I don't know a lot about them. For many of you watching at home, even if you're super in tune with everything in the competitive scene.
We'll see all 8 of these players tomorrow. And as you can see by the flags, there's no UK players in there. So it's definitely not coming home on the virtual pitch. We'll see if it happens on the real pitch, though. Congratulations to the 3 Lions for making it through. Now, these 4 that lost in the losers semifinals are going to have another chance. They're going to battle it out for the last spot to go on the Xbox side for FIFA E World Cup. That's going to be really exciting as we break that down in a lot of different ways. This is the new piece of the format that I really appreciate. They were adding this 9th place game. It feels very similar to the championship, right? When they're trying to get promoted to the Premier League. It's that playoff spot, everything to play for. But it's cool that they have the opportunity to do so, right, Mike?
I like it. It's kind of this last hurrah. And then also it makes tomorrow where they're not only playing for legacy and money, but you are playing for one final position. It's going to be drama filled. It's going to be ups. It's going to be downs. 75% of those guys are going to be very unhappy. There's only going to be one guy that's grabbing that 9th spot, but I'm happy that we get to witness it, we get to talk about it, we get to commentate on it. It's going to be good material.
It's going to be great.
It's a new iteration, it's a new edition. I'm all the way on board. If you wanted to put me on a ship, I would captain that ship. Where can I co-sign?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite new wrinkles with regard to the format is this 9th place spot. And we'll see when these guys get a good night's rest after losing twice today, that they have an opportunity still on Championship Sunday to still book their ticket, to back in. Even if you backdoor it, you never know what can happen once the real competition starts when the FIFA E World Cup kicks off. All right, let's talk about your Telestration play of the day for these last 2 matches. What do you have cooked up for us, Mr. Chef Mike LaBelle?
It's got to be the clincher, and we are getting close to dinner time. A rare mistake defensively here from Inrasic. He's going to turn with Vieira, and by turning kind of towards the sideline, he opens up a really big angle, and you're going to see this overlapping run straight down central. He's going to Times Square, Washington Square Park, Madison Square Park. I'll just keep naming New York City references here. But there's so much space there. You see in Rasic's reaction, it might have been clipped, but he was very angry at himself. And you saw that he lost his head. He's hitting the table. Controllers might have been lost today. And it's because it's an out of character move. It's a big mistake, and you got to give a lot of credit. Hexon God Mode was indeed on God Mode. He had the owl eyes. He unlocks the space, and he capitalizes on that mistake.
Yeah, talk to me about God Mode a little bit. Let's give him his due because he did take down some big names with Tex, with Dylan Mike, and now Inrasic. He's earned his spot in the E World Cup. There's no question.
it's undeniable. This man took out so many of the favorites, not even just household names or recognizable players, but guys that we pretty much said were a lock. They were going to be good to go in terms of claiming their positions, and none of them that he's beaten have been able to claim that position. There wasn't a rebuttal for them, whether it was the Tex elimination, Dolomite's out, and Rastic will have a second chance tomorrow. But you got to give him a hand clap. And coming into this competition, I didn't think there was going to be 2 Italians. I thought we were going to battle for one to make it into that final 8, or I guess the final 9. And my choice was Danuzzo, and he got it. But I didn't see a second guy that could really make the push. So fair play. I need to apologize. Just like the Italians in the Euros, they're performing on the virtual pitch as well.
Okay, so we see some Italians, we see a bunch of Scandinavians, we see some Germans, of course, booking their tickets, but nobody from the UK. What happened? We saw some Scottish players that had a chance as well, but nothing. Nobody to be represented here from that region of Europe in the FIFA E World Cup. That's pretty shocking.
I think it's safe to say that we're in a transition period. We've been talking a lot about Germany and how much talent that Germany has, and that's still been on the agenda here. It's on the calendar notification. I accepted it. I RSVP'd. And we've been talking about the up and coming from the Swedes and some of the Danish players, and that's been reassured that Scandinavia scene is here. And the reality is I think they're just overtaking a lot of the top English pros. I'm still shocked that we didn't get to see Tex in action today, but in terms of the masses, they've got more players from a quantity perspective and a quality perspective, and a lot of their up and coming. We're dealing with 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, Jim. We're not dealing with guys that are 25, 26, 27 years old qualifying from these nations. So this is the future of competitive FIFA as well.
Yeah, the transition is real, and it's just part of the evolution of the FIFA esports scene. Well, to catch everybody up before we go, let's take a look one more time at the 8 players that booked their ticket to the FIFA E World Cup. We're going to be seeing them a lot tomorrow for Championship Sunday. But a couple Danes, a couple Germans, Dutch, Swedish, 2 Italians. Unbelievable. Forza.
More than half are teenagers, Jim.
Italiano. Yes,
More than
half are
half
teenagers. It is all popping off. And then we have 4 players that are set to try to get that last spot, that 9th place spot. It seemed like maybe things were out, but here we got 2 other Germans. We do have a Scottish player. Jaden still has a chance. And then Skifter, who's rocking the Mike LaBelle hair. I'm pretty sure he's one of your favorites to make it happen. But yes, very exciting to see. Championship Sunday is going to be popping off. And here is our schedule for the playoffs, not including tomorrow, but for next week as well, as we get into the PS4 side of things, just to make sure you guys are circling all these things on your calendar. So tomorrow, Championship Sunday, as I say, for the Xbox, we're going to get one more spot decided for their ticket to the E World Cup, and then decide who is actual champion of the playoffs. So then we do everything all over again on the PlayStation side of things. We're very excited to bring that to you guys next week. Well, Mike, it has been an absolute pleasure to do this with you again on day 2. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Everything's going to be popping off. Just to throw it out there, who's your prediction? Because you've been money today with your predictions. Out of the 8 players that we saw that have qualified, that are going to be vying for that $100,000 cash prize to be the champion of the playoffs, who do you like to win it all?
I said it at the very beginning, before we got into any of the games, and I think it's important because I'm going to lean with Optali going on this run. I think the 16-year-old has the maturity. I like what I've seen on the virtual pitch. He's got the skills. He's got the ins, the outs, the defense, the attacking play, the balance. If he can replicate what we've seen in day 1 and day 2, which is shown, the guy doesn't lose any games in FIFA. He just stays undefeated, like it's not difficult to do or anything, or he's not facing some of the top competition. I think he's the man to beat going into Championship Sunday.
And I have to respect it. He has been fantastic throughout this tournament. I'm going to lean with one of my Danes. I'm Danish. My dad was born in Denmark, my grandparents, my uncle. So I'm going to go with Klenke. I think he's been fantastic after losing his first match of this whole thing on day 1 to Oilito. He has been nothing short of amazing. I think he's in peak form, and I think he'll carry that over to tomorrow. But we'll have to wait and see. So on behalf of all of the amazing casters, Mike LaBelle, I'm talking Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley and Ryan Pessoa and Lisa Manley. I'm Jimmy Conrad, and I want to offer up another round of congratulations to all of the players that booked their ticket to the E World Cup, and of course, commiserations to the ones that didn't. Also, I want to take a moment to bow down to the collective greatness of our production team, who are making this very difficult process look very easy. They are the real MVPs here. So thank all of you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for Championship Sunday. GG.